In a room filled with classic furnishings, a man's voice rang out. "Marry the Duke, Larita Brumer." Standing there was a girl with white hair, turquoise eyes, pure beauty, and snow-white skin. She was Larita Brumier. Larita stood facing her father and her older sister. She thought to herself, so the day I knew would come has finally come. Their eyes held nothing but disgust, not the slightest bit of concern for me. Ever since I was very young, ever since I first began to remember things, those white gloves had made me tremble in fear, wondering if he would use them to beat me. Count Brun, Larita's father, held a quill pen in his hand and pressed a hand to his forehead with a sigh. Then he slammed his hand down on the table with a bang and shouted, "Are you even listening to me?" Larita calmly replied, "Of course, father." In this situation, she thought to herself, their reckless behavior has become a habit. Now, they're pushing me into hell, and they do it with eyes completely devoid of responsibility. Larita stood facing her half-sister, Rose Brumier, and her father. This older sister of hers placed a hand on their worthless father's shoulder and looked at her with utter contempt. With a mocking expression and tone, Rose said, "I bet you never imagined you'd become a duchess, did you? You little bastard. You should be thanking father." With her sore spot stabbed at, Larita's face darkened as she glared at her half-sister, anger rising at the cruel words directed at her. In her eyes appeared an invisible pressure, something overwhelmingly powerful. It made Rose flinch and stare. Rose thought to herself, there it is again, that unsettling look. But what can she do about it? She always obeys in the end. Larita gently responded to her sister's provocation by speaking to her father in a sincere-sounding but insincere voice. "Of course. I truly thank you, father." She lightly brushed back her hair and gave a faint smile. No one could guess what was hidden in her gaze. She continued softly, "The ducal house you're marrying me into has been accused of treason and had all its property confiscated. My husband-to-be even died on the battlefield. Who would have thought that merely marrying a duke could be this suffocating?" Hearing her younger sister's words, Rose was stunned. "What?" she muttered, then suddenly burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "Ah ha ha!" She laughed so hard she bent over, then straightened with one final ha. A frightening look flashed across her face. Furious, Rose strode toward Larita and snapped, "You dare? You dare mock me?" She raised her hand and brought it down in a slap. The sharp crack tore through the silence. Like a madwoman, she screamed, "You lowly little wretch." Larita took Rose's slap, and it was so strong that she staggered backward. With a pitiable look on her face, she let out a short breath and glanced at the maids standing around them. Larita thought to herself, in the end, they still have no intention of helping me. Suddenly, Larita shoved the overbearing sister standing before her. With a thump, the woman stumbled backward in shock, followed by a loud crash as she fell flat onto the floor. The servants around them were utterly stunned and flustered. They had never seen anything like this before. Larita thought, if things have come to dead end like this, then I have no reason to listen to any of them anymore. She straddled Rose and raised her hand menacingly, about to drive a punch into her wicked sister's face. Rose narrowly escaped disaster because Larita's fist slammed into the floor right beside her face instead. Rose froze, horrified by what was happening. Her eyes went wide, unable to believe what she had just experienced. She coughed in fear. Larita looked down at her wretched sister and said firmly, "The cheap, lowly one isn't me. It's you, Rose Brumier. If the Duke you once adored knew about this, how interesting would that be? What a pathetic loser." Then Larita shouted angrily, "You're the one who hit someone first." But Rose, trembling in fear, stammered, "What are you saying? You've really gone mad, haven't you?" Suddenly, a hand seized Larita by the hair, tightening and yanking her backward. It was Count Brumier. As he pulled her hair, he said, "You've lost your senses, Larita." Then he flung Larita aside so hard that she crashed into a corner and knocked over a potted plant. Looking down loftily at his own daughter, he said, "I feed you and give you a place to sleep, and now you dare hit your sister? Ungrateful brat." Meanwhile, two maids hurried over to Rose. He continued, "I've let you live too comfortably lately, haven't I?" Rose, surrounded by the anxious attention of the two maids, cast a vicious glance toward Larita and shouted, "Father, beat that little wretch half to death." In the vast room, Larita knelt alone on the floor. At that moment, it looked as though she were standing against the whole world. With a sinister smile, Count Brumier stomped toward Larita and said, "Come here." Watching the man who was her father slowly approach with a clear intent to beat her, Larita's anger steadily rose. You think I'll just sit still and endure it? She lunged forward and bit Count Brumier's leg, making him cry out. Damn it, Larita! She paid him no mind. Like a wolf that had fixed on its target, she focused only on her prey and bit down hard. As she bit him, she said through gritted teeth, from now on, no one gets to hit me whenever they please. The Count shook his leg wildly and shouted, Let go this instant, you wretch! Seeing this, Rose screamed, Father, and rushed over as well. In the chaos, Larita was struck and sent flying again. She slammed into the desk, and the pain was enough to force a groan even from someone who had endured all of Rose's blows, as well as having her hair yanked and being thrown around. The worried voices of the servants and Rose rang out. Count, Father, are you all right? Hurry, bring bandages and stop the bleeding. In contrast to the concern on that side, Larita staggered to her feet alone. From the other side came someone's exclamation, Good heavens, how vicious. Larita coldly spat out the blood of her dearly beloved old father, then gently wiped the blood from the corner of her own mouth. The scene shifted to the afternoon. Resting her chin in one hand, Larita gazed outside and thought, Duke Reinhardt. He was the head of the powerful Reinhardt family, second only to the emperor. The one originally meant to marry him was my half-sister Rose, not me, Larita. In her imagination, she saw her sister wearing a pure white wedding dress, shyly smiling as she spoke to the husband she had never met. Rose had fallen for the Duke at first sight and had thrown a tantrum insisting on marrying him. For the sake of his daughter, Count Brumier had stopped at nothing, and through his efforts, the two families had nearly become in-laws. But on the way back after victory in the war, the Duke was killed by prisoners of war. Under normal custom, that alone would have been enough to cancel the engagement. But Count Brumer, the greedy miser he was, did not want to return the enormous sum he had received from the ducal house, so he still decided to send a bride as planned. The coachman said respectfully, We've arrived. Larita quietly stepped down from the carriage, and the one sent in place of his beloved Rose was me, the child born to a mother of unknown background and abandoned by the Count's household. Here is the luggage you brought, the coachman said, setting it on the ground. Larita politely thanked him, but he ignored her. He looked at her with insincere, unfriendly eyes, then clattered away in the carriage. In the cold night, with the wind howling, Larita could only bend down and pick up her things. As the wind rustled past, Larita strangely felt lighter. She picked up a stone, looked at it, and gave a faint smile. So you dare mess with someone like me, someone who has finally been let out to enjoy a free life? Then she spun and hurled the stone. A miserable thud rang through the night, followed by the coachman's pained cry. Larita thought to herself, misfortunes really never come alone. It hasn't even been long since he died in battle, yet countless accusations have already surfaced from within, complete with evidence branding the Duke a traitor. She then pulled on her warm hood and coldly turned away, ignoring the driver's furious shouting behind her. Hey, where do you think you're going, you little brat? Get back here. In the star-filled darkness, Larita quietly dragged her suitcase toward the manor. All the property had been confiscated, leaving behind only an old, worn estate. It was utterly worthless, perched among layer upon layer of mountains. She thought to herself, aside from a few people directly implicated, most of the servants are probably still alive. But there was no one here. The place was dilapidated, and no one cared enough to maintain it. If this were a noble young lady who had never done housework in her life, she might have fainted to death in this remote foreign place. Larita silently began arranging her belongings. The nearest village was half a day away, and since this was an old estate, every corner needed cleaning. Larita muttered to herself, It's not even that late at night, so why is it so cold? Then she reached out to light a candle. There seemed to be a draft somewhere. Holding an oil lamp, she looked around and murmured in awe, It's huge. Living alone would be quite comfortable, and the surrounding space was incredibly spacious. Larita grew excited. The little angel inside her cheered, I have a house now. I finally have a home of my own. Climbing up by the window, she said, Let's see. Then she thought, This isn't bad at all. And she murmured, The view is decent too. Besides, the roof seems sturdy enough. She looked out at the sky, full of stars, and thought to herself, There is no longer a Larita who has to watch the faces of her family and eat things that can hardly be called food. Her eyes shimmered as she gazed outside. She was a bird yearning for freedom, and now she had finally become free. The feeling filled her with happiness. Larita encouraged herself. That's right, I'll start over here. Of course, if I don't want to freeze in winter, there's still many things I need to prepare. Hugging herself, she looked outside, her eyes bright again and her face soft. But if I live diligently, spring will come soon enough. The next morning, in the dining room of the Brumier house, the sound of cutlery lightly clinking together echoed through the room. Rose's hands were busily cutting into a beefsteak. Once she had finished cutting it, she still did not eat, but instead rested her chin on one hand and sighed. Countess Brumier asked with concern, "Rose, what's wrong? You've been sighing this whole time. Mind your table manners." Rose said sadly, "No matter how I think about it, I still feel regret. I still can't believe the Duke is gone." Countess Brumier replied wearily, "That again? Stop talking about the Duke." Count Brumier cut in as well. "That's right. He's a traitor now, so don't even address him by that title anymore." But Rose protested. "But father," she looked toward him, "you mustn't say that." Rose's eyes turned love-struck whenever she mentioned the Duke. Raising her voice, she said, "How could I possibly forget him?" A memory from Rose's past surfaced, set in a ballroom. She recalled that day, the moment I met him in the ballroom. From the very first glance, I knew it was destiny. It seemed Rose had truly lost her heart to that Duke. She continued, "I thought this love would blossom and that we would marry. Why did that barbaric war have to happen?" The war was already over. As if venting her irritation, Rose stabbed her fork hard into a piece of steak. Rose sighed again. "I thought I could soften him." Count Brumier dabbed his mouth with a napkin, then lamented, "What a pity. I thought if Rose married the Duke, our family standing would be restored to what it was at the founding of the nation." Countess Brumier also said to Rose, "Life is always full of twists and turns. We can't just let things remain as they are." She added, "Thanks to your father's illegitimate daughter, we managed to avoid disaster this time." Hearing that, Rose silently glanced at her father. Count Brumier seemed unwilling to continue talking about Larita. "Ahem, we should stop discussing this. It's all in the past." But Countess Brumier still curled her lips and continued, "That girl looks vulgar from head to toe, like some cheap dancer. Who would have thought that illegitimate child could actually be useful to the Brumier family? That way, we don't have to return the money we receive from the Duke's house to the royal family." She even praised him, saying, "It seems your rather dim-witted father does have some foresight after all." Hearing that, Count Brumier lifted his head, then gave a cold, mocking laugh. "Huh, and you don't have any ability to speak of either." Both Rose and her mother were shocked by his words. Rose quickly glanced at her mother. Then Count Brumier abruptly rose to his feet and, in a fit of anger, flung a wineglass at his wife. Rose was so frightened that she dropped her plate to the floor. Looking at the shattered wineglass, Count Brumier said to Countess Brum, "Do you find your husband amusing now?" Covering her mouth, Rose stared at her father in shock. "Father." Then she looked back at her mother, her wide eyes filled with horror. A long cut had appeared across Countess Brumier's cheek. Rose could hardly believe it and began breathing hard. The servant standing nearby rushed over anxiously. "What do we do?" "Milady is bleeding." Countess Brumier kept staring at Count Brumier and calmly replied, "I'm fine." "Calm down." The servants hurriedly wiped away the blood and the wine that had splashed onto her. They stammered, "But if a scar remains on Milady's face?" Count Brumier rubbed his forehead wearily. "You should be more careful with your words." Somewhat irritated, he added, "Don't ruin the whole meal over something like this. And don't make a fuss over it either. Leave." Countess Brumier could only remain silent, but her hand unconsciously tightened into a fist. But Rose thought bitterly, again because of Larita. Every time she comes up, father becomes strange. That's right, our once peaceful Brumier family turned out this way because of that girl. Back then, father had brought a child home with him. Rose tugged lightly at her mother's skirt and asked her father, "Father, who is that?" She examined Larita. Though the girl was covered in soot and bruises, Rose had recognized it instantly. She didn't have the red hair or the freckles that symbolized the Brumier family. Instead, she had fair skin, platinum hair that any noblewoman would dream of having at least once, and turquoise eyes that made it seem as though she alone shone brightest. I hated all of it. At the time, Rose cried to her mother, "I don't like this." "Who are they?" "Mother, send them away. Father is being strange. I'm father's daughter, not her. That girl doesn't look like either of you at all." Rose said this while pointing at Larita. Crying, she said, "She's a fake, isn't she?" Count Brumier softly called her name. "Rose, my daughter." He touched Rose's cheek and spoke gently, but his words cut like a knife into her heart. "Rose, a good girl mustn't make her father lose face like this. You're the older sister now. You must set an example. Your younger sister's name is Larita. Remember that. Starting today, she will become a member of the Brumire family. Young Rose had been utterly shocked. Returning to the present, Rose stood abruptly. She thought, but now, the family's only stain has disappeared. She comforted her father. Father, don't be angry anymore. Rose believes that without her, you'll become gentle again, and light will return to the Brumire family. Rose moved to her father's side and, smiling brightly, coaxed him, we should eat delicious food on a happy day like today. It wouldn't do for you to be upset, father. By now, that girl must be slowly withering away in that dusty hole. Rose laughed inwardly. That's right. I threw her into some remote mountain wilderness. I can hardly wait for the day her corpse is brought back. The weather there was the complete opposite of where Rose was, bitterly cold. And meanwhile, Larita was perfectly healthy. Larita muttered, it feels like someone is talking about me. Looking at the pile of dry firewood, she thought, I already used the little money the Count's family gave me to buy all this firewood. She picked up the matchbox and a match. Larita struck it several times along the side of the box to make a flame. Once the match caught, she tossed it into the pile of dry wood. The fire began to burn slowly. Watching the fire blaze fiercely, Larita let out a sigh. Rose Brumire had mocked her for coming all the way to a mountain covered in nothing but trees and doing something so foolish. But she really knew nothing at all. Larita slipped the matchbox back into the pocket of her dress. She sat down gently in the chair. With the Empire's typical climate, where light rain fell off and the trees on the mountain would not easily catch fire. Resting her chin on one hand, Larita thought, if I hadn't found dry firewood, I might have frozen to death. Even though it was autumn, the mountain air was bitterly cold. She marveled that the hardships of her childhood had turned out to be useful one day. At that thought, Larita hesitated. I'm remembering those unhappy memories again. She lay back in the rocking chair and lazily leaned her body against it. After sitting for a while, Larita grew a little bored. She brushed her hair back. I should start preparing dinner. Potatoes were a type of root vegetable loved not only by commoners, but even by nobles, usually as a side dish. A few things Larita had managed to gather were some matches and a little seasoning. Excited, she said, I secretly collected them while I was still at Count Brumire's house. What should I make with these? Potato salad, fried potatoes with cream and caviar. Baked potato pizza. Larita thought it over. There was no way she could enjoy that kind of luxury. All she had were a few potatoes, eggs, and a bit of seasoning. So the only thing she could make right now was... She tossed a few potatoes into the fire. Roasted potatoes. A hearty meal for farmers. Larita stared at them intently. She felt a little excited. They should be delicious. Squatting down, she wore a thoughtful expression, and she felt she could not keep living like this. I need to move around a little. There's so many places that need wiping and cleaning. There's also a valley nearby, so bathing won't be a problem. Larita's eyes lit up, but the most important thing was this. Human beings were creatures that needed to eat 3 meals a day, and she did not have enough potatoes. Fortunately, there is something in this house that nobles would never think twice about. It was this wardrobe. Its defining trait was its sturdiness. She walked around it again and again, thinking, I already took all the expensive things, but commoners wouldn't realize this is a rare kind of wood. Larita ran her hand over the wardrobe, her eyes sparkling. Oh my, just look at these carvings. This alone could feed me potatoes for a month. Larita hesitated. Should I break it apart and sell it bit by bit? But how would I transport it to the village? She glanced back over her shoulder. Delight bubbled up inside her. How much would all of this be worth? She ran around the room, admiring and pricing each object. This one is worth 50 potatoes. This one 20. This is the first time I've seen something like this. It looks a little strange, so maybe 70 potatoes. Larita placed her hand on the wardrobe and sat down. As she roughly sorted through it, she let out a sigh. Even just this much should be enough until I find some other work. Larita told herself that the first step on the road to independence had gone quite smoothly. Just then, a fragrant smell rose from inside the room, and steam drifted along the ceiling. It turned out it was all coming from the potato the girl was holding in her hand. Larita opened it with a gloomy look and thought, I left it for quite a while, but it's still so hot. Even as she said that, she swallowed hard. Then she added, even like this, it still smells delicious, but it needs a little something extra. She took some seasoning and sprinkled it over the potato. Feeling the heat, Larita blew on it. Too hot. Phew, phew. Her face already looked full of anticipation. She carefully brought each broken piece of potato to her mouth, constantly reminding herself, "Careful, be careful." After several cautious attempts, Larita finally enjoyed the potato properly. She chewed away, clearly savoring it. It was so delicious that she stared at the potato with shining eyes and cried out, "It's so good!" The taste filled her with happiness, as if she had stepped into a fairy tale world. She sank into thought. The sensation of biting into it filled her whole mouth, and the fact that it was roasted instead of boiled, with its golden skin, made it even more tempting. Before she knew it, she was completely immersed in happiness. As she ate, she looked into the fireplace, perhaps waiting for the next batch of roasted potatoes. She kept thinking, the more carefully you chew, the more the natural sweetness of the carbohydrates comes out. I could eat as many of these as I want. Enjoying the potato, she closed her eyes and thought, it would be perfect if I could have this with milk. Larita began planning after the meal. I'll tidy the bed and go to sleep. Tomorrow, when I wake up, I'll cook the rest of the potatoes and eat them for lunch. Maybe I can buy milk in the nearby village. In that case, tomorrow night's menu will be. While thinking that, Larita suddenly lowered her head. A sad expression crossed her face. Wasn't she incredibly fortunate to be able to think about tomorrow's meal in a warm place like this? She wondered if she had ever eaten her fill like this before. Then Larita remembered a time of misery when she had suffered violence from her own family. I'm sick of military families. She had thought that while looking like a ragged, exhausted child, worn and pitiful, struggling to carry something heavy, it was a life utterly unlike that of a count's daughter. But that was what had happened when Larita was 8 years old. At the time, she had cried and cried because her mother had abandoned her, leaving behind cruel words. Even if you keep it, it's nothing but baggage. In despair, Larita sat down and cried out, "Mother, mother!" And after that, Count Brumier took her in. "So you're my daughter? Please come in, young lady." Larita had once thought, Count Brumier acknowledged me as part of the Brumier family. I thought they had accepted me. However, her orange-haired older sister had bluntly mocked her and brought her to her senses. "How dare an illegitimate child act so arrogant?" she said as she barged into the place where Larita was sitting. She said only that, then slammed the door shut, leaving Larita dejected. "Tonight, find her own food." Understood. She stood there blankly. Yes, back then, she had nearly accepted everything. Returning to the present, Larita thought that moments of sudden good fortune like this almost felt stifling instead. Even so, holding a cup of tea in her hands, she thought, that's right, I have a manor of my own now. I also have enough funds to last until I find work. But one big question still remained. Could she safely survive this winter? No. As soon as she reconsidered those hopeful words, the complicated emotions and anxiety inside her were immediately soothed. Then Larita thought, I just need to get used to things little by little. Her gaze softened. A few weeks later, she was dressed neatly and carrying plenty of food. Her eyes were full of happiness. Ah, this is what life should be like. This is wonderful. The villagers are very kind too, and they care about me a great deal. She was completely satisfied with her new life. As Larita took off her shoes, she thought, since I told them that crops could be grown as long as they didn't freeze, they had spent this week experimenting with and improving the side garden. She went into the room, took out a dip pen, and prepared to write something, her thoughts continuing all the while. Thanks to everyone's concern, I found my way. Even the kitchen, she felt how lucky she was. She looked around the room. Jars had been stocked in preparation for winter. She had sold some jewelry and filled every shelf with food. Even the sitting room no longer showed any trace of insects. As for the second floor, she was still considering something. An idea came to Larita. Since she had just come back from a long trip, she decided to make stew. She tied up her hair and got ready. As she worked, she instructed herself. First, the method is very simple. First, remove the blood from the beef I like so much. As she worked, she felt a little regretful. Then she peeled the potatoes and carrots. She did that part earnestly and thought of something. The mayor's wife had shown her a secret weapon, bay leaves and pepper. Just as she was about to sprinkle in the pepper, she heard a loud bang. Startled, she dropped the pepper jar onto the floor. Turning around, she thought, who is it? The sound had clearly come from the front door. But who would come to this house? She picked up the pepper jar and gripped it tightly. A grim thought crossed her mind, as if she sensed danger. If I'm not careful, even this house could be stolen from me. That won't do. This house is everything to me now. So she quietly stepped outside. There was no one there. Did they leave already? She wondered. She carefully poked her head out again, but the result was the same. Maybe it was just some animal passing by. Then she suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, on the way back, I saw the last flock of birds migrating. What if one of them got separated from a flock? If I don't help it, it might die. She hesitated. But what if it was some frightening animal instead? Then she made up her mind. Today, the village women helped me. I decided I would help others the way they do. She clenched her hand tightly, but still hesitated to open the door. Whether it was a bird or some other animal outside, she had to check and save it. Then the door opened. To her surprise, it was not at all what she had expected. It was not a bird or any sort of animal, but a strange young man in black who staggered inside. Larita was stunned. His face and clothes were covered in blood, as though he had just come from a life-and-death battle. A man, she thought, then said aloud, "Ew." She asked the young man standing before her who he was. Just as he seemed about to answer, he collapsed onto her. Larita's small frame could not support such a large man, and the two of them nearly fell together. Even while falling on top of her, he still tried to explain the blood all over him. "It's not my blood, milady," as if to reassure her enough to save him. Larita stared at the problem in front of her, rubbed her aching forehead, and sighed. In the end, she let out a breath and said, "All right then. What is this man's name?" Before her lay Ian Renhart, covered in wounds and unconscious in the chair. Troubled, Larita thought, even though I'm already married, I never imagined he would still be alive. I knew that person was Renhart, but if not for this incident, perhaps I never would have been this close to him in my entire life, whether he lived or died. A little while later, Larita used all her strength to wring out a cloth. Sweating, she raised a hand and brushed back her hair. Then she let out a breath of relief as she wiped Ian Renhart down. Larita thought to herself, the bed is full of mold, so I had to lay him here instead. The warmer and drier, the better. His body temperature has returned to normal, but he's still in critical condition. She looked at her favorite chair and thought, my precious chair. Larita looked again at the unconscious Ian Renhart and murmured, "For now, this should do." In the stove below, the fire still crackled. As Larita wiped the blood from him with a cloth, she thought, in any case. Then the person in the chair let out a pained groan. After finishing everything, Larita still could not stop herself from wondering, will he make it through? Maybe the first corpse in this house won't be mine after all. If it were my family, I'd hate it enough already. Since this one is even my husband, I'd hate it even more. Larita's eyes suddenly darkened, as if she had sunk into a world of her own. She remembered a scene that often appeared in her memories. A little girl with blue eyes and platinum hair, bruised all over, clutching her own head and desperately trying to explain herself. "It wasn't me, Count Bruma. I've never seen Sister Rose Brumier's necklace. Please believe me. Please believe me." Immediately after came the cold voice of a man. "And you still dare to keep lying?" Then came the relentless sound of slap after slap. The little girl's pitiful, helpless voice grew fainter and fainter. "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." Then the scene shifted and turned into Ian Renhart's face. Looking at the man, Larita murmured, "Traitor, will I regret helping you? Please don't die." Larita's hand came to rest on Ian Renhart's. She said sincerely, "I don't know what injustice you may have suffered, but even so, you have to live." No reply came. Leaning against the side of the chair, Larita gave a faint, self-mocking smile and murmured, "Even then, maybe you still can't live." It was impossible to tell whether she was speaking to him or to herself. The scene shifted beneath a star-filled sky. A group of men was traveling, led by Ian Renhart. The men cheered joyfully. "We won. It's been years since I last came back here." One subordinate said to Ian Renhart, "Then please go on ahead, sir. I'll go first and wait for you there." His black hair fluttered in the wind as he let out a quiet breath. "All right." Ian Renhart looked ahead in joy and said, "At last, I've finally returned." Suddenly, there came the sharp sound of a sword being drawn, followed by footsteps behind him. A vicious face approached from behind Ian Renhart. He turned around and asked in confusion, "Barton?" Then, with a sickening thrust, the sword pierced straight into his abdomen. The man called Barton said, "I'm sorry, Captain." Ian Renhart stared at him in shock. "Barton?" The man lowered his head and said, "I had no other choice." Then he raised his blood-covered face and said, "You should never have left an enemy within the imperial family." Ian Renhart's eyes flew open. He woke with a gasp and sat upright. He pressed a hand to his wound, which throbbed with sharp pain. Ian Renhart clenched his teeth to stop himself from crying out. Glancing around, he looked at his surroundings in confusion. Ian Reinhardt murmured, "Where is this? Even so, I'm not dead. But why do I feel so heavy?" He lowered his head and froze. A girl was lying across his lap. Who is this girl? Before losing consciousness, I think I ran into someone. He recalled the scene before he fainted. So that person wasn't a nursemaid? He reached out and murmured, "That makes sense. So this hair belongs to this girl." Ian Reinhardt stretched out a hand and touched her head. He thought to himself, "It seems she took care of me. I can't let down my guard unless I find out who the traitor is. If she went to all this trouble." Suddenly, the sleeping girl's eyes flew open. Caught off guard, Ian Reinhardt found himself staring straight into her eyes. Still groggy, Larita gave a small sound of surprise, then naturally said to the man in the chair, "You're past the worst of it now. What a relief. By the way, would you like some stew?" Only then did Ian Reinhardt react. "What are you talking about?" The girl answered matter-of-factly, "I'm asking how your condition is and whether you can eat stew." After saying that, she turned away, fully convinced she was right, and thought, well, if he's hungry, he has to eat. Ian Reinhardt, still bewildered, called out to stop her. Wait. But as soon as he moved, his wound was tugged, and he sucked in a sharp breath. Still dazed, he listened to the sounds coming from the kitchen. From the kitchen came a cheerful voice. "Welcome, everyone, to Larita's impromptu cooking class. Fry the chopped meat in oil. When a meat is half-cooked, add the vegetables once they've softened and stir well. Add the seasonings and bring it to a boil. It's best to crush the spices by hand." The water in the pot came to a bubbling boil. She scooped up a spoonful and tasted it, feeling delighted and satisfied. Out in the sitting room, Ian Reinhardt rubbed his forehead, his head aching. When he heard movement, he lifted his head. Larita brought out 2 bowls of stew. Hesitantly, Ian Reinhardt said, "Is this really food?" Larita stared at him and said, "If it's not food, then what is it? Honestly, how strange." Ian Reinhardt tried to say, "Look here, my lady. We're talking about the same thing, aren't we?" Not understanding at all, Larita replied, "Of course, and I'm not a young lady anymore." As she ate, she continued, "Not long ago, I got married." The stove continued to crackle with fire. The warm flames illuminated the Duke's face. A few drops of sweat rolled down his handsome features. He was used to enduring pain, but the wound truly hurt. His steady, resolute gaze carried a trace of cold distance. But in the moment he heard the girl before him say she was married, that gaze flashed with surprise. Married? She was actually married? Looking at the girl innocently standing there, happily eating the stew right in front of him, Ian could not help but feel puzzled. But she said she was married? Meanwhile, Larita noticed the Duke's surprised gaze and felt confused as well. What in the world was wrong with him? Why was he looking at her like that? She really could not understand what this man was thinking. She paused with the spoon in her hand. The stew was truly delicious, so she had been completely focused on it this whole time. Then she resumed eating, and while her mouth was busy chewing, she seemed unable to hold back her curiosity any longer. "Is something wrong?" Larita asked the Duke. At that, the man seemed strangely flustered and immediately turned his face away. Ahem. Embarrassed, he cleared his throat softly. "It's nothing," he answered. But what exactly did her husband do? Though he said it was nothing, that question still kept running through his mind. "Then, aren't you going to eat the stew?" Seeing that Ian was still just holding the bowl, with the stew still steaming hot, Larita asked him, wasn't he going to eat it? Her own bowl had already been polished clean for quite a while, and she continued to find him baffling. Hearing her ask, Ian turned to look at her and answered hesitantly. The more he spoke, the drier it felt. Ian let out a sigh and told himself not to look at the woman anymore. He forced himself to sit up, but with that sudden movement, a sharp pain shot through his wound. He could not afford to waste any more time. And talking like this with someone whose identity he did not even know only made him more uneasy. Wait a moment. The woman suddenly reached a hand out toward him. Ian was exhaling sharply from the pain, but when he lifted his eyes to look straight at her, his gaze was still gentle, though full of confusion. What was this woman trying to do? He wondered. "Please don't move. Sit like that for a little while," Larita said. Seeing how badly injured the man was, yet how stubbornly he still wanted to stand up, she could not help but warn him. Since she had already helped him, she might as well see it through. This man was seriously hurt, and so, in the clean, tidy room Larita had spent months carefully cleaning and arranging, golden light from the fireplace spread everywhere, making the place feel like a real home filled with warmth. After stepping out for a moment, Larita returned carrying a basin in her hands. It was filled to the brim with sloshing water as she walked over to Ian. "What now?" By then, Ian was sitting upright in the chair, Larry's usual chair, and also the spot she liked best in this large house. The place where she could always sink into endless thoughts with a cup of tea warming her hands. Larita had given him that precious chair because the bed was full of damp mold, and she also wanted this injured man to receive as much warmth as possible from the fireplace nearby. While Ian was wondering about her incomprehensible actions, Larita briskly walked over. It looks like you have a pretty serious wound in your abdomen. That wound may be the reason your body temperature isn't going down, Larita said as she set the basin down beside him. It will be difficult to treat it thoroughly, but in a situation like this, it would be better to decisively clean the outside and finish quickly. Though that was what she thought, Larita still spoke to Ian gently. Don't force yourself to endure it. It would be better if you just screamed. Did this woman think he was that weak? Why was she saying things like that? Ian's face flushed red. Larita quickly reached out and grabbed at Ian's shirt buttons. He did not even manage to stop her hand. It'll hurt less this way, Larita said with concern. Thump, 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 thump. Larry pressed on the wound. Blood had soaked a large patch of his clothes. A sharp pain shot through Ian, and he grew dizzy, staggering backward. Even breathing became difficult. It had already been a few weeks since he was injured. If his body had been in normal condition, a stab wound of that degree should have healed by now. So what was the problem? Why had such a severe wound still not healed? Damn it, the sword that bastard used clearly wasn't an ordinary sword. Ian ground his teeth. That was right. How had he not realized it? There had to have been poison on that blade. Noticing that Ian did not seem well, Larry spoke softly. Please calm down and breathe. As she spoke, she lifted her hand and touched his trembling hands to soothe him. It's almost done, so please endure it just a little longer. Larry gently reassured the man as his whole body trembled, both from pain and from the anger in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at her. Thanks to you, I'm feeling more clear-headed now, Ian said while Larita diligently continued cleaning his wound. Thanks to her, he really did feel better. But what was this situation? Ian could not help asking. Her hand was tightly holding his. But Larita calmly answered, otherwise I might unconsciously clench my own hands too hard. My nails would dig into my flesh. If someone holds your hand, it's comforting. Was that how it was? So she, too, had endured pain like this before. In pain and anger, she would clench her hands so tightly that her nails dug into her skin, and all she wanted was for someone to hold her hand and comfort her. This girl, Ian fell silent in thought. I'm going to bring bandages now, so please stay still, Larita said. After cleaning the wound, she picked up the basin of blood-red water and left, gently giving Ian that instruction as she went. A roll of bandages was rolling around on the floor. It's a shame there are no spare clothes to change into right away, Larita muttered. The dirty matter causing the festering had been removed, so the poison would not spread any farther. Larita said this while Ian struggled to bandage himself, unsure what to say. If this girl got any more involved, it would become troublesome. If she really was just an innocent girl who knew nothing of the circumstances, then sending her away quickly would actually be the better way to repay her. Thinking that, he spoke bluntly. There's something I need to confirm. Hearing Ian speak in such a serious tone, Larita glanced over at him. Go ahead, she replied, holding the basin and bandages in both hands. Do you know where this is? Ian asked. Larita set the basin and bandages aside, then calmly sat down on the small chair next to him. Of course I know. Isn't this the Duke family's estate? Ian was startled, so she knew this was not some ownerless house. And yet, he deliberately put on an angry expression. If she knew that, then all the more reason to send her away. The current situation would truly bring her trouble. He did not want her getting involved. But contrary to Ian's expectations, she did not grow angry, nor did she sulk or cry. Larita merely said evenly, I'm sorry, but right now I'm also the owner of this house. She sat with her back straight, her voice full of firmness and confidence. I have become the mistress of the Duke family. Yes, sooner or later he would find out anyway, and she had no reason to hide it. She had been married into the Duke family. She had married the Duke. Then that made her the mistress of this house as well. That was the truth. Hearing Larita say this, Ian was utterly stunned. What did she mean, the mistress? Even if it's only a title, it's important to me, Larita said. That was right. Even if it was just a title, even if she was only filling in for that older half-sister of hers, this status still meant something to her. She had gained a place to return to. I hold ownership over this manor. She had a home of her own now. She no longer needed to fear being treated cruelly or being thrown out at any time. So you are. Ian finally seemed to understand. She said she was the mistress of the Duke family. Then she must be that fiancée of his. Ian gradually began recalling everything. It was one afternoon when he had returned to the estate before. "You're back, Your Grace. Your Grace, this time you really must go through with the marriage. Why on earth do you keep refusing to marry?" His nursemaid, Mrs. Appa, had been nagging Ian about his refusal to marry. "And you're even acting harshly toward the young ladies. This is a rare opportunity, Your Grace." His nursemaid had never stopped urging him to marry soon, but he did not want to. He had not yet met the right person, and none of those noble ladies interested him. "Come on, Nanny, I just got back, so I'm tired," he said, deliberately steering the conversation elsewhere. And he truly was exhausted. If you don't strike while the iron is hot. Yet his nursemaid did not give up and continued to scold him. On that day, worn down from constantly having to go to the battlefield, while everyone around him kept pressing him to marry, Ian remembered that he had received a marriage proposal right then. At the time, he had only glanced through the letter before handing it to the butler, and he barely remembered it anymore. He searched his memory for clues and tried to recall more. It seemed the girl's name had been written in that letter. "Your name is Rose Brumia?" Ian asked. It seemed that was what had been written there. It felt as though he had met her once before, but why could he not clearly remember her face? Ian thought to himself. He had not expected her to be this strange. And on top of that, this girl's husband was him? It was hard to believe. The Duke clenched his hand against the chair. This absurd matter could wait until later. Things had become more complicated now. So she was that person, his legitimate fiancée, and yet he could not even remember her properly. "In that case, you know who I am too, don't you?" Ian asked awkwardly as he looked at Larita. Larita nodded at that. Of course she did. There was no way she wouldn't know. Even so, he could not let her get caught up in this mess. That was what he thought, but the words that came out were stern. "Don't you accept things too easily? If that's the case, then you'll become my accomplice, even knowing I'm a traitor." That was right. He was now a criminal, a sinner. No delicate noble lady would want to get involved with someone troublesome and guilty like that. No, that was simply the truth. Ian stated it plainly. Larita lowered her head in silence, but she understood everything he said. The man before her was currently under condemnation. Even if the truth was that he had tried to rebel, the sympathy she had felt earlier could not simply be taken back. Once he was fully recovered, she would not care whether he ran away or hid somewhere. That was what Larita thought. She wanted to keep this title that existed more in name than reality, but she also did not want to get involved in trouble. She simply wanted to go on living quietly and anonymously here in this abandoned manor. Even so, more than one or two of her plans had already gone wrong. Larita calmly said, "First, I can no longer have this house all to myself." Hearing Larita suddenly say that, Ian turned to look at her and unexpectedly burst into laughter. What a strange woman. What in the world was she concerned about? Thud. He let himself sink back into the chair and draped an arm over his forehead. He was honestly speechless. Talking with her made him feel completely drained. Peeking through half-open eyes, he muttered, "That's true." But just a few hours earlier, he had been climbing a mountain to avoid other people's eyes. The moment the war ended, he had been hunted down. Ian recalled the scene deep within the dense mountain forest. He had done everything he could just to keep going. He wanted to take revenge on the aide who had betrayed him, but the people the Duke family was responsible for appeared in his mind. "I have to find their whereabouts quickly," he had told himself. And now, here in this room, sitting before a warm fireplace, exchanging strange conversations with a strange woman, the heat in his head had cooled. Ian calmed down and gradually realized something. With a body this ruined, unable to move properly, there was nothing he could do for a while. Though he did not want to, he had to admit it, and he was clear-headed enough to know it. He had been somewhat late in saying thank you, but Ian suddenly turned and spoke to Larita. Though belated, he sincerely appreciated her for saving him, tending to his wound, and for all those things that had made him feel much better. "You can say that after you've recovered," Larita replied gently. "As far as I can see, you haven't completely escaped death yet." She did not forget to remind him of that with goodwill. It was true. His wound was extremely serious. The poison had remained in his body for a long time, and treatment had also been delayed. Hearing her sincere warning, Ian stared blankly for a moment, then could not help laughing again. I knew you'd react like that." Because he laughed, the wound hurt again, and he clutched his chest as he cried out. They had only just met, and yet why did she feel so familiar? Could it be because this house he had longed for was not supposed to have anyone this warm in it? He thought. "There's something I'm curious about," Ian suddenly said. Larita had just tucked a blanket over him. He smiled. "If I recover completely, I'll tell you right away." Larita spoke of the world she was in. What kind of person was a sword master? First, one had to be able to sense magical power. If one could feel the flow of magical power running through a sword, then the first sword master, Elliot von Hutt, had said that the change would become the most visibly clear. That was the most basic aspect of the sword. In a battle between sword masters, victory and defeat were usually determined by the difference in the amount of magical power in their swords, because they had already mastered the use of magic. The second point was how to regulate the internal power within one's own body. Regulating the internal power within the body meant being able to control one's own body. Physical ability, including all 5 senses, would improve and wounds would heal more quickly. Even wounds as severe as fatal bruising from cactus bone, swords would ultimately recover at great speed. At that moment, in a small room, Ian was lying on the bed, and then he slowly opened his eyes. At that point, she thought that could only mean one thing. Ian really was. In the kitchen, Larita said, "What should we cook today?" By then, a week had already passed since Ian arrived there. Larita was in the kitchen, with ingredients laid out beside her. She thought, his condition seems to be gradually improving. At that moment, she picked up a potato and thought, the fever has gone down now, so I should choose foods that are easier to digest. Then Larita quickly took out the rest of the ingredients and thought, in that case, I should make vegetable soup. After that, she continued thinking, though the ingredients here are already running a little low. Larita pulled on her hat and stepped out of the room, carrying some potatoes and carrots. She had been getting ready to go outside. After coming down from the storage area, Larita headed for the kitchen and placed the things she had prepared on the table. At that moment, her fur coat slipped to the floor. Moving briskly, Larita sliced carrots. As she held the carrot pieces in her hand, she looked out the window and thought, it's winter now. Then Larita looked outside. It was snowing, and surprise appeared on her face. After that, she picked up the bowl containing the ingredients she had already prepped and went into the cooking area. As she walked, Larita thought, in the middle of winter, I won't be able to go down to the village, so I need to buy ingredients and stock up in the storeroom beforehand. Then she continued thinking, the snow still hasn't fallen heavily, so I need to go early. At that moment, Larita looked around eagerly and said, then where should I start? She then put the carrots, vegetables, and onions into the pot. As she sautéed them, she said, first, lightly sauté the vegetables so they don't absorb too much. A little while later, Larita lifted the pot and continued. Next, add wine, yeast, and seasoning to deepen the flavor. As she worked, she thought, it's a shame there isn't enough protein. I'll need to pour in boiling water and stew the vegetables thoroughly. The moment that thought crossed her mind, she immediately got to work. Larita poured boiling water into the pot and continued thinking, it would be nice if I could find better ingredients. But there's no helping it. I'll just have to add the remaining vegetables too. As she stirred, she said, this time it'll probably only be enough for one serving. Then Larita continued, I'll do my best to make it delicious. Suddenly, she turned around in surprise when she saw Ian, wrapped in a blanket, standing beside her. With a friendly expression, Ian stared at Larita. Seeing that, she looked at him blankly and asked, you're awake? When Ian saw that expression on her face, he lowered his voice to keep from laughing, because her reaction made her look exactly like a startled, bewildered cat. The moment she noticed his attitude, she thought, what is that expression supposed to mean? He had appeared silently on purpose like that. Ian then asked, your reaction makes it seem like you're not pleased. But Larita answered, no, I am. Do you enjoy teasing people like this? After that, he sighed and replied, when I woke up, I found I could already walk. Then a faint fragrance drifted into Ian's nose, and the moment he smelled it, he thought, that smells delicious. Right after that, he asked her, what are you making? Hearing Ian's question, Larita looked toward the soup pot and answered, it's vegetable soup. It'll be good for your digestion. Then Ian looked at her and said, is there anything I can help with? Larry looked around for a moment without saying anything. Then she turned toward him and said, oh. What she did next was something he truly had not expected. She pointed directly at his still painful wound. The moment it was touched, he cried out, ow, ow. Then Larita looked at him, clutching his wound in pain, and said, and you're planning to help someone else in that condition? I absolutely refuse. Right after that, she immediately turned away. Ian touched his wound, then looked back at her and said, even so, you shouldn't point there. Then he suddenly looked at Larita and asked, are you smiling? At that moment, Larita picked up the tray and started up the stairs. What? She said. As soon as she opened the door, she turned back, stopped smiling, and answered, I am smiling. Seeing that, he stood there blankly for a long moment before saying, "Hey." Just then, Larita kept walking and said, "What is it? Isn't it normal for people to smile? Or what?" She continued while he still stood there in a daze. "Maybe that's all it is." When she saw Ian still standing there dumbfounded, Larita called out, "Why are you just standing there? Come here already. Come." As the two of them sat at the table together, Ian finished his soup completely and set down his spoon. At that moment, Larita was intently watching him eat. Her gaze left him confused. Right after that, Larita looked down at Ian's empty bowl and said, "Finished already? There's still more." Ian immediately replied, "It tasted very good. Thank you for the meal." Then he thought, "I really did my best, but I still can't finish all of it." Looking at the pot of food, Ian thought, "It's clearly just an ordinary meal." Then he continued thinking, "But somehow, I can feel her warmth and sincerity in it." Resting a hand on the table, Ian reflected this strange feeling. Soon after, Ian let out a sigh and propped his face on his hand, thinking gloomily, "I want to show her how grateful I am too, but I don't know how to say it." While Ian was agonizing over it, "Damn this useless mouth of mine," Larita, beside him, looked at him with great satisfaction and thought, "What should I do next?" Then Ian suddenly said, "Ah." He abruptly stood up, thinking, "This is my chance." At that moment, Ian picked up the bowl and asked, "What should I do with this bowl after eating?" Ian continued asking what he should do next. The moment she saw what he was doing, Larita frowned in displeasure and thought, "If he's trying to work." She quickly replied to Ian, "What exactly are you planning to do by asking that?" Then, with an annoyed expression, she thought, "I'll stab him in the stomach one more time if I have to." As Ian got up, intending to carry the dishes away, he noticed Larita's displeased face. The instant he saw that expression on Larita's face, Ian quickly sat back down and fell silent. Then he thought, "Good grief, I can't move at all now." Meanwhile, Larita picked up the tray, stood, and said, "I'll clean up and be right back." As soon as Larita left the room and closed the door, Ian was left sitting there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. He looked down at the chair cushion in front of him and thought, come to think of it, there was only one cushioned chair on the first floor. Then Ian sighed, looked at it, and continued thinking, and this one was brought down from the second floor. Ian slowly rose from the chair and thought, I have to recover first. Only then can I help her. In his hand was a sparkling necklace. Looking at it, he went on, other than helping with her work. Is this the only thing I can do? Sitting in the chair, Ian clenched the necklace in his hand and blankly thought of a way to help her. The fastest way would be to clear my name sooner, even if only a little sooner. Suddenly the door opened, and Ian looked at the person slowly entering and said, There's something I want to tell you. Larita set a teacup on the table and calmly asked, Then what is it that you want to say? Ian fell silent for a moment before speaking. What I'm about to say may sound a little absurd. It may be the kind of thing that's hard to believe right away. Depending on how it sounds, you may even find it impossible to accept. Larita sat down in the chair opposite Ian and held her teacup in her hand as she thought, what is he being so hesitant about? Ian swallowed, organized his thoughts, and said, I am the traitor. Ian tightly clenched both hands and thought to himself, I've said it. Now it all depends on how she accepts it. After hearing Ian speak, Larita set her teacup down on the table and let out a small ah. Then she thought, so it's finally come to this. I'd already guessed it, but hearing it directly and confirming it really does feel different. Looking at Ian in front of her, Larita continued thinking, right now he's sitting before me dressed this simply, but he is the sole master of one of the Empire's ducal houses. And on top of that, I've heard the scale of his wealth and his order of knights rivals, even the imperial family. If someone would frame a duke like that, Larita suddenly asked, was this done by the imperial family? Then she thought, I had guessed the imperial family was like that, but I didn't expect them to calmly turn their backs on the empire like this. Hearing Larita ask that, Ian looked surprised and asked her in return, You believe what I'm saying? Ian thought to himself, could it be? Still, I didn't think she'd consider it unrelated. Seeing Larita remain calm and say nothing, Ian let out a long breath and thought, so that's not it either. Then he continued, at the very least, I'm sure of that. Larita suddenly asked, Do you have any proof? Ian answered, Well, my subordinate betrayed me and attacked. He said things that implied the imperial family was involved. Ian then paused and held out a necklace set with a sparkling sapphire blue gem. Seeing it, Larita said, "It looks very expensive. Is it a necklace? You carry something like that around with you?" Ian replied, "It's made from dragon tears." Hearing that it was made from dragon tears, Larita's eyes widened in shock. Dragon tears? Dragons are a rare race that live in a realm humans cannot reach and cannot even see. But sometimes dragons appear because they cannot withstand their own magical power and they end up harming humans. Ordinary dragons never interfere in the human world. From the beginning, lowly dragons aren't even considered part of the same race, so humans must punish them. But the opponent is still a dragon. The only existence capable of stopping one is a sword master, an existence of special importance. The body of a slain dragon contains magical power in every part and produces many special effects. Everything about it is extraordinarily valuable. Among them, the tears shed when a dragon stops breathing are the rarest treasure of all. Dragon tears, Larita said. Ian, seeming to understand her question, explained, "If someone drinks it, they can speak only the truth. There are only 2 dragon tears left in the world now. One is a treasure of my family." Holding her teacup, Larita took a huge gulp and thought, there are only 2 in the whole world? Anyone would already be grateful just to have one. Still, Larita tilted her head and asked Ian, "Do you normally carry such a precious treasure around with you?" Then she tilted her head the other way, thinking more importantly, what does that have to do with a royal family framing him? Noticing Larita's confusion, Ian said, "I think I understand what you're suspicious of. The reason I carried this with me is that it's the second piece of evidence proving the imperial family ordered my assassination." Even after hearing that, Larita still looked puzzled. Ian gripped the necklace tightly in his hand and continued, "When I left the battlefield, someone advised me to make sure I took this with me. That person was His Highness the Crown Prince. At the time, I didn't know why, but His Highness did." After saying that, Ian stood and adjusted his collar, then continued, "If I survive, this will be the only way to clear my name." Larita turned toward Ian and said, "I don't really understand. If that's the case, then they shouldn't have framed you in the first place, should they?" Ian gripped his clothes tightly. "I believe." Then he looked out the window and continued, "This is what's best for His Highness the Crown Prince." Larita stared at Ian for a while. Then she stood up, walked closer to him, and asked, "So how are you going to use it to clear your name?" Instead of answering directly, Ian suddenly asked, "There still hasn't been an invitation sent, right?" Larita nodded, and Ian continued, "I've come up with a plan. Hundreds of years ago, the Lhasa Empire was established with the unification of the continent. Since then, the nobles have been a constant headache. That headache was the rebellions caused by nobles from many different countries. So, to rebuild a sense of unity, they came up with various methods. One of them was that on the anniversary of the nation's founding, invitations to the imperial family's banquet would be sent to every house. When spring comes, the invitations arrive." Ian explained to Larita, "That day, I'll take your invitation and go to the banquet." He glanced at her and gave a faint smile. "If it's a grand ball attended by all the nobles, then the dragon tears can prove my innocence in front of everyone." Larita asked back, "Is that really possible?" He replied, "If I can enter the banquet safely, then afterward His Highness the Crown Prince may be able to help me. And besides, there's something else I'm thinking. If I plan to enter the capital, my body has to recover completely first. If I want to get in unnoticed, I'll have to deal with the guards nearby too." "Wait," Larita thought. Then she asked him, "Later, are you planning to take the invitation and go alone?" Ian explained that if they went together and failed, she would be in danger too, even though, deep down, he thought going with her would be ideal. If the duchess of a family accused of treason showed up, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. "Even if I go alone without my wife beside me, the gatekeepers will still be suspicious." He swallowed hard, still uneasy about his own plan. Then he told Larita that if he failed while she remained here, she could avoid trouble by saying the invitation had been stolen. Larita moved closer to Ian, watching him as he calculated everything, and then fell into thought. "What should I do? We could just go together. But I can't bring myself to say first, 'Let me help you.' Rose will definitely be there too." As she thought that, her hand reached out and gripped the doorknob tightly. They might meet. If everything goes well, and your Grace's charge is cleared, and he returns to the place that was originally his. Larita lifted her gaze toward Ian and accidentally met his eyes. But she continued thinking, then the person beside him won't be me. To nobles, an illegitimate child is a disgusting existence. I've heard that my whole life. Deep down, she knew the man in front of her was mistaking her for Rose Brumer, not Larita, an illegitimate daughter. She tormented herself. Even if she hid her identity and helped Ian, in the end the one who would benefit would be the real Rose. Her eyes lowered, and a trace of sadness flickered across her beautiful face. She knew she shouldn't ask anything more about the plan. She said to Ian, "I understand. You've thought it all through." Then she opened the door and stepped outside. "I have something to do, so I'll return to my room first." Larita ran back to her room, leaving Ian staring after her in confusion. He wondered if he had said something wrong. Watching her disappear into the hallway, he could clearly tell she was avoiding him. But why? If his plan succeeded, she would become a duchess everyone envied. He had thought it would be better to tell her the plan, but apparently things weren't that simple. Still, she had looked a little downcast. Was I wrong? He wondered. Sometime later, at the front door, Larita stood holding a wooden box. She was already wearing a fur coat that looked very warm. A voice asked, "Are you going out?" Larita turned toward the sound. It was Ian. He had a thin blanket draped over himself, his arms wrapped tightly around his body as he walked over. Larita said, "It's getting colder and colder. I'm going to boil some hot water." Ian took hold of the wooden box and said, "This time, let me do it." Larita answered in surprise, but immediately frowned in displeasure. Who lets a patient do something like that? But contrary to her worry, Ian thought he shouldn't keep obsessing over his wound. He could handle something like this. Larita argued, "It's freezing outside. Even your clothes are all worn out." Ian said, "I'm a sword master, so I'll be fine. Besides, can't you tell I'm much better now?" Larita snatched the wooden box back from his hands. "Stop joking around here. If the person taking care of the patient doesn't know that much, then what can she do? And you don't even know how far the valley is." She told herself she absolutely could not let him follow her, then quickly yanked open the door and rushed outside. Ian called after her from behind, but she said she was going alone, so he shouldn't follow. In no time at all, she had vanished. He turned the handle and pushed the door open. A gust of cold wind and bright light rushed in, making him quickly raise a hand to shield his eyes. Snow? He wondered. In front of him was Larita, running laboriously over the pure white snow. Under the sunlight, she struggled forward one step at a time. Her whole body swayed as if she might fall. She panted in exhaustion. Ian laughed brightly. Her speed was practically that of a turtle. The area around them was covered in white snow, piled high everywhere. "I can't let her go alone." He quickened his pace and followed after her. Larita carried a wooden bucket and trudged through the snow with heavy, crunching steps. As she walked, panting, she thought, "Huff, all this snow. Even so, he won't be able to catch up at this rate." Larita kept walking, just a little farther, just a little more, but she didn't realize that Ian was already following right behind her. Suddenly, Larita heard footsteps behind her. She spun around. No way. When she saw Ian, her eyes widened in shock. Ian looked flustered. Larita said, "Your Grace, it's cold. Why are you following me?" Ian hurriedly replied, "This." The scene shifted. The two of them were now by a lake covered with a great deal of snow, one standing and one sitting. Larita sat there resting her chin on her hand, still stunned. Standing beside her, Ian awkwardly asked, "You're not angry, are you?" Without looking at Ian, Larita asked in return, "Why would I be?" Hearing that, Ian looked away and thought that's why. Suddenly, Larita lifted the wooden bucket full of water and stood up. She said, "You can go back now, Your Grace." But there was no Ian beside her anymore. Larita thought, what? Did he already go back first? Larita was startled. No way. Did he fall in the water? I told him he was sick and shouldn't come outside. One idiot. She turned around and saw Ian tightly holding a wriggling green fish and looking at her. Ian said, "This." Before he could finish, Larita quickly said, "No, I mean you jumped straight into the snow like that. Are you all right?" Ian walked up onto the bank with the fish in hand. His shoes made a crunching sound against the snow. Ian asked, "Why is that your first question?" Larita replied, "Because this is the first time in my life I've ever seen someone catch a fish with his bare hands." Ian immediately said, "It was my first time doing it too." Larita sighed and thought, if he stays in the water too long, something's bound to happen. After skewering the fish onto a small branch, Ian said, "Now, I'll carry it for you. You carried it on the way here, so now it's only fair that I carry it." Larita replied, "You really do have a talent for saying ridiculous things with a straight face." The two of them both reached for the wooden bucket full of water. Larita said, "Can't you see this thing is full of water?" Gripping the bucket, she said, "Could you let go already?" Ian held on tightly and answered, "No." Then Larita noticed the fish flopping around. She froze for a second, pressing her lips together to suppress a laugh. Seeing that, Ian gave the bucket a sudden tug. Larita couldn't react in time, lost her grip, and the bucket tipped over, dumping all the water onto Ian. Larita stared at the completely drenched Ian in panic as water dripped from him. "Oh no, Your Grace, are you all right?" Ian, soaked from head to toe without a single dry spot, replied, "I'm fine. I'm Euphina." But as soon as he said that, he sneezed several times, sending Larita into a panic. "What do we do? Let's hurry back. What if you catch cold?" You'd only just started recovering. Once they returned home, the two of them sat beside the blazing fireplace. Larita was the first to speak awkwardly. "I'm truly sorry, Your Grace." Ian smiled brightly and cheerfully said, "Sitting by the fire will warm me up, so it's fine." In the middle of speaking, Ian suddenly sneezed. Larita covered her face miserably. That was because the fish looked so ridiculous. The moment he heard that, Ian picked up the fish and gave it a little shake. This one, Ian held it up with a flourish, making Larita think, why does this man look like a bear clutching a fish? Ian trembled slightly as he tried to hold back his laughter. Don't laugh. But apparently he couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. "Ha ha," Ian said, "I mean, you like this fish, right?" Larita replied, "The issue isn't the fish. Don't push that onto me." Larita stood up and said, "Anyway, you're the one who's good at cooking, so it should be shared with the patient." Ian answered, "That doesn't sound like such a noble thought." Larita replied to Ian, "No, it's just that we've been eating the same kinds of dishes over and over, so it's been on my mind." She continued, "This is my first time cooking fish, so I don't know whether it will suit your taste." A trace of delight flickered across Ian's face. Come to think of it, they had been calling to each other this whole time, without ever using names. Ian called out, "We've been together for a while now, but we still call each other instead of using our names. Putting it this way feels a little strange." Ian pushed himself up with one hand and continued, "But from the start, we were husband and wife." As he spoke, Ian walked closer to Larita. "How about calling each other by our real names now, my lady?" Hearing that, Larita flinched and stepped back. Her body trembled, her face flushed red, and she thought to herself, "By name?" Ian rose from his chair, straightened, and looked at her with eyes full of expectation, waiting to hear her name. But Larita lowered her head, hesitating. What should she do? All this time, she had avoided saying his name by every means possible. All she could do was remain silent. She lifted her eyes to look at him, her heart full of confusion. He wondered why she wasn't saying anything and was standing there so quietly. So he took a few more steps closer and, with some hesitation, asked, "What's wrong, huh?" But Larita didn't let him finish the last word. Instead, she shouted decisively no. It startled him so badly that he froze in place. Her voice trembled, as if she were suppressing something too painful to say aloud. "Just as I thought. That name." He didn't understand what she meant. Meanwhile, she was caught in anxious thoughts. Even if she couldn't reveal that she was Larita, was he going to call her Rose? She hated that name. A deep awkwardness flooded Ian's mind. Without realizing it, she stepped backward and tripped over something sticking up from the floor. She lost her balance and fell hard, hitting the ground with a loud thud. Her leg seemed to be injured, and she looked to be in real pain. Ian looked at her with concern and asked, "Larita, are you all right?" Larita cried out, "Don't come any closer." Ian hesitated and stopped himself from going to help her. As she struggled to get up, her mind was in turmoil. She kept repeating to herself, "Rose, Rose, Rose, damn Rose. Haven't I suffered enough because of you already? How much longer are you going to cling to me?" Even so, I can't let her be startled like that either. The pain made her hands shake as she tried to prop herself up. She pulled her skirt down to cover her injured leg, then forced herself upright. Tears seemed to have started falling too. She thought, he must think I'm strange. "Calm down. First, I need to get away." She limped past him and said, "I'll prepare the meal, so please rest." Ian didn't answer right away. Instead, he wondered, how did this turn out like this? Just a moment ago, the atmosphere had been fine. He turned toward the direction she was walking and reached out, wanting to stop Larita. But he hesitated and said, "It looks like you fell pretty hard. Should I come with you?" Larita reacted as if she had a sixth sense. Feeling that he was about to catch hold of her, she flung his hand away from behind her. She turned around to face him, frustration and anger filling her face. Clenching both hands, she shouted, "Just leave me alone. Since earlier, all you wanted to say, next time, just help me then." But Ian didn't know how to respond. He stood still before Larita's reaction. Then she continued, "Even if it's only for a little while, just leave me alone." The moment she finished speaking, the wind blew the window ajar, and the season's last snowfall came sweeping in, icy cold. That only made the distance between them feel even stranger. Larita was so cold that her breath came out in white puffs, and her mood seemed to calm a little. She said softly, "This is enough," then quickly turned away, wanting to leave the room as fast as possible. Ian stood there blankly, saying nothing. Clenching his fist, he wondered. Asking to switch from formal address to names was perfectly normal. Did she hate the idea of getting close to a traitor like me? But then again, she'd been indifferent from the moment we first met. He stopped thinking and finally spoke aloud before she disappeared from his sight completely. "I'll wait until you've calmed down. Then let's talk again." She stopped short at the doorway, listening to every word. But she buried her thoughts deep in her heart, opened the door, and left. The sound of the door closing rang out. Now Ian was alone in the room, murmuring, what on earth happened to make her like that? Larita didn't know how she had managed to make it back to her room. All she knew was that unconsciously, she had staggered her way over, dragging her injured leg to a corner before collapsing onto the floor. She covered her face with both hands and cried silently, then let out a bitter laugh at the irony of her own situation. Haha, even after leaving the Brumier estate and living freely in this villa for several months, I still can't forget Rose's face. She tormented me so cruelly. It's a blessing I didn't die. Even now, the memory of the first time I met Rose is still vivid. Larita's memories came rushing back to 11 years ago. That was when she met Rose Brumier. Rose was 9 years old then, while Larita Brumier was 8. The first time she saw Rose, she saw an older sister with red hair, freckles on her cheeks, and pale skin, the signature features of the Brumier family. Rose was wearing a lovely pink dress that flared out prettily. Larita, on the other hand, wore only an old brown dress, shabby and torn. One of little Larita's hands clutched the trousers of the man standing beside her. She looked frightened and uneasy. That alone was enough to show how vastly different the lives of the two girls of the same age were. Larita thought. Rose shone brightly. She belonged to a different class from me. A lovely older sister raised in love. I understood that, Rose. Anyone would hate having a little sister as shabby as me. Maybe that was why the only feelings I could ever have toward Rose were negative ones. Resentment, Rose's contempt, and hatred directed at the wrong person. The day Count Brumer, the father of both girls, brought Larita home to meet Rose, and her mother, was also the day hope began in Larita, only to quickly wither away. Rose, as a child, was a crybaby. Her father always protected and defended her. Larita, on the other hand, despite bearing the title of his daughter, was always treated coldly and discriminated against. Larita wondered. The truth is that Count Brumier was the one who committed adultery, but I was the only one made to suffer for it. I tried my best to become close to Rose, but in return she accused me of stealing her necklace, and the whole family looked down on me. 8-year-old Larita endured so many hidden grievances while growing up. Her sky-blue eyes were filled with sorrow. Larita returned to the present. Muttering to herself, she said, I suffered so much torment. I still remember it clearly. Back then, Rose. No, this won't do. Calm down, Larita. I was too startled and emotional. She stood up and brushed the dust from her clothes. Although she was still a little unsteady, she pushed those memories aside and went back to work. She started listing everything she needed to do. There was a lot to do at the mountain villa in winter, and she couldn't keep living in the past like this. I need to prepare the meal before the sun sets. I have to eat well and live well just to show her. But she felt guilty for leaving him behind like that. If she kept avoiding him out of oversensitivity, wasn't that just like Rose, who always took her anger out on her for no reason? Still hesitating, she walked back toward the room where Ian was, forcing herself to say in her mind, Please call me Rose. For now, that would be better for both of them. Just as she reached the foot of the stairs, she ran into Ian as he stepped out of the room. He looked surprised, then carefully approached her. Larita spoke first. You've come out? Just then, Ian lifted a hand to signal her not to speak. His eyes swept around the house while his ears strained to catch a sound. Wait. His eyes scanned the house, and his ears sharpened, listening. Someone's footsteps could be heard on the wooden floor outside the front door. Looking tense, Ian whispered, "I hear footsteps." Loretta clapped a hand over her own mouth, her eyes turning toward the front door as well. They heard a man's voice from outside. "It's strangely quiet in there." Ian and Loretta both thought at once. Who could it be? Did someone come to deliver an invitation? The two stood side by side. Ian stared toward the door, while Loretta thought, the foundation anniversary is in early spring, so the invitation, wouldn't they at least wait until the snow melts before delivering it? Someone seemed to be standing right outside. Suddenly, loud knocking pounded against the door. A voice called out, "Is anyone inside?" Loretta jumped and turned to look. Both of them stared at the door. Ian was still fixed on it. Loretta thought, "I can't let them discover he's here." Ian immediately turned back, as if he had realized the situation too. A grand and splendid ducal residence came to mind, with the Duke and soldiers standing before it. A rumor that a man was inside the Duke family's villa, even if it reached the ears of the royal family, would surely lead someone to investigate. Loretta thought she couldn't allow that to happen. She gave a small nod, and Ian seemed to understand what he had to do next. Then Loretta turned and hurried away, not forgetting to whisper instructions to Ian. "Let me go out first and see what's going on. Please hide somewhere." From outside came another call. "There's someone in there, right?" Loretta hurried toward the door and answered. "Who is it?" Hearing her reply, the voice outside said again, "Oh, there really is someone. Could you open the door a little? I'm from a government office." Loretta walked up to the door and paused. A government office? She reached out and opened it. Click! The door opened. Outside stood a man. Hearing the door, he turned his head. Seeing Loretta open the door, he looked a little surprised and let out a no. Standing behind the half-open door, Loretta asked the man, "What is it?" The man standing before Loretta said in a loud voice, "We're conducting a nationwide census this time, under imperial order. Our government office is simply carrying out those orders." Then he went on, "However, didn't a herbalist say he saw a woman climbing this mountain?" As he spoke, Loretta tightened her grip on the door handle and sized him up. He sure does have a loose mouth. After hearing him out, Loretta thought to herself, in truth, tax collection only really applies within organized communities like villages. And people living alone in a place like this can usually be overlooked if needed. The man's face twisted into a sly grin. He thought, that herbalist praised the appearance of the woman living here, so I came. And as expected, at once, Loretta grabbed the doorknob and tried to shut the door. Looking at him, she said, "I live here alone. Is that enough?" Before Loretta could close it, his arm blocked the door. "Wait." Sweat broke out on her back as she asked, "What is it?" The man kept one hand on the door handle and grinned. "On the way here, I saw 2 sets of footprints leading this way." His words made Loretta freeze in fear. "This is bad. I thought no one would climb the mountain while the snow was piled this high." She had let her guard down. Loretta quickly recovered and said, "As you said, a herbalist passed through here. It's been a long time since I had a visitor, so I treated him a little." The man still wouldn't let her close the door, his hand holding it fast. He made a rough sound in his throat, causing her to step back, and she asked, "Is there anything else?" They struggled over the door, but he was determined to come in and inspect the place. "I need to be certain whether there's anyone else here. I'll just step inside for a moment." With that, he barged straight into the house. Loretta hurried after him and angrily said, "What do you think you're doing right now?" Shamelessly, he replied, "Come on now, I've worked hard to make it all the way up here. You should at least bring me some tea." He quickly entered the sitting room, then looked back over his shoulder at her and deliberately said in a loud voice, "Now, then, nothing in the sitting room." Then he spun around so suddenly that she couldn't react in time. Suspiciously, he said, "Could there be someone in the kitchen?" Loretta hurried after him, glancing around anxiously. "I hope he's hidden well." Then suddenly there was a rattling noise. It drew the man's attention at once. He turned toward the source of the sound and asked, "What's that?" Hearing it, Loretta felt a stab of unease. It had clearly come from the kitchen. She hurried there first. Thud, 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 thud. Loretta reached the source of the noise. There was a faint sound from outside the window. Loretta was startled to see Ian out there, but he had broken through the window and jumped out. He had fallen, and his body was lying among the broken pieces of wood. His hand pressed against the wound at his side, and he let out a strange sound from the pain. Loretta ran to the window. Remembering the staircase she had sawed apart, she thought, that's the staircase set outside the window for storage. He stepped on it without knowing. Suddenly, the man's voice made her jump. What was that sound? He moved closer to her. She looked back over her shoulder, but her heart pounded wildly with worry. This won't do. She swallowed hard and prepared to think of a way out. Then it came to her, from this angle, there was a path around the back alley. So she quickly grabbed the knife nearby and began slashing it through the air again and again, pretending to chase away birds while cursing nonstop. You damn quails. The man's face turned pale at her behavior, and he stepped back. Larita continued cursing. Winter's here, and they keep slipping in over and over. I need to kill them all and dry the seeds. She shouted, I'll kill every last one of them. Hearing that from inside, Ian lay there frozen, not daring to move. Larita closed her eyes for a moment, calculating. Is that still not enough? Then she thrust her upper body forward and shouted, wait, there's still one over there, isn't there? She kept the knife in her hand and deliberately raised her voice toward the man. I have to go outside and kill them all. Larita sprang up as if to run outside, but she was still holding the knife and she was heading toward him. The sight frightened him badly. Trembling, he thought, her personality is nothing like her appearance. Larita raised the knife with a sharp swish. Her threatening voice seemed to say, what now? What are you still trying to do? There's nothing to see here, is there? Sweat broke out on him as he thought, she's not right in the head at all. Larita pressed the advantage. She narrowed her eyes fiercely. Still holding the knife, she glared at him, blazing with anger, while he shrank back warily, too frightened to do anything rash. I thought she was so beautiful I might have some fun, but a woman who can live alone in an old house like this clearly has her reasons. Even that herbalist's judgment was way off. Fearful now, he softened his tone and tried to negotiate. Please put that down first. Seizing the chance, Larita drove him out. Her body tensed as she barked, if not, I might just go mad and hack everything up. Get lost. Terrified, he hurried outside. Stammering, he answered, all right, I'm going. At that moment, Larita shouted after him, if you bother me again, next time I'll stick this straight into the back of your neck. The man hurried away at once, breathing a sigh of relief. He kept glancing back over his shoulder as he left, muttering, what rotten luck. Just try lurking around me again. After driving him off, Larita panted heavily in exhaustion. That was really dangerous. Larita went over and opened the door to check one more time, making sure he was really gone. Then she said he's gone. After that, drained of strength, she slammed the door shut. Lariat quietly climbed in through the window, thinking he had already left. Frightened, she remained standing there, one hand gripping the doorknob. Lariat slowly moved forward. The room fell silent. Ian stood there, looking at Lariat. Lariat leaned her head against the now-closed door and breathed wearily, trying to calm herself down. Her hand was still holding the knife. Ian Reinhardt slowly walked up behind her, but not knowing what to say, he simply stood there watching her. Then, at last, Ian made an effort, trying to rescue the awkward atmosphere. He spoke up. It seems you don't like cats. Lariat, still hanging her head and facing the door, replied, no, I do like them. Ian Reinhardt continued, you like cats? Did a cat pass by, or something? I didn't see any cats at all. Lariette Brumier answered, they only show up once in a while. After saying that, she reminded herself inwardly. First of all, put the knife away. Lariat walked to the kitchen and put the knife back where it belonged. Feeling awkward, she thought, I can feel his gaze on me. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Ian Reinhardt. He immediately shifted his eyes elsewhere, pretending not to know what had just happened. Lariat kept staring at him, while he no longer dared to look back at her. His face flushed slightly red with embarrassment. Then she lowered her head and thought. An uninvited guest had arrived, and she had even missed the right moment to introduce her name. Since we come this far, I should just say it quickly. We've already passed the hardest part, so what is there left to be afraid of? Lariat clenched both hands tightly as she urged herself to speak, struggling against her own shyness. Brume, she finally forced out. Just call me Rosie. Ian stared blankly at her unexpected words, frowning in confusion as he let out a soft, Lariat lowered her gaze again and explained gently, I don't really like my name. That's all. I'm sorry for overreacting. A faint shadow of sadness crossed Lariat Brumier's face as she told herself inwardly that, in a way, it was also true. Lariette, a goddess born from beauty, yet marked by humility. A name of a female deity placed upon an ordinary woman, though according to legend, that goddess had lived an immoral life as if proving the circumstances of her birth, and in the end met a miserable death. It was a name all too fitting for an illegitimate child. What kind of parents would give their child a name like that? How could anyone like it? Besides, if she were an ordinary noblewoman, she would never marry an illegitimate child. If everything went well, Rose would stand beside him instead. Lariette recalled fragments of memory from the days she had spent with Ian Reinhardt, how she had taken care of him when he was sick, and how the two of them had carried things together across the frozen winter snow outside. Then she felt a pang of self-pity and murmured inwardly, "After everything we've shared during this time, can I at least protect this villa? Even if I have to be alone again, that's fine." Lariette stared at Ian Reinhardt, while inwardly she kept urging herself, "Come on, call me Rosie. If you do, then I can become Rose in this villa." Ian Reinhardt looked at Lariette in baffled surprise, but then he still replied, "All right, if you hate that name so much, then I won't insist." Lariette froze as she looked at him. Ian Reinhardt gave her a gentle smile and thought, if I call her by that name here and now, the distance that just grew smaller might become wide again. That was what he had wanted to say. As expected, she looked more at ease now. Then, to steer the conversation elsewhere and ease the stiffness in the room, he asked, "You haven't prepared a meal, have you? Then I suppose this time I'll have to do it. I just brought back some fresh fish." Ian Reinhardt immediately took the fish to prepare them. He rolled up his sleeves, turned back, and said with a grin, "You can look forward to it. I didn't spend all those years on the western coast, just learning how to swing a sword. War at sea is unpredictable. There are plenty of times when you can't return to land for days, and all you have around you is fish. In the end, every member learned how to cook and learned to cook well. The units would gather together to prepare ingredients, and when we argued over who had done better, the exhaustion of war seemed to fade away. But it hasn't even been that long since then, and yet it already feels so far away. From experience, the important thing in a situation like this is filleting. The key is to separate the flesh and the bones cleanly. The fish had already been trimmed neatly. After brushing it with a dark, salty sauce, all that's left is to lull it to sleep in the pan. Once the fish had been fully seasoned, he melted butter in a pan. Prepare the vegetables first. Winter butter doesn't spoil easily, so it's great. The butter smells wonderful, so sauté the vegetables in it. Once the surface of the fish is cooked, place it on a plate with green vegetables, lemon juice, and butter. That's how you complete a main dish without even needing an appetizer. Once he had finished cooking, Ian Reinhardt plated it beautifully, set it on the table, and said to Lariette, "All done." Then he pulled out a chair and invited her to sit. "Here, have a seat." Lariette looked at the fish on the plate in astonishment, thinking, Then she looked up at Ian Reinhardt and asked, "Why is there only one plate?" He thought to himself, I can't exactly say the fish were too small, so there was only enough for one portion. Then Ian Reinhardt answered awkwardly, "Actually, I don't really like fish." Lariette thought, he cooks this well even though he doesn't eat it? Even so, since he made it for me, I can't not eat it. Then she picked up the plate and knife and began to eat. Ian Reinhardt hesitantly asked, "Is it good?" Lariette's eyes suddenly lit up, clearly because the food was delicious, and she answered, It's been a long time since I've eaten something this tender." Hearing Lariette's satisfied answer, Ian let out a relieved sigh. He smiled with relief and happiness. Lariette looked up at Ian Reinhardt and thought, come to think of it, has anyone ever asked me whether food tasted good before? It feels wonderful to have someone care about what I like to eat. Lariette continued eating the meal Ian Reinhardt had cooked for her, while countless indescribable emotions rose within her. Until now, she had always hated the word family. Her first family, her birth mother, had been a terrible woman. The next countess had been unpleasant as well. And now, in the time to come, this man was to become her third family. So this is what family normally feels like. I really should ask for his name. At that moment, countless thoughts, questions, and urgings sprang up in Lariette's mind. Duke Ian Reinhardt looked out at the weather and thought, the snow keeps falling and melting, repeating that cycle over and over as winter passes away. A small cat came in from outside. It stopped in front of the house and meowed. Yesterday, Ian Reinhardt had been inside when he heard the cat crying, so he stretched and got up. He carried out a tray of cat food and said to the little cat, "Nobby, you're here already? Your mother is still asleep." The cat looked around as if trying to confirm Ian's words, then meowed again. Ian set the tray down in front of the kitten and said, "Here, this was caught yesterday." The little cat lowered its head to the tray, sniffed at the food, and began gobbling it down. It looked like it was eating with great appetite. Ian Reinhardt sat on the steps, watching the cat eat, and thought, for a cat that comes by this often for food, it feels like only yesterday my wife gave it that name. After Nabi cleaned the tray completely, it happily lifted its head, looked at Ian Reinhardt, and meowed. Seeing the cat's adorable behavior, Ian laughed and said, all right, so it was really good. Then he looked down at the ground and thought, the grass is starting to push up through the snow, but whenever the weather warms, the snow melts. For the first time, there were signs of life. At last, spring was on its way. The kitten, full from eating, lay down on the ground and relaxed, scratching at its whiskers. Lariette Brumier came out of the house and said, ahem, good morning. She walked over while combing her hair, then sat down on the steps right beside Ian Reinhardt. He greeted her back. Let me help you comb your hair. Lariette handed the comb in her hand to Ian and remarked, the weather is so nice this morning. As Ian Reinhardt combed Lariette Brumier's hair, he said, and Nabi came early too. Anyway, it's already been coming here for 3 days. Lately it feels even more attached. Down in the yard, the cat happily trod through the snow, leaving rows of paw prints. Then it plopped down on the ground again with an aloof attitude. Seeing it sit so far away from her, Lariette Brumier said, even so, a cat is still a cat. I worked so hard taking care of it, but it still won't stay beside me. Ian laughed, lightly patted Lariette Brumier on the head, and said, that's exactly it. Then Ian suddenly remembered something, turned around, plucked a flower that had sprouted through the snow, and said, look, the buds have started to sprout. Lariette was also surprised to see the flower. She said seriously, that flower isn't edible, you know. Ian was startled by her response. Helplessly, he thought, I meant for you to smell its fragrance. Seeing his troubled expression, Lariette Brumier asked, is there something you want to say to me? Seeing that she didn't understand his meaning, Ian could only answer, no, but he thought it felt rather flat. No matter how one looked at it, the change of seasons carried great meaning for the two of them. It marked the anniversary of the National Day celebration held at the beginning of spring. Because it took nobles a great deal of time to make suitable dresses, invitations were usually sent out more than a month in advance. Just then, while the two were talking, there came a knock from outside. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Is anyone here? Hearing the sound, both of them immediately turned toward the door. Lariette went out to open it. She received a letter, an invitation, and several items from the messenger. He said, yes, this is the invitation. I'll need a reply within a day. It could be done here as well. Duchess Lariette Bruma. Startled, she asked back, here. Then she lowered her head and wrote something on the paper. The messenger took it, nodded, and said, yes, it has been confirmed. After that, he stepped back, bowed, closed the door, and left. Lariette stood in the room, bewildered, thinking, Duchess? What Duchess? Unable to understand, she opened the letter to take a look. The contents read, to the beloved wife of Duke Reinhardt, dear Duchess Reinhardt. Seeing Lariette remain outside for so long, Ian wondered, are they calling Rose or me? So he finally went to the door to see what was going on. Ian walked over beside Lariette Brumier and asked, has the messenger left? Lariette nodded and handed the letter to Ian Reinhardt. Here. Ian Reinhardt took the letter and invitation from her hands and replied, yes, thank you. Lariette Brumier looked at the letter and thought, Duke Reinhardt. It's been a long time since I last read that title. It feels strange. Then he remembered the past. Back when he had still been in the palace, a maid had set food on the dining table and said, Your Grace, this is the fruit tea you requested. Ian, seated at the table, looked at the maid and answered, Thank you. The maid placed a tray on the table and said, These go very well with tea, cookies, pastries, and those famous chicken skewers, and had to wait in line for 3 hours at the night market. Hearing the servant explain the reason, Ian laughed and said, No wonder you were so late. The servant set each dish onto the table one by one and continued, When you're working, you should drink a nice sweet cup of tea. I prepared something that pairs well with it. Then he emerged from his thoughts, returned to reality, and thought, What am I doing when I don't even know how those households are surviving? At that thought, Ian crumpled the letter in his hand and said, Suddenly, I feel ashamed of myself. Seeing that he seemed downcast, Lariette Brumier hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Ian replied, The retainers, especially the workers, the people who have no personal ties. What are they doing now? Could they be starving? And yet until this damned invitation arrived, Suddenly he stopped. He lifted his head and stared at Lariette, thinking, I've only been leaning on this person. Seeing him suddenly staring at her, Lariette thought, what now? Is there something else? I've become more comfortable too, and here I am worrying about other people. I know he's already done his best. So Lariette Brumier walked over to Ian. Hesitantly, she came closer and reached her hand out toward him. Meanwhile, Ian thought, ever since coming to this villa, every day has been a day I shouldn't have died. As she approached, Lariette suddenly embraced Ian, startling him. Seeing how tense he was, Lariette said, Sure, I'm Fine. Still holding him, she patted Ian on the back to comfort him and said, The ball is not far off now. I made up my mind for some time already. There's something I've wanted to say. Please go with me to the Imperial Palace. Hearing that, Ian Reinhardt was stunned. He pushed Lariette away and exclaimed, What did you just say? Lariette answered gently, I've thought about it a lot. In the end, I can't go alone, not with an invitation addressed to the Duchess. Ian hesitated as well. What do you mean by that? Then he stopped and thought for a moment. After thinking it through carefully, Ian grasped Lariette by both arms and said firmly, Even so, I will go with you. Reinhardt held Lariette Brumier tightly by the arms, looked straight in her eyes, and said seriously, Didn't I tell you why we must not go together? If we fail, it could harm you. And not just you. His voice rose as he gripped her shoulders more forcefully. The Brumier Count family could be destroyed as well. His heart was in turmoil, but he was sincerely trying to advise her. So you can't come with me. Stay here. We will not go together. Lariette Brumier stared blankly into his eyes, then fell silent, helpless before his words. The Count family being destroyed? What was so terrible about that? She lowered her gaze to the letter he was still tightly clutching and let out a sigh. Do you think I'm doing this because I'm worried about you? Reinhardt leaned back against the chair. That's right, isn't it? Lariette Brumier explained. The ducal house you want to reclaim belongs to me now as well. Her heart was also full of bitterness as she looked at him. So I have a duty to help you succeed in this. Even as the Count only looked at her in silence, Lariette Brumier took the letter from his hand and held it tightly to her chest. Resolutely, she said, Shouldn't we try living in luxury at least once before we die? After saying that, she opened the invitation bearing the castle emblem. She missed the past terribly. Her heart felt unbearably uneasy. I want to try wearing splendid dresses too. Lariette Brumier hugged the invitation tightly to her chest and lowered her head. I want to be attended by servants beneath dazzling lights, in a manner befitting a ducal house. But Reinhardt continued to stare at her without blinking. Actually, I hate this shabby house tucked away at the edge of the mountain. And then she was about to say something more, but speaking those words while looking straight at his face made her feel shy. Lariette Brumier stammered awkwardly, and the two sank into silence. Neither said anything. Then she mumbled so quietly that only he could hear, More than anything, I want to reclaim my place as soon as possible. Those words startled him. His cheeks flushed red as he stared at her in silence. Was that a lie? And perhaps it was a lie so transparent that it was impossible to miss. He recalled that house from before. On the first floor, it had been hard to find even a speck of dust. The stove in that room had always been clean. Even before he arrived, she had bought seedlings that could be grown indoors during winter. Even the bright smile on her face. Even though the meals were plain and the house was far from grand or magnificent, whenever he looked at that face, radiant as the sun, it was always as bright as a blooming flower. Whenever he ate simple meals here, just seeing the way she treated everything in this place was enough for him to know how deeply she loved this old villa. Even though Lariette Brumier remained firm to the very end, he still shook his head. Even so, I still can't allow it. Once I reclaim my former luxury, I'll enjoy it alone. He reached out his hand and said seriously, Return the invitation to me. Seeing that he was determined not to let her go, Lariette Brumier immediately frowned in displeasure. Grabbing the stair, railing stubbornly, she said, If you go alone and fail, and then the army comes, I'll confess that I was the one who gave you the invitation. Faced with her like that, he could only shake his head helplessly in exasperation. How could someone be this stubborn? His affectionate eyes looked at her resolute face. If that happens, I'll surely be executed. But you wouldn't do that. Ian Reinhardt used that excuse to force her to stay home. Her lifeless eyes stared at the ridiculous excuse he had made up. Really? Then she looked at him suspiciously and lowered her voice, almost like a threat. Do you really think so? Having caught him, Lariette Brumier let out an irritated huff. Seeing that expression on her face made him suddenly tense up. He stepped back and swallowed hard. You should at least know whether that's true or not. Looking at everything you've done lately. He scratched his cheek at her attitude. Fine, I don't need your permission. Lariette Brumier clenched the letter in her hand and turned away in frustration. Even if my shabby dress makes me a laughingstock at the National Day celebration, I still have to observe basic courtesy. I wonder how much a cheap ready-made dress costs. First, I'll have to go around and sell some things from the house. Then Lariette Brumier opened the door and walked out, leaving him standing alone in the room. She did not forget to throw one last remark over her shoulder. Of course you won't help. She rummaged through the storage room, deliberately making as much noise as possible so he could hear. Oh dear, I guess I'll have to saw off some of this furniture too. Oh dear, I'm already tired just thinking about it. The clattering of objects and her voice made his brows knit together. Hands on his hips, he thought, she's really going to do this. Suddenly, a crash came from the storage room. A pile of things spilled out with a loud clatter and thud. Seeing her act like that, he could only sigh in defeat. Fine, I give up. Even though he was annoyed, he still softened and surrendered. He walked over to help her up from the mess. Seeing that he had given in, her eyes lit up brightly with satisfaction. Ian Reinhardt looked at her and held out his hand to help her up. Let's go together to the National Day celebration. Lariette Brumier reached out and took his hand. Satisfied now, she nodded contentedly. He scratched his head. Phew, and you don't need to buy a dress either. His words puzzled her. What? She stood there dusting off her apron. It should still be there. Ian Reinhardt picked up a stick from the floor and poked at the attic above. Clack, clack. She stood watching, coughing through the dust. So there was an attic too? I've been exploring this place for a while and never found it. He said indifferently. The army would never find it either. A ladder suddenly dropped down from the ceiling. It was so old it looked ready to break, the rotten wood creaking loudly. Ian Reinhardt turned to her and said, This ladder's too old to use. Wait here. He dragged a chair over, stretched up, and felt around. After finding what he was looking for, he pulled down a large white box and jumped back down. Seeing him holding the box, she asked curiously, What's that? He held it in his arms and brushed the dust off it. Staring at it silently, he said, My mother's clothes are in here. Seeing him like that made her feel a little sad as well. She asked, Did you live here with the former Duchess? His eyes softened as he nodded. He carried the box over and handed it to her. Open it and take a look. Lariette Brumier carried it to the nearby table. She gently opened it and looked inside. The white dress within had an elegant, luxurious beauty. Lariette Brumier carefully lifted it out. The patterns embroidered on the dress made it look even more splendid. What was more, the dress was far more beautiful than she had imagined. Looking at it, her heart was in turmoil. A keepsake of the former Duchess. It was the first time in her life she had ever seen such a beautiful dress. Then she suddenly realized something and froze. This dress was made with dragon reverse scales. Looking over the arrangement of the pearls on the gown, she thought to herself, if cloth is woven with reverse scales mixed into the thread, the garment becomes highly elastic and won't tear easily, so its value is beyond measure. Meanwhile, Ian Reinhardt silently watched her hold the dress up against herself, thinking of the gown his father had given his mother as a gift of courtship. It was the dress mother treasured most. He stepped closer. This is something with deep meaning to my family, but he hesitated a little, but still said it. It belonged to someone who has passed away, and it was made decades ago, so it might not suit current fashion. If you don't like it, then let's go downstairs and start sawing up the furniture. I mean that sincerely. But hearing that, she only smiled and dismissed it. No, I really love it. Lariette Brumier caressed the dress happily, thinking the dress cherished by the Duchess, his mother. The more she thought about Ian Reinhardt, the happier she became. Her cheeks gradually flushed red. Holding it against herself, she walked to the glass door. After seeing the dress on herself, she said in complete satisfaction, I don't think any other dress could ever catch my eye now. Seeing her like that made him happy too. Is that so? Actually, I thought that dress would suit her very well. I'm glad she likes it. The pure white dress was like winter itself, and her dazzling platinum hair was like snowflakes. His heart stirred as he looked at her like that. Anyone who saw her would say it suited her perfectly. Perhaps if Mother knew that the dress she treasured had been given to his wife, she would be happy. Suddenly, Lariette Brumier, he said, but even so, we still need to quickly saw up that furniture. Her words left him baffled. Why? She'd already found a dress. She answered quietly that, we don't have money to go to the capital, do we? Thinking of that, she sighed a little. Anyway, we'll have to work hard for the next few weeks. Hearing her say that, Ian Reinhardt had no choice. Then first, I'll go look for the saw. A few days later, There was only about a week left until the National Day celebration. In the old villa, Lariette, Brumire, and Ian were preparing to leave. Before going, she stopped to play with the little cat, scratching under its chin as she said, "Nobby, stay healthy, all right? For a while, that brown bear won't be able to catch fish, so you'll have to live well on your own." At that moment, Ian Reinhardt was standing on the steps, watching the two of them play. When he heard Lariette say that, he immediately protested unhappily. "Who are you calling a brown bear?" Lariette Brumire paid him no mind. She picked up the cat and sighed again. Nobby suddenly jumped from her arms and ran off somewhere else. Lariette called after it, "Nobby, where are you going?" Duke Ian Reinhardt walked over to her and said, "Come on." Then the two of them left together. When they reached the village, Lariette heard the rustling of trees and the sound of people talking. "We've finally set out for the capital." Looking around, she murmured thoughtfully, "It's been a long time since I came down to the village for a reason other than selling firewood." Ian Reinhardt was a little flustered. Feeling sorry for her, he thought, so that's how it was. Come to think of it, after receiving the invitation, we've been quite busy for the past few weeks. Cutting wood, hauling wood, selling it. He recalled those exhausting, hectic days. Because he couldn't reveal his identity, he could only let Lariette go and sell the wood. He thought, because I couldn't show myself, my wife had to work so hard. And not long ago, I realized that her hands had been hurt badly. Lariette Brumire looked over the village before her and said, "It all feels so new somehow. We've really had a hard time lately, haven't we?" Ian Reinhardt nodded and replied, "You too." And he thought, if things go well once we reach the capital, I won't let her work this hard anymore. The two of them hired a carriage to make the trip to the capital easier. The coachman drove it over, stopped in front of them, and asked, "Are you two headed to the capital?" Ian Reinhardt answered yes. "We'll load the luggage first." After the luggage was put away, Ian moved to the left side of the carriage, opened the door, and asked Lariette, "You didn't leave anything behind, did you?" Lariette nodded to confirm and prepared to get in. Seeing that she was sure she hadn't forgotten anything, Ian continued, "Then now," but before the two of them could board, a woman in the distance suddenly shouted loudly, "Young lady." Immediately, two other women ran over and covered her mouth. The woman in red struggled to speak. "Oh dear, responsibility." Another woman quickly said to Lariette, "It's nothing, don't mind us. It looks like you're going to another city, so take care of yourself, all right?" Then the other two women waved for them to continue on. They quickly dragged the woman in red into a hidden corner to talk. One whispered, "I told you that's definitely his new wife." The other hurriedly replied, "Shoo, isn't the husband beside her hiding himself on purpose that much? I still haven't managed to see him. He hasn't shown his face at all." But when Lariette heard their gossip, she burst out laughing. "Ftahaha." Leaning her head toward Ian, she whispered, "I'll be back soon. It won't be long." Another person shouted, "Young lady." Seeing so many people bidding her farewell, Ian said quietly, "You're popular." Afraid he might misunderstand everyone, Lariette quickly explained, "Everyone here is kind. I thought I would live here until I died, so it feels strange to be going so far away." As she said that, she looked at the people and the scenery around the village. Ian then motioned for her to board the carriage and said, "Don't be too reluctant. We're coming back anyway. So, shall we go together?" With that, Ian extended his hand toward Lariette to help her into the carriage. Seeing that, Lariette smiled and asked, "Are you my escort?" "If my escort is a brown bear, I suppose that's acceptable," Ian replied. "So in the end, you're still calling me a brown bear?" Then Lariette placed her hand in Ian's, but instead, he quickly used both hands to lift her into the carriage. Standing below, he looked up at Lariette and said, "You remember the plan, right? First we'll go to the first location. I'll head to Osira." Lariette nodded to show she remembered. Ian quickly climbed into the carriage as well and settled into his seat. Seeing that both of them were aboard, the coachman immediately started the carriage. He flicked the reins and said, "All right, let's set off." The carriage began to roll forward, the wheels scraping against the road with a clattering sound. Clatter, clatter. Sitting inside the carriage, Lariette thought, "My role in this plan is this. The best outcome is for him to succeed. First, we'll enter the city and pass inspection. Then he will appear before the ballroom and leave only after clearing his name. And I will return to that villa. After a long and exhausting day of travel, by the end of the evening, the two of them finally reached the place they needed to go. The carriage stopped before the city gate. After their documents were thoroughly checked, the guard granted them passage, and the carriage continued inside. Sitting in the carriage, Lariette thought, there are still a few days left until the ball. The surrounding cities will be preparing various things. To do that, we need certain conditions. First, gather items that can't be found in the countryside. Second, There are many people, so we need a good place to hide. After going a little farther, the coachman pulled on the reins and said, "Ho, we're here." Hearing the announcement, the two inside quickly roused themselves. Lariat thought, that's why I chose to stop by this enormous trade city before heading to the capital. Ian Reinhardt got out first, then turned back and helped Lariat down. The scene in this city was completely different from the village where she lived. It was noisy and bustling, with people everywhere actively trading goods. It's 5 o'clock. The two of them walked together into the crowded market. Lariat thought, wow, even though it's already night, it's still so crowded. She looked around everywhere, then thought to herself, it's probably because I've spent all year in that desolate villa, so now everything feels strange. That's why this crowded place feels so different to me. Ian led her to a fairly large inn and said, it's already late tonight, so let's stay here. We'll continue tomorrow. He walked to the entrance, opened the door, and went inside. The wooden door rubbed against itself with a clacking sound. Inside, many people were eating, gathering, and chatting cheerfully. Everyone seemed lively and excited. The two went inside together and asked the innkeeper. Sitting in her chair, the landlady asked back, staying the night? A small room is 10 ril, and a large room is 20 ril. Hearing that, Lariat asked in shock, what? It's that expensive? That's basically twice the normal price. The landlady calmly replied, isn't that only natural? It's peak season right now. All the rooms are full, you know. Lariat fell into thought. 10 sacks of potatoes for one night. Such a painful waste of money. We only have 5 10-ril coins and 3 ril left. Thinking about the rest of the days ahead. As expected, just selling wood in a small village isn't enough. Ian slammed his hand onto the table. He, too, was thinking about what they should do, because the inn was quite expensive. Seeing that, Lariat glanced at Ian and thought, yes. Then she made her decision and said, in that case, give me one small room. Hearing that, Ian turned to look at her in astonishment. The landlady, meanwhile, asked, newlyweds, are you? Smart thinking. A room that size isn't too bad for a young married couple. As she spoke, the woman rummaged around for a room key. After finding it, she handed it over and said, here's the key. Lariat stepped forward to take the keyring. The keys clinked together with a jingling sound. The landlady looked at her again and said, "Milady, then have a passionate night." Ian Reinhardt and Lariat Brewer walked over and stood before the small room the innkeeper had assigned them. Around them, strange thumping noises echoed through the air. The two of them stood rooted to the spot, motionless and silent. Neither dared take the initiative to enter first, because they had rented a small room. A man and woman should not be overly familiar. In such a cramped space, things would naturally be awkward. Even Ian Reinhardt shot Lariat Brumier a doubtful glance. The very person who had chosen the 10-ril small room earlier, and thought, is this really all right? Really? But standing there forever would solve nothing. In the end, they still had to open the door and go in, unless they wanted the cold wind to chill them through. The door opened. The drawn-out creak vividly revealed just how old it had become over time. The dim, hazy light from outside spilled into the dark room, illuminating the two figures still hesitating at the threshold. Ian Reinhardt held the door and looked into the room. It was even smaller than a bedroom in his palace. He summed it up in 2 words, too small. Stepping a little farther inside, Ian Reinhardt appraised the room again. It wasn't dirty, but felt very old. On top of that, the narrow bed in the corner was truly tiny. Ian Reinhardt muttered, this is driving me crazy. Yet Lariat Brumier stepped a few paces ahead of him and said softly, oh, it's not too bad. To her, the room was still clean and orderly enough to stay in. That surprised Ian Reinhardt a little. She took a few more steps and moved to the foot of the bed in the corner of the room. Ian Reinhardt looked at her and thought, even if there really was no other choice, is she truly fine with this? Meanwhile, Lariat Brumier took a few items from her bag and arranged them more neatly. Then she turned to glance at him, puzzled that he was still standing there blankly. After a small hum, she suddenly said, well then, you can bathe first. Ian Reinhardt abruptly replied, huh? She explained it to him. There was only one tiny bathroom, but it had enough water. Why was he acting like that? Seeing him cover his chest with both hands, Lariat felt puzzled. Ivan stammered at once, yes, it's nothing. He thudded into the bathroom to wash up. His heart was full of guilt as he thought, it seems like as long as I don't let my mind wander, it'll be fine. The night passed on. The seasonal winds in the city were neither clearly warm nor cold. They swept naturally through the thick tree branches, creating a rustling noise like white noise. Sometimes it soothed the heart. Sometimes it was just the bothersome sound of the dark night. By the time Ian Reinhardt finished washing, it was already late at night. He stepped heavily out of the room. He gently pushed the bathroom door shut with his hand to keep the warm steam inside from leaking out. Then he called, "Lariette, I'm done now, so from here on." But before he could finish speaking, he saw soft white hair spread across the bed. At some point, Lariette had already fallen fast asleep on the bed. Even in her drowsy sleep, her hand was still clutching something tightly to her chest. He looked at her sleeping figure, so peaceful and well-behaved. It was deeply moving. He knew she must have been exhausted, which made sense. If she had not been a knight with proper training, she never could have endured such a long journey. Ian took the blanket prepared in the room and covered Lariette with it, murmuring, "You need to keep yourself properly covered." His movements were extremely gentle, afraid of waking her. And he knew as well that this was not the moment for dark thoughts to arise. They had crossed the line between life and death several times. If it was counted in length, they had already spent an entire long season together. At last, they had made it here. Thinking that, Ian lifted his legs onto the bed one by one and slipped off his bedroom slippers beside it. Soft creaking sounds came from the bed as it shifted, followed by a faint rustle. Ian successfully turned and sat on the bed. He turned his body toward the person lying opposite him. As he settled himself into a more comfortable sitting position, the quiet rustling of his clothes sounded again. Worried he might wake her, he tried to move even more carefully. His heart stirred a little. Ian lay down directly beside the small girl, who was covered all the way up to her shoulders. One hand supported his head, while the other reached lightly around her, wanting to hold her. He thought there was no word more fitting than companion. After all, spending time by each other's side like this would be normal if they ever regained their territory. His heart churned with so many thoughts. Acting unconsciously, he pulled the blanket a little higher over her. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he thought, if that happens, I'll buy the finest piece of land on the continent. Then I'll bring her to my own private retreat. He imagined all sorts of scenes from the future, thinking he should find gemstones to give her, ones not even found in the royal family. Then he smiled to himself, thinking his imagination had gone too far. Ian humbly reconsidered. Even so, it wasn't as if she had followed him because she desired material things. Ian lay flat again, hesitating for a moment, and just then Lariette let out a soft and her body moved slightly. Ian immediately moved a little closer to her, helping her settle back into a sleeping position. He patted her gently, again and again, to reassure her in her sleep. As if finding warmth nearby, Lariette unconsciously moved closer to him and let out a soft nasal sound in an innocent voice. It was her response to his comforting embrace. That action of hers in her sleep made him freeze for a few seconds. But then he smiled in quiet satisfaction and reached out his large hand to touch her. Ian leaned over and clearly pressed a gentle kiss to the forehead of the one he loved. Immediately afterward, his heart trembled and pounded in his chest. His affectionate gaze never left her. He silently decided that there was no need to think too hard about that matter yet. Then Ian peacefully held his beautiful wife and prepared to fall asleep. Sweet dreams, my lady Lariette. Pure and fervent, she remained deep in her sleep. After several days passed like that, they finally reached the place they truly wanted to go, the capital. Ian stood in the room, waiting for Lariette to change and get ready. A moment later, the door clicked open. He asked if she was finished getting dressed. Obediently, she answered from inside, "Yes, though I'm not even sure if I'm wearing it properly." Then Lariette stepped out, her delicate porcelain-colored high heels clicking lightly across the floor. Hearing her come out, Ian turned around, and then he himself was stunned by the sight of her. Still looking uncertain, Lariette said to him, "First, I did as you told me." Lariette's figure now stood fully before him, slender and graceful. Her lines were as soft as clear water stirred by a touch. Her pale, luminous skin and the color of the dress matched her hair so well that together they blended into a single tone of pearly ivory white. A noble, dazzling elegance radiated from her. No one could deny it. She was breathtakingly beautiful, enough to shake anyone's heart, including his. Not yet noticing anything unusual, she only stared back at him in confusion. Lariette asked, "Does it look strange? I've never worn anything like this before." Ian, however, could only stand there in a daze, staring at the beauty before him. Without realizing it, he neither moved nor spoke. He walked toward her. Standing before such beauty made him feel shy and breathless, and his words came out broken and uncertain. "What is it?" Lariette asked curiously. Only then did Ian regain a bit of awareness and snap back to himself. He looked at her once more. By now, after being stared at so much, Lariette was starting to feel embarrassed too, her hands hovering awkwardly, not knowing where to place them. Looking at her like this, Ian thought, "I can't exactly say that I just thought she looked like a goddess." He raised his hand and composed himself again. Lowering his voice, he offered a restrained compliment. "It's nothing. I already expected as much. The outfit suits you very well." Lariette let out a sigh of relief and said with ease, "I see." Then she stood right beside him, slipped her arm through his, and said, "All right then. You have something you need to do too, don't you?" she asked him. Under Ian's calm gaze, Lariette continued speaking with complete certainty. "I've practiced many times already, so this time it'll be perfect." At a grand and splendid white castle, a carriage slowly approached. Because it was so old, it made terribly unpleasant clattering sounds. One knight looked over the shabby carriage. A long line of knights was already standing on guard. One of them stepped forward, thinking to himself, "Is this really a noble?" He politely said, "Please step down from the carriage so I can confirm your identity." When he saw Lariette Brumier being helped down by Ian Reinhardt, who was wearing a black cloak, Lariette Brumier, now dressed in an exceptionally elegant and luxurious outfit, slowly stepped down. Lariette Brumier's stirringly beautiful face came into view. With her platinum hair and deep blue eyes, the knight stared in a daze. Unable to hide his surprise, he blurted out, "Huh." Realizing he was being rude, the knight immediately stood straight and said, "I am sorry. Could you show me your invitation, please?" Lariette Brumier handed him the invitation and said casually, "Here." The knight opened the invitation to check it. At once, he became flustered and said, "I've worked here all this time, but I've never seen one like this before." Inwardly he thought, "Just what is this?" Silence hung over them for a long while. Finally, he looked up and tried addressing her. "Duchess Reinhardt." The knight silently sized Lariette Brumier up in his mind. "So this is the wife of the Duke's bastard son. But she looks far more refined than I expected. And just how did she get a dress like that?" He inwardly lamented how such beauty was truly wasted. At last the knight said, "All right, you may enter." Ian Reinhardt adjusted his cloak again and let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking, "It seems we got through safely." Suddenly, the knight narrowed his eyes. "Wait." He slowly walked toward them and said as he approached, "No matter how close a personal servant may be, they're not allowed in without being checked." The knight's expression turned stern as he made a demand. "You there, lower your hood a little." Ian Reinhardt thought anxiously, "This is bad." Beside him, Lariette Brumier looked just as flustered. In a small voice, she tried to stop him. "Wait, if he exposes himself, you'll see severe burns. Please understand." But the knight coldly refused her. "Even if you are the Duchess, that won't do." As the knight's hand moved toward Ian Reinhardt's hood, Lariette Brumier could not help feeling anxious and tense. They could not let his identity be exposed here. The nearby knights would immediately gather and overwhelm them. She continued thinking, "All the nobles necessary for the plan will flee as soon as they hear the traitor has arrived." The knight's hand suddenly reached the hood, but when he saw Ian Reinhardt's disguised face, he jumped back in shock and blurted out, "No." The knight stammered, "Tethys." His sudden retreat by several steps caused the people nearby to stir. Seeing Ian Reinhardt's terrifyingly altered face, he could not help blurting out an assessment. "He's practically a monster." Hearing that, Lariette Brumier stepped forward and stood between them. Pretending to be offended, she reproached him. "How rude. I told you the burns were severe." The knight kept backing away and said, I didn't expect it to be that bad." Meanwhile, Ian Reinhardt was straightening his cloak again. The knight could not help thinking, no matter how badly the Duke has fallen, why would he use people like this? Just looking at him feels like I could catch a disease. He covered his mouth with one hand, then looked away and thought, but if we're talking about the master... Seeing Lariette Brumier showing concern for Ian Reinhardt, the knight could not help thinking, then I was right. He stared at Lariette Brumier in fascination. "She's so beautiful, unbelievably beautiful." Then Lariette Brumier pulled Ian Reinhardt along and turned to ask the knight, "May we enter now?" The knight had no objections anymore. "Why, yes, your grace. Please go in." As they walked, Ian Reinhardt whispered to Lariette Brumier, "Good thing we prepared the disguise in advance." Suddenly, Lariette Brumier heard voices rising around her. As soon as she listened, one voice said, "That girl is the Duchess. There's no one left in her family." Another asked curiously what happened. On the other side, a cluster of nobles were whispering among themselves. One of them said, "Really? That dress is beautiful." Another sneered, "Still, she really is shameless." They kept whispering to one another. "Honestly, unbelievable. We can't be grateful enough that the royal family kindly left one of them alive. So why does she still have the nerve to show up here?" Hearing that, someone else exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Lariette Brumier and Ian Reinhardt paid no attention to what they were saying and simply kept walking. Lariette Brumier endured it and thought, the royal family's kindness? What a joke. Her shoes rang against the floor. Lariette Brumier continued thinking, "They took everything and left me nothing but a name." Everyone attending this lavish banquet hosted by the royal family was the same. They had now arrived before the great doors. The two of them stopped while holding hands. In a low voice, Ian Reinhardt spoke his farewell first. "We can only go together this far. Find the right moment to slip out." Then he said, "Hopefully, if possible." His gentle expression flickered faintly as he spoke again. "A few days from now, I'll come find you looking confident." He finished with, "Then good luck." After that, he lowered himself. Lariette Brumier silently thought over Ian Reinhardt's words, that he would come back, as the surrounding chatter continued. But in her heart, Lariette Brumier thought, "I walked here on my own feet, yet my heart feels so complicated." She slowly walked toward the entrance, thinking, the next time we meet, he'll know that I'm a bastard child, won't he? Watching Ian Reinhardt's retreating figure stride away, Lariette Brumier could not help but think, the war hero survived and returned. She took another step, turned away, and entered. Lariette Brumier could not help hoping, it would be nice if I could speak with him. But she quickly fell into despair. I'll never get to see him treat me kindly. Then she silently reproached herself. Why did I have to be Lariette? I never intended to be born out of wedlock. Maybe the time when it was just the two of us at the villa might actually have been better. But Lariette Brumier quickly stopped herself. Yes, she tapped her head a few times and thought, what am I even thinking? Try and stay optimistic. She thought, I've come this far already, so there's nothing else I can do except pray that he'll have good luck. The gatekeeper politely asked, will you be going in? Lariette Brumier nodded. Yes. She silently steadied herself. Do what you can, Lariette. The gatekeeper quickly announced, Duchess Lariette Reinhardt is entering. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent at the sight of her. Lariette Brumier clenched her hands tightly. She had expected this situation from the start. The silence was suffocating. Just as she had predicted, no one wanted to approach her. The crowd whispered among themselves. Lariette Brumier tried to reassure herself and forced her body to relax. The whispers continued, but there was nothing she could do about it. Go ahead and call me whatever you want now. In the end, everyone would ignore her soon enough anyway. Faced with this icy atmosphere, Lariette Brumier had only one wish. If only she could slip back out without anyone caring. Then suddenly, Rose Brumier walked toward her. She spoke up, wait. Lariette Brumier stopped at once. She turned her head, recognizing the voice. Rose Brumier called out to her irritably. Then Rose suddenly looked at her suspiciously. Could that really be Lariette? Lariette Brumier thought anxiously, Rose. The atmosphere became silent again. Lariette saw her half-sister standing there and inwardly cried out, Rose. She swallowed hard and lamented to herself. I expected I'd run into Rose here, but even so, she still couldn't control her emotions. Her fingers toyed with the hem of her dress as she tried to comfort herself. Calm down. In contrast to Lariette's uneasy feelings, Rose was full of arrogance. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, scoffed, and said, So you still haven't starved to death yet? But Rose curled her lips and spoke in a sharp tone. And what is with that appearance? Where did you get such a tacky outfit, little sister? She stared at Lariette, striking the pose of a victor as she asked haughtily. Yet at that moment, she was furious inside. She asked herself, I clearly threw her out and didn't let her take a single thing with her. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Rose's eyes twitched and she came back to herself. She fanned herself with both hands, trying to cool her anger. Too many people are watching here, she thought. At that moment, Lariette, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked, "You seem awfully curious." Refusing to be cowed, Lariette curled her lips and said, "How strange. We lived together for years. This isn't even the first time you've asked me that, is it?" Hearing Lariette say that, Rose's waving hand froze. As if she could not believe her own ears, she asked, "What?" But then, as if finally understanding Lariette's words, Rose lost control. Grinding her teeth, she thought angrily, "She dares talk to me like that?" But Lariette did not wait for Rose to respond. She continued, "Don't worry. I don't want to meet you here, either." Hearing that, Rose let out a breath, then quickly regained her momentum. She lifted her chin and cleared her throat. "Listen carefully. Don't get carried away, thinking you're some duchess. I wonder where you stole that dress from. It seems you're under the delusion that you really are a noble lady." Rose stepped closer to Lariette, clearly intending to press in and whisper in her ear, "Don't delude yourself into thinking you'll become a noble. Let's see how long you can keep acting so arrogant." After saying that, she walked past Lariette, not forgetting to shove her along the way, letting out a huff full of disdain. Lariette turned to look at Rose's retreating figure and muttered in confusion, "What was that?" Then she couldn't help worrying to herself, "She definitely won't let me off so easily." Meanwhile, the banquet was in full swing. Music and the sound of people talking blended together. Lariette stood alone in a quiet corner. Holding a glass of champagne, she sank into thought. "It seems I guessed right." Her eyes followed Rose, who was standing over there. She inwardly scoffed. "I thought there'd be some other scheme." Honestly, in a place this crowded, Rose would never dare do anything truly foolish. Just now, she looked like she was about to scream, but then she forced herself to hold it back. That was the first time she'd ever done that. Lariette lowered her gaze and thought mockingly, "How ridiculous. I told myself I wouldn't care about this, and yet here I am, thinking about it." Just then, people suddenly began whispering all around. Hearing the noise, Lariette turned her head and thought, "Time really flies. It's time for him to appear." She hurried off, thinking, "I need to leave quickly." Lariette turned away, her footsteps echoing through the empty hall. Then she stepped out of the hall and shut the door with a click. Lariette let out a sigh of relief, though her heart was still unsettled, thinking that Rose had scrambled her mind so badly she had almost ended up too late. She raised her eyes and looked at the scene before her. Lariette watched the stream of people passing by. She suddenly realized this was the corridor she had walked through with him. Looking around, she thought there's still so many people coming in. Most of them are couples or married pairs. Night had fallen. At last, Lariette stepped out of the castle. She walked against the flow of the crowd, lifting her skirt as she went, thinking bitterly, "Everyone looks so happy. Everyone has someone by their side. I'm the only one alone here." Then she tried to comfort herself. "Come to think of it, I was used to living alone from the start. Alone in the attic of the Count's mansion. I have to do my job well, so I can live comfortably in the old Duke's estate." As Lariette walked away, she sank deeper into her own thoughts. Loneliness, solitude. It felt like she had just endured a bitterly cold winter. She mocked herself. "Why am I so emotional today?" Lariette suddenly stopped and said sadly, "This is so miserable. From the very beginning, there was never any place that belonged to me." Looking at the lively, bustling crowd, she felt like someone who had been discarded. All the happiness in the world had nothing to do with her. Then she murmured to herself, "Let's go back to the estate." Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Lariette turned around and let out a startled cry. "Ah!" After that, Lariette's voice vanished, replaced only by rustling sounds and the voices of soldiers. "Good, we got her." Lariette was utterly stunned. Her vision went dark. They had thrown a sack over her head. Lariette cried out in panic. "Who is it?" No answer came. Helpless, she thought, "What is happening? I can't breathe." Lariette struggled against the ropes binding her through the sack and thought in terror, "No, I'm so scared. They're tightening it around my neck. This isn't a joke. Who would dare do something like this?" Then, all at once, clarity struck her. That's right. There's no need to think about it. No one else would dare do this. She remembered that hateful face of her half-sister and thought, "It's Rose. Has she gone mad?" We're still inside the estate. But Lariette's resistance meant nothing to the soldiers. They taunted her, "Come on, struggle harder." Another soldier added cautiously, "Tie her tighter. Be careful." They dragged her away, ignoring Lariette's screams. "Let me go." Lariette steeled herself. "I can't let myself be taken away like this." But her consciousness gradually grew hazy. She prayed, "Someone, please save me." And then she slowly lost consciousness. Inside a magnificent gold-adorned palace hung lavish curtains, and many antique candles were displayed in ostentatious fashion. Footsteps echoed through the space. Thud, thud, someone approaching. It was likely Rose, advancing with all the dignity and grandeur in the world toward Lariette, who was tied up. A man's voice sounded out. Yes. She resisted so violently that she fainted. Then the red-haired woman's voice replied calmly, "Very well. You did well." Lariette's eyes fluttered weakly as she slowly woke in a dazed, half-conscious state. "Where's this?" she thought. Then she saw a familiar figure, a pale blue skirt with white lotus-like embroidery, and beneath it, dark blue shoes. Beside that, there seemed to be the black toe of someone else's shoe. A distant voice said, "As you said, her mind doesn't seem very clear." In a gold-toned room, filled with luxurious furnishings, stood two young men dressed in black. Their clothes were trimmed in gold, and they wore black cloaks behind them, giving them a rather imposing look. One had brown hair, and the other had dark blue-black hair. Rose sat there looking every bit as lofty and commanding as ever. With her head slightly lowered, she sipped tea. In her blue outfit today, she still looked rather pretty. One of the two young men said, "She hit her head and even lost a few teeth. She hardly looks like a lady, more like an untamed beast." It sounded pitiful for Lariette. Suddenly, someone moved. The footsteps were light and faint. Rose, violet-eyed, held in her hand a teacup decorated with two pale purple roses. She seemed to realize where the sound had come from. A sly, pitying smile curved on her lips as she gently brought the cup near her chin, tilted her head, and asked softly, "Oh dear, you're awake, my lovely little sister." Lariette jolted upright. Her hands were tied behind her back. She was wearing a plain light gray dress, and her face showed shock and disbelief. She raised herself a little higher and looked toward Rose, who was seated not far away. Rose sat with one leg crossed over the other, gazing back at Lariette. The white-haired girl narrowed her eyes in displeasure and asked, "Little sister?" Red-haired Rose lowered her head slightly, still holding her teacup, and smiled. "Not happy with that form of address? Weren't you the one who called me sister so sweetly? I thought our sisterly relationship had improved." They stared at each other. The white-haired girl said irritably, "Don't joke around. What time is it now?" Rose still looked utterly calm. She listened leisurely to Lariette, then turned her face away with the utmost indifference, closed her eyes, and said, "Why so rushed? Time passes so slowly. It's been about 30 minutes since you fainted. The moon here is still quite high." Hearing that, Lariette seemed reassured and let out a breath, though she still looked exhausted and anxious. 30 minutes. Then it still isn't time for him to arrive yet, she thought. Rose shifted, her blue dress rustling. "Don't be so impatient." She stood up and continued, speaking while the other girl remained tied up, staring straight ahead. "You left in winter, so you still haven't had a chance to meet the Count again, have you?" She blinked, stirred her tea, and said smugly, "So why is it that instead of enjoying your old home, you keep longing for it?" Lariette pressed her lips together bitterly, her face turning pale despite her already white skin and hair. Who would ever miss a place that horrible? She thought. A clinking sound rang out. The surface of Rose's tea had begun to foam. If not, she ground out through clenched teeth, emphasizing every word, her voice dropping low. A frightening thud sounded. Lariette's expression darkened, and she flinched. As Rose approached, terror showed on Lariette's face. Rose enunciated every word clearly. "Because of you, I lost my chance to meet the royal family for a very long time." She smacked her lips and spat out ugly words from the twisted depths of her soul. "Why were you ever born at all?" Her gaze was full of revulsion. "You bring joy to no one. You're useful to no one." She clenched her teeth and tightened her grip on the teacup. "You're useless to the point of being disgusting. If I had to compare you." She looked at Lariette with a sharpness like a storm-tossed sea. "You're as useless as the bubbles in this tea." As she spoke, she poured the tea from the cup, staining the carpet. She went on and on, her words dark, cutting, and cruel. "That's what you are, Lariette." Lariette lowered her head, her glassy eyes brimming with tears, and choked out, "Why you think I wanted to be born? Rose set down her teacup, turned back, and replied, "Of course that isn't something you can control." But then, in a vicious tone, she slammed the teacup onto the table with a violent clack. "But you can choose to die." She pronounced each word like letters in a death sentence. Lariette shuddered. On one side, the bloody image of death formed in her mind. On the other, Rose still wore that beautiful face. Her chest pounded as if she could hear death collapsing over her. Her face went bluish pale as she called out clearly, "Rose Brumi." Rose replied smugly, "So you've grown up quite a lot. You can even call my name with that expression now." Rose beckoned to a maid. "Come here." She whispered something to the maid that no one else could hear. The floor was still luxurious, but no one could tell how terrible what came next would be. The maid's footsteps drew closer and closer, pounding against Lariette's chest. Lariette's face turned gray. The maid seemed hesitant. Rose snorted a laugh. Why is she coming closer? A terrible thought flashed through Lariette's mind. Could it be like before? The maid raised her hand and began slapping Lariette across the face over and over like a machine, expressionless. Each smack rang out sharply. Lariette's face flushed red at once, but the maid's hand kept striking again and again, while Lariette could only cry out. When the maid looked ready to continue, her lifeless face preparing for another slap, Rose ordered, "Stop, that's enough." Then she said, "That face suits you now." At that moment, Lariette's cheeks were red and swollen. She was still being held by the neck like a doll. She turned to look, her eyes cold, her expression hard and unyielding. "Oh my, how frightening." Rose clicked her tongue. She still couldn't stop smiling. "You may go outside," Rose ordered the maid. Then she added, "Come to think of it, what a pity about our fate." Hearing that, Lariette froze and raised her head. The fact that the two of us hate each other was probably unavoidable, wasn't it? She continued, while Lariette let out a hollow laugh, looking almost mad. "You pity it that much?" Lariette thought, her posture bent under the weight of Rose's grandeur and splendor. Those should have been the words of the weak and the wrong. Did Rose really think words like that suited someone holding power like her? "No, Rose," Lariette said at last. "It's only because you're so vile. That's why things turned out this way." She said firmly, "It's all because of the Brumier family." Rose was stunned by her younger sister's words. "If not, then I wouldn't have been born either." Lariette exhaled as if trying to calm herself, though she was still short of breath and panting. She was exhausted from trying to endure the savage, violent slaps from before. Lariette said, "If I had to choose, then yes, that is something worth regretting." She spoke courageously, almost like a confession. Outside, the darkness seemed to deepen and coil tighter. Every time father is mentioned, you tremble as if you're freezing. Are you only brave enough to bark in front of me? I wonder if you're jealous that I was able to leave this house and be free. Rose's body gave a violent shudder. Then terrible memories came flooding back. Father, herself, the shattered wine glass spilling across the floor, staining her entire mind. She looked almost deranged, as if she wanted to erase them from her head. Snatching up the teapot beside her, she ground out, "What would you know?" as she raised it. Lariette squeezed her eyes shut. The wound on her cheek was still swollen. "Wait," Rose said. Lariette slowly opened her eyes. With a rustle, Rose set the teapot back down. "No, of course not," she said. "If you can say such things today, then it's over. You've lived in that shabby old estate for quite a long time now, haven't you?" Rose walked over to her and said calmly, while Lariette was still tied up, "In that case, there's no need for you to return the money you received from the old duke." In other words, inside the grand, glittering palace covered in gold, with its luxurious curtains and ostentatious antique candles, Rose, Larry's wicked half-sister, was bullying her. At that moment, Rose smiled maliciously, lowered herself, moved close to Larry's face, and gently ran a hand through Larry's white hair. Laughing in satisfaction, she said, "From now on, you'll be sent to our territory, not that miserable estate, and work there." Larry, the small girl now tied up and covered in injuries, trembled in alarm the moment she heard those words from her sister. A thought flashed through her mind. What? Rose, delighted with herself, kept cheerfully talking about what Lariette would have to do in the future. "Of course, I'm not expecting much from you when it comes to preparing meals, am I?" As Rose stroked Lariette's hair, she suddenly shoved her away. Lariette flinched in panic, her round emerald eyes wide. Then Rose raised her voice and ordered, "Knights, take her directly to the carriage." After giving the order, Rose stood up at once, utterly merciless, without sparing her sister another glance. Lariette was overwhelmed with confusion, not knowing what would happen next. In her panic, there was only one thing Lariette could think. No. The moment they received Rose's order, the two large knights in armor strode forward and hauled Larry to her feet. One on each side, they seized her arms and held her fast. No matter how much she struggled and fought, they would not let go. The small girl Lariette struggled desperately and pleaded in a voice full of urgency. "No, please, can't you at least untie me?" Her pitiful plea was completely ignored because Rose was standing there watching and clapping, looking utterly pleased and satisfied. Rose, the elder sister, then spoke in a voice full of false regret. It's been so long since I last saw you. What a pity to part with you like this." Then Rose pretended to show concern for the knight Larry had supposedly injured earlier while trying to stop her from struggling. "My, were you hurt by Larry? Do you have any suggestions?" The knight seemed to understand what his mistress meant. He immediately tightened his hold on Larry and, with a smiling wink, said, "She really is considerate of others. In that case, how about we drag her out by one arm?" The knight continued, threatening Larry. "It hurts terribly, and it hurts even more when the shoulder has to be set back into place." Those words were clearly meant for Lariette to hear. The instant she realized that such cruel, vicious words were directed at her, Lariette's face darkened at once, as though all hope in life had drained out of it. Rose laughed merrily, enthusiastically agreeing with the knight's brutal suggestion. "Oh, that's a splendid idea, isn't it, Lariette? Since you were in the wrong, you should at least know how to apologize." Rose's eager smile slowly changed. In its place appeared a meaningful, unsettling grin. She clasped her hands together as if in expectation and said, "As a noble." Then the air around them suddenly fell silent, like a cold wind blowing straight down one's spine. Rose looked at Lariette with an extremely sinister smile. Lariette, meanwhile, had her hands tied and was being held fast by the two guards, leaving her both furious and in pain. She ground her teeth and tried to struggle free, but she couldn't. Suddenly, rapid footsteps sounded outside. Thud, thud, thud. Rose's maid opened the door and called out, "And my lady." Seeing someone burst in, Rose shouted angrily, "What is it? I didn't give you permission to enter." The maid stammered in fear. It's the Duke. The Duke we thought was dead has appeared in the palace. Duke Reinhardt." Both Rose and Larry were shocked to hear it. Larry stared in disbelief and asked, "What are you talking about?" The maid replied, "It's true. The entire palace is in chaos right now." But Rose still refused to believe it and demanded, "So the traitor has returned, and now the royal family is in danger?" The maid shook her head and answered, "It seems not. First, my lady, please go downstairs and listen to the announcement." Rose walked off in a daze, muttering, "The Duke. The Duke is still alive." Seeing her lady's absent-minded state, the maid hurriedly called out, "My lady," but Rose had already left the room. Behind her, Lariette was being held back by two guards. She thought, "So the Duke has finally made his move. I wish you success." From outside the door came the sound of footsteps again, clack, 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 and laughter. "Ha-ha!" Rose had come back. Standing in the doorway, she said, I almost forgot. Take this little wretch outside. And remember, use the back door. Take her straight to the carriage. Search carefully in case the little brat tries to run." The two guards answered in unison. Seeing that Rose had come back and still had no intention of letting her go, Lariette fumed inwardly. "Damn it, she almost forgot about me." But Rose still stood in the doorway and said, "Since my maid will be going with you, don't go touching places you shouldn't. Don't wound the girl's pride. You understand the consequences, don't you?" The two guards immediately replied together, "We understand." Rose then turned and left, saying, "Then I'll leave it to you." The two men answered again, "Yes," and prepared to take Lariette away. Suddenly, one of the guards reached out and touched Lariette on the shoulder. She flinched violently. He gave her a vicious grin and said, "Weren't you the one who knocked out my tooth earlier?" The other one immediately said, "Hold her tight." Then suddenly there was a crack. A shrill scream echoed through the room. Rose was already downstairs. As she walked, she happily hummed to herself and said, "Good, let's go." She stood in the corridor and looked down below. There she saw her father and mother standing downstairs talking. She hurried down and asked, "Father, mother, what is happening?" Her father looked up at her and replied, "We weren't there either, so we don't know the details. Your mother came back first. We're waiting for news." Hearing that, Rose rejoiced inwardly. "Oh, my Duke. So the news that he's alive wasn't a baseless rumor after all." Beside her, her father let out a deep sigh and thought grimly. Even if he truly is alive, why would he appear alone in the palace? This place that is no different from enemy territory? If it were me, after surviving by sheer luck, I would have hidden myself and never shown my face again. Treason is a grave crime. There's nothing normal about this. Something is definitely wrong. I need to go see for myself. Meanwhile, Ian Reinhardt was walking through the palace. After escaping from the guards, Lariette was also trying to find a way out of the palace. As she ran, she caught sight of a figure from behind that looked like Ian Reinhardt, but because she wasn't sure, she didn't call out and kept running. Hearing footsteps behind him, Ian Reinhardt stopped and turned to look back, but no one was there. He continued walking and thought, she must have gotten home safely by now. First, I need to reduce the number of soldiers around the entrance. Otherwise, one of us will get trapped when we try to escape. As he moved around the building, he searched for the safest possible route out. I thought the time when she was cut off from the world would last forever. But when did we come this far? When we first met, I never thought she would agree to do this with me. She's always been like that. The first thing she ever said to me was to ask whether I liked stew. Thinking of Lariette's adorable face, he laughed again. As Ian walked down the corridor, he thought, even now, the smell of hot milk from when I was badly injured and the clean taste of that vegetable stew are still vivid in my mind. I really have been by her side for a whole year. Then he raised a hand to adjust the cloth covering his head, watched the knights guarding the area, and thought, right now, I need to focus on the goal in front of me. Then he created a clinking sound, clink, clink, clink. The two men standing guard heard it and stared at each other in surprise. Huh, what was that just now? The other replied, I'll go take a look. Just do a quick check and come back. What in the world is going on in this palace? Then the two men turned their backs and walked in different directions. After going only a short distance, one of them spotted a coin on the ground. He picked it up, examined it, and thought, a coin? Then he turned and said to the other, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual. But the other called back, really? Hurry over here. But in the instant he let his guard down, Ian Reinhardt struck him hard, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. After taking down one man, Ian quickly moved out and knocked unconscious all the soldiers guarding the room. As he stepped over them, he thought, is this enough? Knocking people out without seriously injuring them is harder than I thought. He looked at the room in front of him and thought, my wife has already come to the palace by now. I hope she doesn't get dragged too deeply into this. She's ambitious, so I probably don't need to worry too much. It's time for the royal family to show themselves. Nearby, a loud crashing noise rang out from upstairs. One subordinate, seeing someone approach, was startled. He stared at Ian with a wary expression. Ian walked to the door and opened it. The doorkeeper asked him, who are you? The guard moved to stop Ian and said, no one but nobles is permitted to enter. Looking flustered, the doorkeeper grabbed Ian's arm to keep him from going inside. Holding his arm, he asked, hey, what are you doing? Then the man at the door began to tremble. And no, he's too strong. Ian pushed through and entered, leaving the doorkeeper staring in shock. His entrance startled everyone inside. All eyes turned toward him, and murmurs broke out. Everyone inside wondered who he was. Isn't that a stranger? Guards! A prince holding a wine glass wondered. An intruder? Someone below called out. What are the guards outside doing? The crown prince thought to himself, that man is. Ian kept walking forward. A servant standing beside the crown prince said, Your Highness, please stay away from him. He continued, they should be summoning the knights. They should have stopped him from the start. How could they be so careless? The crown prince looked ahead, paying no attention to what the servant beside him was saying. He thought he's finally appeared. Ian stopped and looked up. At that moment, he paid no attention to the surrounding chatter. A man in a black cloak rushed at him with a sword. A wound quickly slashed across Batten's face. The two began crossing swords. I really don't know this man. Their blades collided again and again. And a voice rang out. Ah, the sword sang sharply. There's no way I could fail to recognize this technique. Batten's eyes widened, and his knees hit the floor. The sword in his hand slipped free. With a clatter, trembling violently, Batten said in shock, Why you are. Staring at the masked man in the black cloak who was pointing a sword at him, Batten saw Captain Reinhardt standing before him. I see. Batten now lowered his head before his captain. Reinhardt said, I won't ask why you turn out like this, Batten. Batten's hands trembled. Do you even need to ask? Money and honor. Reinhardt seized him by the collar and cut him off. Money and honor? Just for that. Reinhardt leaned in close to Batten's face and continued, and for that, you shattered the knights and brought down the Duke's house. Do you have any idea what hardships everyone has been suffering through? Batten remained stubborn. But I'm still doing just fine. Reinhardt let go of his collar. We'll see about that. A talented man I trained with my own hands. and yet you turned out like all the rest. Reinhardt turned his back, leaving Batten sitting there. You're lucky, Batten. I'm still alive. The inside of the palace erupted in noise. Lord Batten has been defeated. Reinhardt stepped forward. Since those around him still did not know his identity, they kept talking about Batten. Wasn't he supposed to be a master swordsman? Run quickly. At that moment, Reinhardt removed his hood. There is no need to be afraid. I do not wish to make things difficult. A sound echoed across the floor. A moment later, Reinhardt tossed the black cloak down. He raised a hand and tore away the mask. The people around him burst into shocked uproar. That face, the Empress and the Crown Prince above, also jolted in shock. The mask came off completely, revealing his handsome face. He bowed respectfully. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ian Reinhardt. My apologies for returning so suddenly. The Empress and the Crown Prince stared down at him from above. The Empress could not believe her eyes. What? Ian Reinhardt spoke. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Both the Empress and the Crown Prince were greatly shocked to see that Ian Reinhardt was alive. But the Empress felt her heart pounding wildly. Thump, thump, thump. Anxiously, she thought, how can this be? He was clearly on the verge of death. Then she whipped her head around to look at the injured Batten and thought, those knights are complete trash. They can't even handle a simple task properly. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Her whole body trembled, her hand clenching her dress as she thought, the moment I heard the Duke might still be alive, I should have dealt with it immediately. Wait, why would the Duke dare come here so confidently? I threatened the Duke's steward for a long time and forced him to create false evidence, making the Duke abandon his title while the royal family spread its mercy among the people. Yes, what can that brat possibly do? Thinking that made the Empress feel more confident. She laughed, haha, and thought, no matter what you say, the situation now favors the royal family. Then she pulled out her fan, waved it forward, and said, a traitor dares come all the way here? Even if you are a duke, you cannot erase this crime. This is the Emperor's final courtesy to you. In consideration of the 620 years your house has served the royal family. You should be grateful for that. She smiled viciously and thought, how will you deal with this now? Does the Duke intend to rely on that swordsmanship? No matter what, he can't escape the crime of plotting treason. Then the Empress shouted, accusing Ian Reinhardt. All of this is your crime. Standing below, Ian lowered his head and said, I swear upon the ancestors of House Reinhardt, I have never once plotted treason. The Empress, who had been smiling smugly, suddenly froze. She opened the fan in her hand and waved it a few times to dispel her anger, thinking, so in the end, this is all he has. Brat. In the end, all he can do is say the evidence used to accuse him is false, not the truth. Then she burst into laughter again. Ha! And why should I believe that? Standing high above and looking down on Ian Reinhardt, she thought with disdain, all I need to do now is stall until reinforcements arrive. Ian Reinhardt quickly pulled out a necklace holding the dragon's tear and said, that is the very question I have been waiting for. This is an item that can clear away heaven-defying injustice. Seeing the necklace, the Empress grew curious. Could it be the final tear? How is that possible? The thought filled her with terror. Her entire body shook, and she staggered, unable to stand steadily. Ian Reinhardt still held the necklace out before him and said, do you recognize it? One of the Duke's treasured heirlooms. This is the final tear of a dragon. It will truthfully answer any question asked. Use this to interrogate me. A Duke would never betray. Let us clear up every misunderstanding. The sight of Ian Reinhardt standing there so confident and proud only made the Empress angrier. Her whole body trembled. She thought, Reinhardt has always been a thorn in my side. For decades, the power of his house has threatened the authority of the royal family. He defeated every swordmaster with ease. When the Emperor fell, I thought I had finally gotten rid of him. But the nobles at the party had already begun whispering among themselves. So he really wasn't plotting treason? Another murmured. There are only 2 dragon's tears in the entire world. I heard the Duke possessed one of them. Then what he says must be true. Others said in astonishment, what is happening here? His property and rank were confiscated, and even his rewards were seized. Hearing everyone whispering like this, the Empress grew furious. She swayed unsteadily. The Crown Prince behind her hurried forward to support her. Laughing in anger, the Empress said, "Your Highness," the crown prince quickly replied. "Mother, please calm down and breathe evenly." But the empress was already seething. She thought, "I cannot fail like this. This country is meant to belong only to me and my son, my bloodline." As she thought this, the empress panted heavily. Down below, people were still whispering among themselves about everything taking place. No one knew who was truly telling the truth. The empress stared at the dragon's tear on the necklace and thought, as long as that thing disappears, I have to smash that necklace. Even if the nobles start to suspect me now, once the duke is dealt with, time will bury everything. Thinking that, the empress hurried down and rushed straight toward Duke Ian Reinhardt. Her shoes struck the floor with harsh, grating clacks. She reached for the necklace and thought, I will be acknowledged. If that necklace does not exist, then I will be acknowledged. If that necklace does not exist, then... But before she could touch it, the crown prince caught her hand. The empress looked at her son in shock and said, "Your Highness." Seeing that stunned expression on her face, the crown prince replied, "Mother, you're getting too excited. I will be the one to preside over this." Then he walked toward Ian and said, "Duke Reinhardt, the dragon's tear you are holding is genuine, correct?" Ian met the crown prince's gaze and answered confidently, "Yes, your highness." As he walked toward Ian, the crown prince said, "The bloodline of the royal family also carries dragon blood. Among us, the direct descendants have the ability to verify whether objects made from a dragon's body are real or not. So you understand that this cannot be deceived, correct?" Ian Reinhardt remained calm and confident. He replied, "Of course. Please verify it yourself." The empress stood at a distance, immediately snapping open her fan and waving it several times to suppress her fury. Ian continued, "Very well. Then you know how to verify it, correct?" But when the empress heard that, she instantly whipped her head around and thought, "What? Wait. At the same time, Ian handed the necklace containing the dragon's tear to the crown prince. The empress desperately wanted to stop him, but she could not. She could only stand there with her mouth open, staring and think, no, but it's too late. The necklace is already in the crown prince's hands. It emitted a golden light, along with a sharp humming sound. Seeing that, the crown prince let out a quiet breath of relief and thought, "This is all I can do to help you. There can't be a worse friend than me, can there?" After confirming it, the crown prince turned to the people around him and said, "That is correct. This is a genuine dragon's tear. Drink it. From this moment on, I will personally interrogate you to determine whether you're truly innocent." The empress was furious at those words, but there was nothing more she could do. The crown prince began the interrogation and said, "Ian Reinhardt, are you prepared to answer my questions truthfully?" Ian replied, "Of course, your majesty." After the interrogation ended, in another private room, the empress angrily shoved her son against the door and demanded, "Why did you do that, crown prince? Why did you prove that the tear was real?" But no matter how the empress called out to him, he kept his mouth tightly shut and did not answer. Only after her anger subsided did he speak. "Mother, please calm down and think it over. What does it mean that the Duke handed us the interrogation? It means he wants to make a deal. The Duke will keep it secret that it was the royal family who ordered false evidence to be fabricated to accuse him. In return, we are to clear the Duke's name." The Empress angrily sat down in a chair and said, "If that happens, then everything I've done will have been meaningless. Besides, I've already spent a great deal of the Duke's wealth." The Crown Prince still tried to explain his actions from earlier. He said there had been no other choice. Who could have known he would bring the dragon's tear with him? Hearing that, the Empress became deeply uneasy. She paced back and forth, biting her nails, and thought, that's right, the dragon's tear. Even if the Duke had survived, without the dragon's tear there would have been nothing he could do. But why would the Duke carry such a treasure onto the battlefield? Then she turned to look at her son and said, "My son, Crown Prince, don't tell me you helped the Duke." The Crown Prince remained silent. He did not answer his mother, only thought of his father lying on a sickbed, and of his mother, who had naturally become the most powerful person in Lhasa. Seeing his expression, the Empress felt both fear and fury. She strode over to him and ordered, "Answer me, Crown Prince." The Crown Prince remained standing where he was and thought, if the nobles had to describe Mother in a single line, it would be a mad woman driven by power. Looking at her now, That description was not wrong in the slightest. Standing before him and pressing him, the Empress asked, "Have you been in contact with the Duke? Is it because of your old feelings?" The Crown Prince took his mother's hand and said, "How could that be? How could I possibly lie to you, Mother? The Duke is an extraordinary man. He has always been such an outstanding talent that it is impossible to predict what he intends to do. Isn't that right, Empress?" She stared at her son as if trying to determine whether he was telling the truth or lying, then suddenly laughed. "Very good. This time I'll believe the Crown Prince." Then she turned and walked away, saying, "But I cannot return the wealth I already spent from the Duke's estate. Ian Reinhardt, you must cooperate well with him." The Crown Prince had no choice but to nod and say, "I understand." 18 questions had been asked before a great many nobles. The entire truth of what had happened over this period was revealed. Ian Reinhardt was innocent, and the charge of treason was most likely false. Though it was already late, the news quickly spread throughout the capital. Ian walked out of the castle and let out a long breath. "I finally made it through." The matter of dealing with the traitor and his family had been resolved with relative ease. On top of that, another investigation into the truth had begun. Ian remembered Batten's words. "I am sorry, Ian. It seems this was the Empress's scheme. I can only help you this much. As long as the Empress remained alive, wanting anything more was pure luxury. It was a pity Batten had survived." Ian clenched his fist and ground his teeth, thinking if the Empress learns that traitor had become so greedy, she would surely eliminate him the moment he appeared. Suddenly, from the distance, came the sound of footsteps and someone calling out, "Captain." Ian turned around. The cloak of the man before him fluttered wildly. In broad daylight, Liegula dropped to his knees before Ian, emotions overflowing. "You're alive." The other knights around him also knelt before Ian at once. Seeing this, Ian thought, the knights of the family. Everyone came here immediately once they learned I had arrived. Only Rose came with me back then. Ian extended a hand and said, "Count Liegula, have you been well all this time?" Liegula could not hold back his tears, and his eyes reddened. Inwardly, he rejoiced. "As expected, you returned unharmed. The commander we trusted and waited for has come back." Liegula and the others rose, weeping as they said, "Captain, we are all safe. Captain, are you well?" Seeing everyone so emotional, Ian laughed and thought, "It's been a long time since I've seen people this tearful." He said, "After everything that's happened, this is understandable." Liegula said, "I'm fine. But what about the other lords? Many disappeared after being sentenced. If they can return, then that's good." Ian answered, "Yes. We'll do our utmost to learn whether they are alive or dead. My survival has already been reported to the entire royal family, so don't feel pressured. Besides, this matter will take quite a bit of time. It can't be completed here." Liegula draped a cloak over Ian and said, "I brought a carriage. Will you be returning to resume your place as Duke?" Ian replied, "No, I need to pick someone up first." Liegula was startled. "Pick someone up?" From the distance, a young lady approached Ian and stammered, "Please forgive me." Ian asked, "Is something the matter, my lady?" She hesitated a little before asking, Duke, you're going to stop by the Countess's home in the capital first, aren't you?" Ian frowned. The Countess. The orange-haired young lady thought of that girl. But before she could say anything more, the sight behind Ian startled her, and she cried out, a kidnapping? Call the guards at once." The people nearby immediately reminded her, "Quiet down. She's Brumeier's illegitimate daughter. She had the nerve to set foot in the royal ball. She's probably being taken away to be sold now." The others said, "Don't interfere in another family's private affairs." The people behind them whispered among themselves about the illegitimate girl. She never had any proper education, so she must not have much sense either. The orange-haired young lady thought, how pitiful. She should have been treated better. If the Duke immediately stopped by the Countess's house to see Lady Rose and brought his wife with him, then that illegitimate girl would probably be released instead of beaten. Thinking that, she asked, "You're going to pick up your wife, aren't you? I saw your wife return to the residence in the capital." Ian was surprised. She already returned? Ian thought to himself, strange. She clearly didn't want to go back and had run away. But this is a good thing too. Since she's in the capital, I can quickly tell her this good news. Maybe she's already heard it and is waiting for me. I miss her so much right now. Ian said to Liegula, let's go to Count Brumire's residence and pick up the Duchess. Liegula immediately obeyed. Understood. At Count Brumire's house, he sat tapping the table repeatedly, as if waiting for something. When he saw the butler enter, he shot to his feet and asked, "Have you confirmed the situation?" The butler replied, "The Duke truly is coming here." Count Brumire's voice grew strained. Why so quickly? He thought, ever since Ian Reinhardt appeared, I assumed he would return to his territory to consolidate his power. So why has he come to this place instead? Is he here to reclaim his former wife, Rose Brumire? Or is he here for revenge because I used that lowly, illegitimate child as a shield when the Duke fell into ruin? What am I supposed to do? But if he has something to say, why come here in person? As the Count was still thinking, the butler said, "Master, the Duke has arrived. He is now in the outer hall." The Count suddenly snapped. "You're being too noisy. I know that already, damn it." When he went downstairs, he saw Lady Brumire already greeting the guest. "You've been waiting long, haven't you?" "Ah, the Countess has just come down." Ian replied mildly. "I see." He looked up at Count Brumire with cold eyes. "It's been a long time, Count. I trust you've been well." Count Brumire forced a smile and answered, "Yes, thanks to you." Count Brumire laughed. "Haha, I heard the whole story. It was all just a misunderstanding." Smiling at Ian, he said, "Your family affairs must already be keeping you busy. You have no idea how pleased I am that you still made time to come here." His words made Ian frown, only concerned with his own interests. A gust of wind swept in with a low whistling sound. Ian's face turned cold. This man had abandoned Lariette, alone in the residence, without even a single servant, and now he acted as if he knew nothing of it. How unpleasant. Ian's irritated expression startled Count Brumire, and the Count forced another smile. Even his explanation turned hesitant and stammering. "As long as you understand that I had no way to help you during that time, because there was simply no other choice. And of course, now that all misunderstandings have been resolved, from here on, I will support you wholeheartedly, Duke." Ian only replied indifferently, "I understand." The Count swallowed hard, puzzled, his thoughts running wild. "So it's not that? I don't think he came here to argue. Then what is the reason?" He reluctantly asked, "Did you come here to take your wife back?" Hearing the question, Ian asked in return, "Is she really here?" His question surprised both the Count and the Countess. Lady Brumire answered, Of course. She was somewhat frightened by Ian's oppressive presence, but still forced a calm smile, as if nothing were wrong. "Did you come here specifically to see your wife? I never expected you to be so affectionate," she explained. "The child heard that you were coming, so she's getting ready upstairs. I'll take you up." Hearing that, Ian and Liegula exchanged a glance, and then Ian nodded. "All right." His answer made the Count and Countess look at each other. The Countess volunteered to lead the way. "Then let me show you upstairs. This way." Entering a room, she said, "Please wait here. Rose will be here soon." Then, pleased with herself, she said in front of him, as expected, "A legitimate daughter is still better than that bastard girl, isn't that right? You made the correct choice." After saying that, Lady Brumire even let out a smug laugh. Now that all misunderstandings have been resolved, everything is returned to its proper order, and Rose should return to the Duke. Seeing her muttering to herself made Ian frown in confusion. What's she talking about? She wondered inwardly. Since when did the Duke start liking that girl? I won't need to apologize for switching Rose and Lariette, will I? Thinking that, she laughed again. Please wait just a moment." After she stepped outside, Liegula scratched his neck. Now that they're back to being nobles again, their attitude has changed completely, hasn't it? Ian only gave a low snort. Looking at him, Liegula noticed that Ian was still standing. "Please don't just stand there like that. Why not sit down?" Ian merely shifted restlessly and raised a hand to his mouth. "I'm too anxious to sit still." Hearing that, Liegula thought to himself, has he spent so much time on the battlefield that he doesn't even recognize his own wife's face? Then again, if he has a good relationship with his wife, caring about her family wouldn't be strange. Liegula sighed in relief. It was all for the best anyway. But Ian was in a bad mood now. He remained uneasy. Liegula sat down and looked at Ian, who was standing opposite him, then asked, "How have you been living all this time? I didn't hear anything about you at all." Ian said, "That's a long story." But Liegula did not mind. "I'll listen to it little by little." After hearing the whole story, Liegula was so furious that he stood up and slammed his hand onto the table. With clenched teeth, he cursed, "That bastard. Liegula truly regretted it. As soon as the Duke had been falsely accused, that man had immediately been promoted to the palace. I should have killed him right then. Seeing that Liegula had raised his voice, Ian signaled for silence. Shoo, only you know that the royal family is behind this, aside from my wife. Hearing Ian say that, Liegula gave an awkward smile. By then, Liegula had calmed down somewhat and let out a breath. Then he thought, the Duchess's name is Rose. You could say we are all here thanks to her. After that, he turned his head toward Ian in confusion. But something doesn't seem right. Ian looked thoughtful as he listened to Liegula's questions. Why was your wife in the residence alone, without any servants? Ian explained to Liegula, Count Brumir borrowed money from the royal family. So without this marriage, he would have had to repay the entire amount. That's why he sent Rose to the residence. But Ian's explanation did nothing to ease Liegula's doubts. Even so, they should have sent servants with her. At that, Ian leaned both hands on the chair, his hair falling slightly forward. I was wondering about that too. Deep in thought, Ian reflected that the conversation from earlier had felt strange. What exactly had happened in the Count's household? He began to speculate. Could it be that she argued with her parents? Have you heard anything about that? Liegula did not know either and only rested his chin on his hand. After what happened to you, I was almost completely cut off from society. But Ian truly could not understand it. Then we've overlooked something. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside. Knock, knock. Ian's thoughts were interrupted. His heart pounded. She's here. Fine. There's no use thinking about anything else now. He walked over and opened the door. Each step struck the floor with a hard sound. His thoughts were in chaos. I've reclaimed my title as Duke. There's nothing that would make her prouder than this. I've waited for this moment since last winter. He quickly opened the door for the person outside. The latch clicked. Unable to wait any longer, Ian spoke first. There's so much I've wanted to tell you. Full of anticipation, Ian softly called, my wife. But when he saw who entered, he froze. Rose was neatly dressed and beautifully made up, holding a tea tray in her hands. Her heart pounded wildly as she smiled at him, her face slightly flushed. Seeing that she was not the person he wanted to meet, Ian stiffened. Not the Duchess. But Rose had no idea what Ian was thinking. She tried to speak first in a falsely sweet voice. I've kept you waiting a long time, haven't I? Ian's eager mood instantly turned ice cold. I'm Ian Reinhardt. Who are you, miss? Rose thought he was joking with her and let out a helpless little laugh. Oh my, honestly. Then she looked straight at him shyly, putting on airs as she introduced herself. I'm Rose, your wife. At that point, Ian grew even more confused. Rose Brummer? Hearing him say her name only pleased Rose even more. Affecting a coquettish manner, she asked back, Rose Brummier is a very lovely name, isn't it? She stole glances at the man before her, with eyes full of infatuation, inwardly lost in self-admiration. The Duke looked displeased when he heard my name, didn't he? At first, I thought he had come here angry about the bride switch. Could it be that he likes me? Back at the ball, the first time we met, it seemed the Duke fell for me then. What could be more romantic than our love story? Rose confidently stepped into the room and said to Ian with a smile, let's not stand here. Come inside. My maid has prepared a kind of black tea called. She set the tray on the table with a clatter and went on introducing it. These tea leaves were found thanks to a small tribe in the far south, and after the war their people have become very few. Rose tried to take the initiative and keep talking to Ian, not noticing that his expression had become increasingly unpleasant. Actually, this is the kind of tea my father likes. My father was so delighted that he brought out this rare tea to serve you. No, Ian did not want to hear another word from Rose. He hurriedly cut her off. No, wait. Ian only wanted to find the person he wished to see. Silver hair. She wasn't the girl with blue eyes. Ian's words made Rose's pupils contract slightly. She stiffened. What? Could he be talking about Lariette? When did he meet her? Rose hurriedly looked at Ian. Why are you bringing up Lariette? Hearing that name from Rose's mouth, Ian repeated it. Lariette. She clarified, yes, that's my younger sister. Liegula, who had been silent until now, finally spoke to explain in Ian's place. Captain, no, Duke. Thanks to her help, you were able to recover your health. When she turned back, Liegula was just as shocked as Ian. But it wasn't Lady Rose. It was her younger sister? How could this have happened? Rose, flustered and angry, whipped around toward Ian and blurted out without thinking. Do you mean you met that bastard child? The moment she said it, she realized she had slipped up and went pale. But Rose's words had already reached both Ian and Liegula. They spoke at the same time. Bastard child. Rose panicked. She had let it slip. Her father had warned her never to mention it. So she forced an awkward smile and waved her hands as if it were nothing. And no, I just said something pointless. My family has already taken care of everything concerning her, so you needn't trouble yourself over it. Ian ignored those words and only repeated, "A bastard child? My wife is an illegitimate daughter." Ian remembered Lariette's gentle face, along with her strange behavior and the odd things she had said. Then all of her unusual reactions during that time. Why had she acted that way? "Rose, don't come any closer. Just, please leave me alone." Ian realized the truth all at once. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his head, clearing his mind in an instant. She had done all of that because she didn't want anyone to discover that she was an illegitimate child. Lariette was an illegitimate daughter, given the name of the goddess of misfortune. Without even asking, he already knew how she must have been treated while she lived in this house. Ian Reinhardt pressed a hand to his head in dizziness and thought, "I've truly failed her." He frowned and cursed himself in silence. "I didn't even know, and instead I just made assumptions." In Ian Reinhardt's mind, he snarled at himself. "Are you only sharp when you're on the battlefield?" Rose Brumier watched him anxiously and wondered, has he already been hurt by this? She stammered in a fluster, "I am sorry for the switch. I'll do my best to become a good duchess and give you strength, your grace." Count Liegula glanced at her and let out a cold snort, thinking, it seems everyone in this family is absurdly full of themselves. They talked so romantically about the two of them, but the moment the Duke fell from grace, they sent out the illegitimate daughter as a substitute. Liegula let out a long sigh. It was pitiful the way that illegitimate child had been treated, but the Duke needed a legitimate wife to bear an heir. In a noble society that prized legitimacy, and now that Rose was really here, Liegula spoke up. "In that case, your grace, I'll first escort her to the ducal residence." Hearing that, Rose's face brightened with delight. She stood facing Liegula, smiling shyly with a blush on her cheeks, while Liegula looked at her in surprise and continued speaking politely. Ian was deep in thought, muttering inwardly, still simmering with anger. An unjust marriage. As he listened to the two of them talking cheerfully about the Duke's situation, before the thought could even finish, Ian suddenly slammed his fist into the wall with a thunderous bang. Both Liegula and Rose jumped in shock and stared at him, not understanding what was happening. Ian braced one hand against the wall and breathed heavily. His savage voice was so fierce it chilled everyone who heard it. "Shut your mouths. What sweet romance are you talking about, Rose?" Ian lifted his eyes to the two of them, radiating a menacing aura. Count Liegula felt it too. Ian recalled Lariette's image, and Rose's pale face twisted in fear, and thought of how cruelly this shameless woman must have treated her. I still remember that terrified expression perfectly. Ian turned to Rose and asked, "Where's Lariette now?" Rose gave a sly smile when she heard him mention that name. She asked in return, "Why do you want to see her again?" If it's because she helped you at the villa, then her special reward is..." Before Rose could finish, Ian cut her off. "No, that's not it." Ian repeated his question, leaving Rose speechless and pale. "Where is she?" Rose was silent for a moment before speaking. "I don't understand." She looked at Ian in confusion and asked, "Why are you so determined to find that girl? The misunderstanding has already been resolved. Now you only need to take me to the ducal residence." Hearing that, Ian pressed a hand to his head in exhaustion. She really doesn't understand anything. She just keeps repeating the same thing. He pressed his lips together and thought grimly, "This is going nowhere. I only have 1 hour to find her now." Without answering Rose's question, he abruptly turned and left, leaving Rose staring after him in shock. His footsteps on the floor grew faster and faster. Rose wondered in confusion what he was doing now. She hurriedly called out, "Your Grace." Ian threw the door open with a bang, his irritation plain to see, along with his desperate haste as he searched. He shouted loudly, "Lariette." Ian spun around, looking everywhere as he called out, "Where are you?" "I'm here. I'm here now." Rose, alarmed, quickly asked, "Wait, where are you going?" Ian paid Rose no attention and strode rapidly through the house, searching everywhere. He thought firmly, "I have to find you. I need to ask why you hid your identity." "No, I don't even need to ask anymore. Everything is obvious. If the Duke were cleared of treason, then of course she would be abandoned. Immediately afterward, he hurried from room to room, throwing open every door. As he searched, he thought coldly of Lariat. Why did you still help me enter the palace, even so? What a pity. Did you really think I was as cold-blooded as a beast? Did you think I would ignore the debt I owed you for saving my life? Just because I'm a beast? Staring into her resigned face in his mind, he decided, I'll tell her I know her real identity now. Even so, I would still choose only her. He reached another room, slammed the door open, and called, Lariat. Both Liegula and Rose hurried after Ian. Rose kept calling, Your Grace. Grinding her teeth in anger, she thought furiously, damn it, why does he have to look for that bastard child? Then Rose shouted something that made Ian stop short as soon as he heard it. Lariat isn't here. Ian turned back and asked what? Rose folded her arms, closed her eyes, and curled her lip in contempt. I sent her to our territory. Having an illegitimate daughter like that is truly. Before she could finish, something happened that made Liegula's eyes widen in shock. Ian had seized Rose tightly by the shoulders and demanded urgently, When did she leave? How long does it take to get there? Rose stared at him in shock, unable to answer. That only made him angrier. He growled, I asked when. Only then did she shake her head and answer, and not long ago. Even if they were moving quickly, they would have only just left the capital. I sent the carriage out earlier. At those words, Ian's hand loosened from Rose's shoulder. She had said that if he moved quickly, he could still catch up. She fell silent, exhausted and covered in sweat. But Rose ground her teeth and thought, is he really going? Is he really going to leave me behind like this? Ian immediately turned and left while Rose screamed after him. Wait, Your Grace. Then why were you like that at first? Your real wife is right here. Ian stopped briefly when he heard that, and before Rose could finish, he cut her off. He gave her a cold glance and asked, My real wife? Turning his back to her, he said, The wife you people sent to me was Lariat. Then Rose heard his next words and froze in shock. So I have only one wife, and that is Lariat. Liegula rushed after Ian and called, Your Grace. As Ian hurried down the stairs, he ran into Rose's mother. She asked, Your Grace, why is there such a commotion? Ian didn't bother answering and simply turned away and left, leaving her baffled. Sweating, she wondered what had happened. What is this? Wasn't everything just going well a moment ago? She hurried up the stairs to see what was going on. Then she suddenly froze in shock when she saw her daughter kneeling on the floor, trembling. She cried out, Rose. Panicked, she rushed over and knelt down, trying to help her daughter up. Grabbing Rose by the shoulders, she asked frantically again and again, What happened with the Duke? What happened? Rose stayed silent and did not answer her mother. She lowered her head, remembering Ian's words. So, I have only one wife, and that is Lariat. She thought bitterly, I can't believe this. Lady Brumere looked around for servants to help lift her daughter up. Then Rose suddenly said, Useless. Furious, she thought, that lowly bastard child. A maid nearby carefully asked, Miss, are you all right? Rose breathed heavily, seething, and ignored her. Everyone's faces darkened as they watched her. He doesn't look for me, but for something like that. Then she looked ahead and suddenly froze. Rose charged straight forward with a scream, making all the servants stare in shock. As if she had gone mad, she angrily reached up and grabbed a flower pot from its stand. Then she smashed it violently onto the floor with a crash. The vase shattered everywhere, and the beautiful flowers scattered across the ground, no longer resting neatly in the vase as before. She thought furiously, I'm so angry. Unable to control her rage, Rose clawed at her hair and thought in fury, how could he treat me like this? How could he say that to me? The two maids and her mother were horrified, unable to understand what was happening as they watched her lose her mind. Her mother softly called to her. Then came the heavy sound of footsteps, her father's. Count Brumere stepped forward, saw the scene before him, and asked in alarm, What is this? Have you lost your mind, Rose? Rose remained hysterical and did not listen to him. Her father slowly approached and said, I'm talking to you. Rose bent over the table, breathing hard. Count Brumere pressed a hand to his forehead and muttered tiredly, Damn it. For a long time, I kept wondering whether this would be all right. And it seems you didn't know how to seize the chance that came to you. Rose's eyes widened at her father's words. Count Brumere then said, Everyone, disperse. He continued, She'll calm down eventually. Meanwhile, Rose kept her head lowered over the table, eyes darkened, gritting her teeth as she screamed inwardly, I'm so furious. Ian stormed out of the Brumier residence. Behind him, Countess Riekala hurried after him and asked, "Do you truly intend to bring that illegitimate daughter back as your wife?" Ian stopped and asked coldly, "Is there a problem with that?" She hesitated, but still spoke her mind. "That won't do, Captain. But it doesn't have to be her." Ian paused, then asked in a low voice, "And if I object?" He continued, "If I choose to treat an illegitimate daughter of a count and servants of low birth, well, would you object to that too?" Seeing Riekala stiffen, he added, "Besides, Lariette is the one who saved my life." But Riekala still hesitated. "Many who follow you also come from humble origins. That is true. But marriage is different. You can't choose carelessly." Her face was full of concern as she thought, if she gives birth to the Duke's heir, then ugly rumors will follow him forever. "I could sacrifice my life if the Duke ordered it. Since I am the Duke's aide, I cannot help worrying about his marriage." Even so, she still tried to persuade him. "This truly is not a good choice for you, Your Grace. Don't you know that? You could compensate that illegitimate daughter in some other way." Ian was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed intently on Riekala. Then he said slowly, "Some other way? That's not worth hearing." With that, he turned and walked away. Ian swung himself onto a horse and said, "If you're dissatisfied with me, that's fine. I give you permission to leave this post. Someone like you would be respected anywhere." Riekala stared at him blankly, shocked beyond belief. Her face was filled with disbelief as she heard him continue, "I'll take this horse as a farewell gift, since there's no time." Riekala hurried forward and stammered, "You're going to bring her back? And transfer me." Ian leaped up, grabbed the reins, and replied, "I won't say it a second time." Leaving Riekala still standing there in a daze, Ian said firmly, "I hope you find a better position." Only then did Riekala fully realize the seriousness of his words. She hurried after him at once. "Captain, Captain!" Miserable, she covered her face. "How can he say something like that so calmly? Seeing you marry and live with a good person has been the dream of both me and everyone else." Her eyes brimmed as she held her face in thought. "Leave this post? Do you even know what that means?" Riekala fell into despair, covering her face and mocking herself. Then she thought again. Still, he's always been stubborn. Riekala shook her head hard. "No, this won't do." Then she forced herself to accept it. Fine. Watching the direction Ian had gone with such resolve, Riekala could only compromise. All right. She suddenly ran after him and called out, "I'll bring the carriage after you. You go on ahead." Seeing her expression as she reluctantly gave in, Ian showed a faint smile. He said lightly, "Thank you, Countess." At the city gate, countless confused sounds rang out. "Rest and sleep here. This will be a long trip, so try to keep yourself warm." Just then, the carriage creaked to a stop, and the group left Lariette inside without another thought. She panted softly. The temperature outside was bitterly low now. Lariette mocked herself. "It feels just like going back to the old days." Rustling, she pulled her coat tightly around herself and thought, "Lariette Brumer, even though you did nothing wrong, you're still treated like some criminal with a grave offense. Life has become too comfortable for me. It never suited me in the first place." Lariette rubbed her aching shoulders, covered in bruises, and told herself, "This is what my life was always meant to be like. I'm not even pitiable anymore." Suddenly, noisy voices sounded from outside. Lariette lifted her head and listened carefully. The cry of a newsboy reached her ears. Snow had begun to fall outside. A young man, bundled up so tightly that only his eyes were visible, kept shouting as he walked, "Extra! The ghost Duke, thought to be dead, has come back to life." Suddenly, a clattering sound came from the carriage nearby. Lariette's voice called out from inside, "Hey, give me one newspaper." With a rustle, she added, "Push it through the gap." "How much is it?" The newsboy quickly rummaged through a stack of papers and replied, 2 gold coins. Lariette did as he said, and placed 1 gold coin at the crack in the carriage. The young man swiftly snatched it up, and a moment later a folded newspaper was pushed inside. The young man said, "Here you are." Lariette slowly picked up a newspaper and thought, "Good thing I hid some money on me." She set the paper beside her handcuffs, flipped through a few pages, and read the news. "The ghost Duke has appeared in the Empire to clear his name." Reading that, Lariette laughed softly to herself. The ghost Duke? That nickname really does fit. In any case, I'm relieved to know his charges were safely resolved. Lariette murmured his name. "Ian." So that's it. Then she thought, that's right. I only just learned his name now. I wonder what Ian is doing at this moment. But her whole body throbbed with pain, and she found herself wondering whether he would even remember that she existed. But since he now knows I'm an illegitimate daughter, he probably won't come to the residence. Thinking that, her head slowly drooped, and she looked pitiful beyond words. The creaking sounds resumed, along with the voices of the men escorting her. If we stayed any longer, who knows what else we'd have to hear from Lady Rose. Hearing that, Lariat thought to herself, well, I'm being taken to the territory now anyway. That's for the best. The carriage rattled again, preparing to depart. Outside, someone laughed loudly after saying, if we stayed any longer, who knows what else we'd hear from Lady Rose. Another person quickly urged, we're almost out of the capital. Better to move fast than stop and rest, and listen to her ramble. And so the shabby carriage started up again with a rattle. In the night, the two men quietly discussed their plans. Once the job is done and we get back to see the Count, let's have some beer together. Your treat. Their noisy chatter continued without pause. But inside, Lariat was the complete opposite. She panted heavily, her whole body aching from the wounds on her shoulders. Her ragged breaths echoed in the cramped space. Weakly leaning against the wall of the carriage, Lariat guessed from the increasing jolts that they had already left the capital and entered the mountain road. Her hazy eyes drifted as she thought to herself, my head hurts so much I can't think at all. In the end, she still couldn't hold on. Her eyelids slowly closed, and all she knew was that her arm had gone numb and her eyes were growing heavier and heavier. If this kept up, before she could sink any deeper, the carriage suddenly came to a stop with a sharp jolt. The sudden halt startled Lariat out of her daze. She heard a commotion outside. Confused, she wondered what's going on. She couldn't see what was happening beyond the carriage. Then a voice reached her ears. Ah, the ghost Duke. At once, the weariness in Lariat's eyes lit up. She was so tense, she could hear every loud thud of her own heartbeat. Lariat stared blankly, hardly daring to believe it. The ghost Duke? Trembling with anticipation, she looked toward the door. Could it really be him outside the carriage? The voices outside continued in utter chaos. At last, all she heard was a furious shout, "Get lost!" The carriage door immediately rattled. Seeing that, Lariat became even more expectant. Is it really the person I'm thinking of? The thought made her heart pound even harder. Her chest thudded non-stop, and with every clatter of the carriage door, Lariat's heartbeat grew fiercer. Is it really him? Finally, the door opened with a loud creak, and a gust of wind rushed in with it. In her pitiful state, Lariat lifted her eyes full of hope toward the one who had opened the door. Ian's face was dark with anger, and Lariat stared at him in stunned disbelief. Inwardly, she called his name. Ian, in the still, dark night. Only the wind could be heard blowing in waves. Then, from the wooden carriage door, the tall figure of the Duke suddenly appeared. Ian stood there with a deeply displeased expression, as if he were in an extremely foul mood. His dark eyes fixed on the girl before him. Seeing the small girl covered in grime, her body marked with countless wounds big and small, Duke Ian Reinhardt looked at her and unconsciously called her name. Lariat. Hearing him call out, Lariat, who had been sitting blankly inside the carriage, flinched. She quickly raised her head toward the source of the voice. For a moment she froze, gazing at him in a daze. Then it suddenly hit her. He had just called her Lariat? Suddenly Duke Ian shouted at her in anger, reproaching her. Where did you run off to, abandoning your husband? And what is this state you're in? But after saying it, he abruptly stopped. He seemed to realize something. He looked at Lariat's face, full of shock and a trace of fear. The air between them fell into silence. No one spoke. They simply looked at each other for a long moment. After a while, Ian softened his voice and scolded her again more gently. I clearly told you that you had to stay safe. As he spoke, he clenched his teeth in bitterness. Ian looked at Lariat, his voice tinged with emotion and concern. What I mean is, I don't want to see you like this. Hearing those reproachful words from Ian, it felt as though something lodged in Lariat's throat, making her unable to say a single word. Aggrieved, she used all her strength to clutch the rough, torn hem of her thin dress, and wondered to herself, I don't understand. Why didn't he take Rose and leave? Why did he come all the way here just to get angry at me? And on top of that, he called my name, not Rose's, but Lariat's. Even knowing her true identity, he had still come to take her home. Thinking that, Lariette looked up at Duke Ian with tear-filled eyes, moved beyond words. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Ian stiffened in surprise and silently watched as Lariette began to cry. With tears streaming down her face, she suddenly asked why. She paused for a moment, then faced Ian directly and demanded, "Why did you yell at me? This wasn't my fault." All the emotions she had been suppressing burst free, and she could no longer hold herself back. Tears poured down her pale cheeks. A thought flashed through Lariette's mind. When they dragged me away from the ball, all those nobles just watched me like I deserved it. So I thought you wouldn't come save me. An illegitimate daughter. To the nobility, being an illegitimate daughter was an insult and a disgrace. No one could easily accept someone like that becoming a duchess. That's what she had believed. But he had called himself her husband and come for her. Those thoughts left Lariette deeply moved, yet also painfully aware of how pitiful she was. After that, she spoke to Ian, who was still bracing himself against the carriage door in front of her. "If you didn't want to see me like this, then you should have pretended not to know me and never come to pick me up." Ian could only stand rooted in place, listening as Lariette hurled her hurt at him. "This isn't my fault. You're the strange one for coming to look for an illegitimate daughter like me." Ian looked as though something had occurred to him. He hesitated for a long time, then slowly reached out his hand. He placed his rough hands on Lariette's pale face, gently caressing it as he offered a few words to comfort the little girl before him. "It's all a misunderstanding. I wasn't yelling at you." Ian gently wiped away the tears gathered on Lariette's cheeks. But Lariette paid no attention to his explanation and said resentfully, "You were." Hearing that, Ian frowned slightly. His eyes stayed fixed on her pale face and thin body as he said, "It's because you look too pitiful. I wasted far too much time before I could find you. You seem very surprised that I came." As he spoke, Ian gently stroked Lariette's tangled silver hair. Then he let out a long breath and admitted in a low voice, "Honestly, if I hadn't met you from the very beginning, I might have just taken Rose back to the estate as usual." After saying that, Ian recalled all the warmth Lariette had shown him. "But how could I abandon you now? When I had a high fever, you did everything you could to drag my large, wounded body in front of the fireplace. You wiped my face with your own hands, fed me, talked to me, and..." At that point, Ian suddenly paused. He placed his large hand over Lariette's small one and thought to himself, "You even smiled at me." Then he leaned his face closer to hers and said, "Let me tell you this. You deserve far more than that, so don't worry anymore. Come with me." But before Ian could finish, Lariette suddenly let out a sharp cry. Hearing that, Ian immediately asked in concern, "Does it hurt that much?" Seeing the pained expression on her face and the swollen, reddened bruise on her shoulder, he instinctively drew back, then held her trembling body carefully. With concern in his voice, he said, "It's not just swelling. Your shoulder is dislocated too. You're this badly hurt. How did you endure it?" After speaking, Ian fell silent in thought. His eyes lowered to the trembling body before him. His face was filled with grim resolve as he thought, "First, I need to check this injury. It's worse than it looks. Rose, she dared to do this." Unable to suppress his worry, Ian asked Lariette, "Are you all right? I was going to take you back immediately, but if we leave it like this, the injury will only get worse." Hearing Ian's words, Lariette turned away with a conflicted expression. Then Ian said carefully, "I think I need to set your shoulder back in place right now. It'll hurt a little. Will you be okay?" Hearing his question, Lariette let out a faint, "It hurts." Then she sighed and thought to herself, "I've never cared much about things like this anyway, so it'll be fine." Even as she thought that, her lips weakly formed the word, "injured." Then her eyelids suddenly grew heavy. Seeing her dazed state, Ian's heart tightened, pounding wildly in his chest. Unable to hide his anxiety, he quickly asked in a low voice, "Are you all right? Stay awake." But Lariette was still trapped inside her own thoughts. She kept telling herself she was fine, even though by then her body had already grown so weak that it swayed unsteadily. Ian reached out to support her frail body, all the while calling her name. And deep within Lariette's thoughts, something suddenly felt strange to her. She had said "I'm fine" countless times before, but this one time, right now, she no longer wanted to say it. Tears spilled down again as she finally spoke in a choking voice to Ian beside her. "I'm not fine at all. I hate being hurt." The moment she finished speaking, she burst into loud sobs in Ian's arms. Ian could only lower his gaze and watch Lariette cry helplessly. Lariette sobbed in pain. "I don't like this." Tears poured down, soaking her fluffy white hair like snow. She kept crying as she complained, "I don't want to be hurt ever again." Ian looked at her with aching sorrow. He held Lariette in his arms and looked up at the carriage ceiling with a weary sigh. Her breathing grew harsher and harsher. Suddenly, Lariette wiped away her tears. Sniffling, she turned to glance at Ian. Clutching her aching arm, she said softly, "All right." Sobbing, she pleaded, "I'll only cry a little. I don't want to lose my arm forever." As she spoke, tears gathered again at the corners of her eyes. Ian asked with deep heartache, "Are you really all right?" His eyes were full of pain. Trembling, Lariette collapsed against his chest and begged softly, "Please." Ian froze, not knowing what he should do. Ian gently stroked Lariette's head and soothed her. "I respect your wishes. When you've prepared yourself, tell me." Faced with such tenderness, she could not stop trembling. Lariette's heart had already begun to waver. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke through them, bitterly. "I'm ready now." Lariette's arm was burning red, and every nerve seemed to twitch. Ian's heart ached as he held her. "Crack." Gently, he instructed her, "Clench your teeth so you don't bite your tongue. Focus on breathing evenly." Then Ian coaxed her tenderly, "Just bear with it for a moment." His eyes fixed on her with unhidden affection. And then, suddenly, he twisted it back into place. Crack! She screamed in agony, and Lariette's face turned deathly pale. Startled, she cried out, "Ah!" Ian hurried to comfort her. "Lariette, are you okay?" Tears streamed down her face as she cried so hard that no sound would come out. She muttered incoherently, and Ian immediately helped her sit upright. "What are you saying? Don't strain yourself too much." Lariette panted, sobbing as she earnestly apologized. "I'm sorry. I ruined the dress." The words pierced Ian's heart. Then she suddenly fell silent, her eyes squeezed shut, leaving Ian aghast. His eyes widened as he blurted out, "Did she faint?" In alarm, he leaned in and checked Lariette's pulse. Fortunately, she was still breathing. In her daze, she mumbled softly. Only then did he dare let out a breath of relief. "Phew!" Ian gently gathered her into his arms and gazed at Lariette intently, thinking to himself that it was no wonder she had fainted. During all this time, she had been trapped in here and already utterly exhausted. And just now she had cried so much too. Ian ground his teeth in irritation. Carefully lifting her in his arms, he thought darkly, "Someone clearly stripped her of her dress. I won't let that family get away with this." When he stepped outside, the sky was pitch black. In a gloomy mountain forest, surrounded by nothing but trees and grass, Ian carefully carried Lariette forward. Seeing him, Count Liegula looked startled. "Your Grace." He hurried forward. "You brought her back safely." Ian answered coldly, "Ahem." He kept his gaze fixed on Lariette, his heart uneasy as he thought of her. Worried, he pulled his clothes around her to shield her. "She's an illegitimate daughter." Seeing that, Count Liegula spoke up at once. "I'll carry her inside. Give her to me." Ignoring him, Ian quickly carried Lariette to the carriage and gently laid her down inside. "It's fine," he said coldly. Then, without hesitation, Ian took off his own coat and draped it over her, covering and warming Lariette. The sight left Liegula stunned. He stood there awkwardly, frozen in place. To avoid delaying the journey, Ian urged, "Count, get in the carriage too." Only then did Liegula come back to himself and answer awkwardly, "Ah, yes." Ian continued, "Let's go." The carriage began to roll forward with a clatter. Inside, the Count seemed hesitant and restless, unable to sit still. Even now, he still had not recovered from the shock. Count Liegula thought uneasily, "I never imagined I'd live to see something like this." Watching Ian hold Lariette so gently in his arms, Liegula felt disoriented. The Duke is caring for a girl this tenderly? A girl who can change the Duke like this must truly be special. At the same time, Lariette seemed to be having a nightmare in her unconscious state. Her face showed obvious distress. Suddenly the Count spoke up. "May I ask one question?" Ian quickly replied, "Ask." Restless, Liegula forced himself to speak with all due respect. "Your Grace, do you have feelings for her?" At that, Ian stiffened and quickly brushed Lariette's hair aside. Blushing in embarrassment, Ian flatly denied it. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's just gratitude." The Count stared at Ian in weary disbelief. "Isn't that exactly what it is?" Startled, Ian fell silent. After a moment, once he had composed himself, the Duke awkwardly explained, "She saved me, treated my injuries, and took care of me all winter. Of course I'd feel differently toward her." He deceived himself into believing this was only an ordinary relationship, no more than repaying a debt of gratitude. Then Ian said stiffly, "It's been a long time since I rode a horse, so I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest for a while." You should rest too. The atmosphere turned awkward. Liegula lowered his head and sighed. As you command, Your Grace. Yes, of course. Then he secretly glanced at the two of them with a meaningful look. Ian was still the same, still gently holding Lariette in his arms. The space gradually fell quiet. The Count thought anxiously about the future. The road ahead was already quite clear. The Duke would have to face many hardships. Because of her, as things stood now, it was already difficult enough to recover the glory of the past. I understand now why she was willing to die so that he could bring Rose back. Lariette obediently leaned against Ian's warm shoulder. He gazed at her as though unable to look away for even a second. Liegula sighed in concern. Even knowing a storm lay ahead, he still willingly rushed into it. There's no use regretting it now. The captain is already completely certain of his decision. Not only outside the city walls, but even inside, people had already begun to whisper. Looking out through the curtain at the sky, he silently pledged his loyalty. I don't know how much I can help the two of them from my position, but I hope the two of you can overcome it together. The Duchy of Reinhardt lay southeast of the capital, with fertile land ideal for agriculture and iron mines rich with seemingly endless resources. Perhaps because of that wealth, news about him spread with astonishing speed. The rumor that the Duke, once thought dead, had returned had circulated through the streets long before, even reaching far beyond the capital. The following afternoon, in the Duchy of Reinhardt, Ian Reinhardt, carrying the sleeping Lariette in his arms, arrived at the gates of the Reinhardt estate with Count Liegula walking beside him. It was the place where Ian had once lived. With Lariette in one arm, he pushed open the estate's great gate with the other. A trace of nostalgia stirred in Ian's heart. Several months had passed since he had disappeared, and now even the gate had rusted. As it moved, the rusty gate let out a creaking sound. As he stepped into the estate grounds, the wind blew fiercely. The surrounding trees stood in neat green rows, yet there was not a single person in sight. The silence made the place feel desolate. He slowly walked farther inside. Ian surveyed the surroundings, his heart filled with many thoughts. Though not a single person remained in the garden, this had once been the place where I trained soldiers. Ian carefully looked over each step, each high wall of the estate, carrying old memories in his heart. In his recollection, this estate had once been lively and warm. Maids, butlers, nursemaids, so many people had lived here. Ian felt a trace of resentment. I never expected too much, but stepping into this empty garden now feels so strange. Even so, part of him had still hope. When I stepped in here, I hoped my ears would ache from all the people rushing to greet me. Ian looked up. Carrying Lariette the whole way had left him a little tired. He looked at her and let out another sigh. Phew, my shoulders are killing me. Count Liegula, who had been walking behind him the whole time, glanced at him for a moment before lowering his eyes again and saying, I already sent my servants ahead. The main building has probably been cleaned up by now. Ian did not pay it much mind. He answered softly, all right. But inwardly, many thoughts were running through his head. Many of his servants had fallen into hardship because they had no connections. Others, burdened by the stigma of coming from a trader's household, had been unable to find new work. Even so, many had still survived. Count Liegula stepped forward and reached out to open the door of the main building. When the great doors were thrown open, Ian was still lost in thought. It would take a very long time to find everyone again. Carrying Lariette, he stepped inside. I won't spare a single effort to find them. He absolutely had to find them all. Before Ian could finish the thought, someone appeared before him. A maid. She had short orange hair, and the moment she saw him, she panicked and dropped the pile of things she had been holding. Her mouth fell open in shock. Oh my goodness, the maid cried loudly. Ian froze when he saw her as well. Young Miss Maid, Ian said in surprise. The maid covered her gaping mouth with both hands, but she could not hide her delighted expression. Her eyes shone brightly as she stared at him, stammering, Why, your Grace. Another maid from upstairs also called down. Master! Murmurs and hurried footsteps broke out. People from all over the estate came rushing toward him. Master has returned. Master is back. One by one, from every corner of the house, they ran out to greet him. Someone shouted to gather the others. Everyone come here. Hurry! Someone ran over and joyfully called, Master! The spacious room was soon packed full of people, just as Ian had hoped. He stared blankly as everyone crowded around him. Some could hardly believe their eyes and said, This isn't a dream, is it? Others, more composed, said, Pull yourself together. Greet the master first. Everyone chattered noisily at once. Count Liegula had arrived as well. A brown-haired maid ran over and burst into tears. Another maid sniffled as she came running after her. The two of them threw themselves at Liegula and knocked him flat onto the floor. Even Ian widened his eyes in shock at the sight. The two women clung to Count Liegula on the ground, crying even harder. I can't believe this day finally came. Held tightly in their embrace, Liegula could only speak up. Hey, don't cry. Don't cry on such a happy day. Really now. Ian, holding Lariette in his arms, watched the tearful scene and felt somewhat awkward, unsure what to do. Everyone had gathered together, crying tears of joy. Ian's heart grew lighter after returning, seeing everyone reunited like this. Once things settled down, I should hold a celebration banquet. Even that maid, the one I hadn't seen for so long. And then someone stepped up beside Ian. The person stopped in front of him, looking hesitant, deep emotion hidden in his eyes. "Nanny," he called. The elderly woman's face was lined with many wrinkles. She was neither loudly delighted nor tearfully overwhelmed, but her joy at seeing Ian could still be felt. "It's been a long time, young master." Nanny hesitated for a moment. She folded her arms and let out a breath, putting on a grumbling look. That's how it is when people meet each other alive again. They all make faces like that. Ian looked at her and thought to himself, she's still as tough as ever. While everyone around them was in tears, she had not shown the slightest sign of wavering. "Yes," Ian said to her. "That's exactly like you, Nanny." Then he asked, "What happened to everyone? We were only apart for a short while. I had been prepared to spend a whole month finding everybody." When Ian said that, everyone stopped crying and turned to look at him. All eyes filled with emotion turned toward Ian. In their hearts, they all thought the same thing. "It's because we cherish you so much, my lord." One maid happily said, "I was staying at Bella's house with Iron." Another added, "The kitchen maids were staying with Nanny." They told him everything in detail. The children who had nowhere to go had been taken in by kind knights. Meanwhile, the youngest maid from the annex had married a knight. The young maid hid shyly behind another servant. "We wrote to each other very often," she said bashfully. "That's how I was able to hear the news quickly and come here." Ian's gaze dimmed slightly, and his expression turned troubled. Then he frowned. "So that's why I had to survive. More than revenge, these were the people precious to me. How many times had I dreamed of this moment?" Ian looked at everyone, their faces bright as they welcomed him. Feeling apologetic, he said, "You've all suffered because of this terrible master." At once, everyone protested. "Suffered? Never, master, oh my." In their hearts, they were simply overjoyed that he had appeared before them once again. They had never once thought of him as a terrible master. Otherwise, they would never have welcomed him like this. A sound suddenly drew everyone's attention. Lariette stirred slightly. Only then did they notice the girl lying in Ian's arms. "Oh my goodness." Everyone crowded around to look at Lariette. One person asked, "Who is this young lady? Is she the one your grace escorted to the ball?" A maid with glasses looked closely at Lariette. She looked so exhausted. "She's sleeping so deeply." Lariette suddenly frowned, and tears welled up as if about to spill over. The people before her startled. "Is she hurt somewhere? What should we do?" I was so distracted by Master's return that I didn't notice at all. "I'll carry her to a bed right away." Then a steady voice brought order to the noisy confusion. "What are you all doing? Get back to work." "Yes," everyone answered. At last, things returned to normal, each person going back to their task. Lariette lay sleeping peacefully on a lovely bed that Duke Ian Reinhardt had ordered prepared for her. Her face was pale and lifeless, and her body looked terribly frail. Ian watched her intently, his heart aching. For a moment, he sank into silence, lost in thought before that breathtaking beauty. Ian could not stop thinking about Lariette. As she slept, Nanny suddenly appeared. With a soft click, she opened the door and spoke in a teasing tone that made the atmosphere awkward. "Goodness, if you keep staring like that, anyone would think she's gravely ill." At the same time, she was already carrying a steaming cup of warm milk. Hearing that, Ian replied gloomily, "But she hasn't woken up for 2 days." He was too worried to sit still. That surprised Nanny, who understood him better than most. She laughed in delight and comforted him. "I just spoke with the doctor. She'll wake up within half a day." Then Nanny teased him further. "So there's no need for your grace to sit vigil right here, is there?" Her words struck straight at Ian's hidden feelings. He frowned awkwardly and hurriedly looked away. Seeing that, she found it amusing and reassured him. "Don't be so tense over someone sleeping peacefully. Relax those brows. At that, Ian pouted. Don't talk to me as if you're soothing a child. Nanny burst out laughing, set the cup of milk on the table with a clack, and said, in my eyes, your grace will always be a child for the rest of your life. She glanced at Ian, still sitting there in thought, and gently reminded him, in any case, I'll take very good care of the Duchess, so go and do your work. But Ian was stubborn. He kept avoiding her gaze, and every time Nanny looked at him, he turned away. He remained planted right where he was. Unable to persuade him gently, Nanny had no choice but to use force. She glared fiercely and said in a stern, murderous tone, I heard you have a great many things to deal with. That truly frightened Ian, and he hurriedly answered, I know. Over the next few days, a great number of carriages came and went from the Duke's estate. Many servants and knights returned, while many supplies needed to be replenished or confiscated. The duchy was rapidly being restored. Scene shift to the study. Ian was carefully reviewing documents. He asked, is this the last file on the confiscated items? The man before him answered respectfully, yes. The Crown Prince told me everything has already been checked. Ian, his face grave, flipped through the papers with a rustle. After he finished reading, the assistant said respectfully, and I will reorganize all the investigation documents your grace requested to be kept separate. At that, Ian finally felt somewhat reassured. He stacked the papers again and nodded. All right. Then came a continuous rustling of pages. Ian kept poring over the ledgers without pause, leaving the assistant at his side, speechless. Nervously, the man asked whether another list needed to be drawn up, then hurried to explain those were already part of the existing records. Suddenly, Ian let out a sigh. He abruptly clenched the sheet in his hand and crumpled it. The Duke was furious. He strode away, his footsteps heavy, muttering bitterly all the while, it's ridiculous that those witness statements go on and on. I can't just sit back and watch anymore. Suddenly, quick footsteps came running over. A subordinate hurriedly called out, Captain. Ian flinched and turned. The man came close and whispered something into Ian's ear, full of secrecy. At once, Ian let out a relieved breath. Phew, just in time. What happened to her? He thought. Kidnapped right in front of the palace, before countless watching eyes. To those lofty nobles, Lariette was not the Duchess, but merely a wayward, illegitimate daughter. At the same time, Ian paced around the room. He quietly looked out the window. But things were different now. The owner of the long-vacant ducal seat had returned, and his wife had now truly become the Duchess. He stared toward the grand hall, where a carriage was slowly approaching. Ian ground his teeth. Their crimes are too many to count. He was certain of it. If she wished, he could have them executed. Ian frowned, burning with indignation. This was the first time my wife has shed tears. I will never let them go unpunished. Scene shift to another place. Beneath the vast, clear, refreshing blue sky, a group of people whispered among themselves without end. These people are ridiculous. They chattered among themselves. They dared lay hands on the Duchess. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps clicked closer. One of the men spoke gloomily. I heard the Duke ordered those knights to come and apologize in person. She thought that would make them all tremble in fear, but one man only snorted with laughter. With a contemptuous smirk, he said, no matter what, that idiot is too straightforward. If it were me, I'd rather kill myself than go there. His words left the others stunned. They were so appalled they could not speak. Suddenly, Ian appeared. He raised his voice and said, we're here. At the sound of that familiar voice, the man's face turned pale green. Trembling all over in fear, he fell into a panic. A moment later, he was shrieking miserably under Ian's harsh punishment. Help! Help! Please save me! They desperately begged the Duke. We committed a mortal sin. We were only following orders. Please have mercy. Ian recalled with annoyance. If I remember correctly, when I rescued Lariette, it was only these two who were driving the carriage and gossiping with each other. But now both men had collapsed to their knees, trembling and weeping, terrified of being killed. Then Ian said, who said I was going to kill you? Hearing that, they instantly came back to their senses. He continued, I called you here to give you a chance to make amends, a chance to restore a knight's honor. Those words left them frozen in confusion. A knight's honor? In another corner, a knight let out a sigh. Ian then called out, Theo. In an instant, he appeared neat and ready. The young man answered eagerly, yes, Captain. Tao Philippe Bauet Zet Pet Fun. His eyes lit up as he flashed a bright smile and said, "You called for me? You were the first one to find me, after all." His full identity was Theo Phillips Lorenzo, the youngest member of the Temper Night Order. Ian suddenly turned and asked, "So what do you think? Should we give them a chance?" "How thoen unyapili?" Then he replied coldly, "Can't we just kill them all?" "Captain." He was already prepared to draw his sword at once. Seeing that, Ian waved a hand and stopped him. "Enough. In this case, I don't have the authority to decide whether they live or die. We need permission from above." After thinking for a moment, Ian suggested, "For now, why don't you hold a duel?" The group of knights was horrified. A duel with that man? Wasn't that basically giving him legal permission to kill them? At that proposal, Theo smiled in delight, pleased by the thrilling idea. Of course, it rarely happened, but who knew? At once, Theo raised his hand high and accepted cheerfully. "I agree. I just finished warming up anyway." Ian chuckled. "All right, one side has agreed." He turned his eyes to the other side and pressed. "What about the rest of you?" Looking at the scene before them, the men hesitated in fear. The Duke calculated coolly. "Of course they're afraid. That's only natural. You have no real skill, yet you still got yourselves into the Imperial Night Order. And if that's the case then..." Suddenly, Ian spoke in a disparaging tone. "Theo Phillips is still very young, and his training period was short, so his swordsmanship isn't particularly good." That remark stabbed straight into Theo Phillips's fragile heart like a knife. He stiffened and hurt, while the knights behind him mistakenly took heart and laughed delightedly. Then the Duke laid out the condition. "If you can leave even a small wound on Theo, it will count as your victory. And if you win, I'll overlook your kidnapping of my wife." Faced with such an easy and tempting offer, they hesitated. Ian smiled slyly, knowing full well they had no other choice. He provoked them. "What? Are you afraid?" The soldier glanced at Theo Phillips. He began to assess him. Even if he was a royal knight, all he had to do was injure a young knight like that. He seemed to sense a certain contempt and clenched his hand in frustration. He decided this was not the time for empty words. The knight spoke up, stammering, but under Ian's fixed stare, the soldier finally said, "I'll go first." Hearing that, Ian smiled cruelly and said, "Then fill in your information. We need proof that this is only a lawful duel." The two duels would officially begin as soon as the documents were prepared. While cleaning out his ear, Theo Phillips looked at James and asked, "All right, what was your name again?" James looked at Theo and said, "James, I have no surname, and I am a knight in Count Brumier's service." At that moment, James's expression suddenly changed when he heard Theo say, "Oh, really? Then I probably don't need to give my name, right? I'm fairly well known around here, especially compared to a Brumier household knight." Hearing that, James ground his teeth bitterly. Aside from working for the Duke's house, this brat is nothing special at all. They're all the same, full of themselves. I'll make you suffer for this. It won't be long before The memory cut off. A slicing sound rang out, followed by James's scream of pain. A wound had been carved across James's left cheek. His face turned deathly pale, and he gasped for breath, thinking how close that had been. Then Theo dragged the bloodied tip of his sword along the ground and said as he walked, "I used too much force." Then Theo turned sharply and asked the people standing nearby, "Anyway, how was that move just now?" A young man standing farther away answered James's question, 5 out of 10. Then he continued, "Your right foot stepped out too wide. If you had counterattacked just now, that stance would have gotten you hit cleanly." Another person beside him said mockingly, "And yet the captain goes around saying he isn't even a knight." But Theo, wearing a weary expression, muttered, "I was away from the captain for several months, so it's only normal that I forgot a few moves. That's not my fault." At once, the other said, "All excuses. You're great at making excuses." Theo Phillips was outraged. He exploded in anger, waving his arms and legs around while shouting abuse at them. Meanwhile, on James's side, the man staggered to his feet, trying to keep his balance as he panted and thought, "What is with this atmosphere? I can tell they're deliberately toying with me, but I can't counterattack at all. Damn it." In the distance, Duke Reinhardt observed in silence. Looking at James, he thought, the more cornered he becomes, the more desperate he'll grow. The fact that he can't even attack a mere boy will deal a devastating blow to his pride. But age is only a number, one used as a yardstick by those who have neither talent nor effort. It was true that Theo Phillips had only been trained for a short while, but but his ability and his way of thinking were quite impressive. Theo Phillips Lorenzo, the third son of a Count's family with a long history of swordsmanship. In that kind of environment, not taking up the sword had never really been an option. Among the young knights, he was the weakest, but he was also the quickest to absorb knowledge. From the very beginning, he had possessed solid fundamentals and the ability to read through an opponent's movements. At that moment, Telphilus suddenly turned to look at Reinhardt. Telphilus abruptly remembered Reinhardt's words. You know, Telphilus, you don't need to kill them. Just make them regret it for the rest of their lives for daring to lay hands on Lariat. Try to drag out the time and the pain for them as much as possible. For a knight, something more painful than death is being unable to hold a sword, if you truly consider them knights. At that moment, one captain asked curiously, why is the youngest so determined to strike? He's usually very sentimental. The person standing beside the captain said, why wouldn't he be? But then they remembered how earlier Theo Phillips had spat out, a knight? No, he doesn't even deserve to be called human. I need to hurry up and make him lose already. One of the captains continued. After all, he only recently heard that the 3rd Division had betrayed the Duke and joined the Imperial Knight Order. And now, at the same time, a few people unworthy of a name. Knight, someone finished from Theo Phillips's side. At that moment, the onlookers could only feel fear. Suden Li, Tao Philip Thou Wen. Then, with a cold face devoid of any expression, Theo Phillips raised his sword high and slashed down. A miserable scream rang out at once. James seemed to have had his arm cut until it snapped. He writhed in agony and rolled on the ground. Theo Phillips stepped closer to James and told him to get up quickly. Theo Phillips said calmly to James, you only needed to wound me. What's so hard about that? Theo Phillips's expression suddenly changed, and his voice turned mocking. At the very least, it's much easier than having your arm broken. James sniffled and cried. Theo Phillips stood there watching him, giving off a chilling aura. James thought bitterly to himself, this can't be happening, damn it. I spent too long wrapped in the knightly facade of the Brumier household, drinking wine and strolling around Count Brumier's territory. Is this suffering all because I broke some girl's arm? Thinking that, he sniffled and cried as he said, I've been wronged. This is so unfair. The knights standing around saw him like that and whispered among themselves. He's saying he's been wronged. Looks like he still hasn't come to his senses. Duke Reinhardt was slowly approaching from afar and said, what a pity. It seems the two of you were not capable enough to seize the opportunity to earn my forgiveness. After that, Duke Reinhardt ordered the servants, take these 2 men to their carriage and send them back, and bring the document proving this was a voluntary duel as well. The servant immediately replied, yes, sir. A little later, Duke Reinhardt walked over to where the people were loading James and the other man into the carriage and said to the workers, I'm sorry, but it must have taken a lot of effort to load all this trash onto the carriage, right? One of them politely said to Duke Reinhardt, oh, it's nothing. A moment later, Duke Reinhardt took out a sheet of paper. And this too. With that, Duke Reinhardt tossed the paper into the carriage, right where James lay. James, exhausted to the point of collapse, glanced at Duke Reinhardt. At that moment, Duke Reinhardt continued, I wrote this letter very carefully with my own hand, word by word, so make sure it is delivered directly to your master. Duke Reinhardt folded his arms across his chest and proudly emphasized his words once more. It must be delivered in person. A loud bang sounded. The carriage began to move, taking James away. Thinking of that letter, Duke Reinhardt mused inwardly. Letting them return alive will serve as a warning. Enclosed with the letter were the clauses and a demand for repayment of the loan, since they had violated the marriage contract. Even though I don't want that money, he sent Lariat away to that desolate place because he didn't want to repay it. In that case, let's consider this the most direct way to damage them, right? Duke Reinhardt abruptly turned away, still thinking to himself, it's a shame I can't see the expressions on their faces. Back at the castle, Duke Reinhardt stood before all the captains and said, that's enough sightseeing. Everyone, go back and resume training. Don't tell me you've already forgotten how to train. They all answered in unison, understood. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps approached. From the distance came Abba, Duke Reinhardt's nanny, hurrying over. Nanny Abba ran while calling out to the Duke. When Duke Reinhardt saw her, he called, Nanny. After reaching where Duke Reinhardt was standing, Nanny Abba panted heavily and said, Duke, oh heavens, how am I supposed to say this? Duke Reinhardt stepped over to Nanny Abba and asked what had happened. Nanny Abba suddenly grabbed both of Duke Reinhardt's hands. Her face was pale with panic as she said, My lady, who is supposed to be resting in bed, has disappeared. Nanny Abba's words struck Duke Reinhardt like a thunderbolt, making him freeze for a long moment. A few hours earlier, in a luxurious and splendid bedroom, Lariette had still been asleep. She stirred, then sat up, but her mind had not fully awakened yet, as if she were sleepwalking. Lariette's head was muddled and spinning. In her daze, she did not know where she was. Lariette squinted and wondered where this was, but she was too exhausted. So she simply sat on the bed, feeling how soft and lovely it was. Then she decided to climb down, her head still floating. Feeling the cold floor beneath her feet, she took a few steps and started to wobble. She pulled the blanket off the bed with her, then flopped down and continued sleeping soundly. And so the princess of the castle simply kept sleeping there, as if sleeping on the floor were the most natural thing in the world. Lariette's maid opened the door and came in, thinking she needed to replace the bedding. But when she looked at the bed, it was empty. Not a single person was there. The maid tiptoed closer to the empty bed and wondered, where did she go? Then she realized something was very wrong and screamed, what do I do? She ran frantically all over the castle, crying out as she went, my lady, where are you? Reinhardt asked his subordinate, still haven't found her? He answered, yes, sir. I've searched this entire estate. Reinhardt guessed that she might have been kidnapped. Quickly, check whether there are any traces of strangers entering or leaving this place. The guards obeyed at once. Yes, sir. Reinhardt rubbed his chin and thought, damn it, was I too complacent about the safety of this estate? There have been reports about people disguising themselves as servants to fool everyone and slip inside. If anything happens to Lariette, it will all be my fault. But in the room, Lariette was still warm, curled up inside the large blanket, breathing steadily. When Reinhardt saw that sight, he helplessly smacked his forehead, not knowing how to assess the situation. He sighed in resignation, thinking, what am I supposed to do with her? I should have known she couldn't have gone anywhere. And yet, how embarrassing. I had the entire estate searched inside and out. Yes, if Reinhardt wasn't embarrassed, then the people around him certainly were. Lariette's maid secretly glanced at Reinhardt and, after hesitating for a long time, finally said, but if my lady fell while she was asleep, I should have heard it. Reinhardt replied gently, I'm not blaming you. Everyone, step outside for now. Reinhardt softly walked over to Lariette. He sat down and looked at her as she slept peacefully, unaware of everything. Nanny, standing behind him, could not help speaking up. Even if you're dense, surely you're not planning to wake her just by staring at her, are you? Reinhardt sighed and said, I'm afraid she'll be startled if she wakes up and sees me. Besides, I don't want her waking up on this cold floor. As he said that, Reinhardt carefully lifted Lariette in a princess carry. In a low voice, he murmured, Lariette, it's time to wake up. Behind him, Nanny said in exasperation, she's already your wife, my lord. Isn't acting like that a bit childish? Reinhardt shot her an irritated glance. Why haven't you gone outside yet? Nanny replied, because once your wife wakes up, there will be plenty to do. Reinhardt asked in disbelief. She's a patient who only just recovered a few days ago. What business could she possibly have? The two of them argued back and forth, their voices growing rather loud, and Lariette slowly woke up, not understanding what was going on. Nanny kept talking. My lady was treated by our family's physician and even took the finest recovery medicine. Medicine so precious that even mages might not get it. What patient? You can protect her, but don't overdo it. I think she could even lift a carriage. When he felt Lariette stir in his arms, Reinhardt was overjoyed. His cheeks flushed, and he smiled softly. At last, she's awake. No matter what happens, I'm just so relieved to see that she's safe and unharmed. Still holding her in his arms, he said gently, you fell asleep. Lariette, still drowsy, could only mumble in response. Seeing this scene, Nanny thought helplessly, so the Duke can make that kind of expression too? Time really does heal everything. Nanny finally shouted, look at me, my lady, wake up properly. Then she clapped loudly in front of Lariette's face. Lariette came to and stared blankly. Nanny smiled brightly and said, so you finally decided to wake up. My lady, are you fully awake now? Lariette still did not understand anything and only answered blankly. She looked around and wondered where she was. A glittering, splendid place. Clearly, I was taken away at Rose's request. It doesn't feel like I'm standing on the ground. She looked down at her hand and wondered, why doesn't it hurt today? Nanny hurriedly said, come now, your grace, put my lady down. Duke Reinhardt stubbornly asked, why should I put Lariette down? Nanny angrily pointed a finger at his face and snapped, stop talking nonsense. And stop looking so reluctant. You won't solve anything like this. But Reinhardt refused to yield. What was I ever reluctant? In the end, he had no choice but to let Nanny help Lariat back onto the floor. Nanny joked, "Good, as long as you weren't." Then she led Lariat away, saying, "Let's just leave the Duke here. Come along, my lady." Reinhardt asked Nanny, "Where are you two going?" Nanny turned her head and said, "Of course we are. My lady has been ill for days. I have to take her to bathe. Would you like to come along?" Reinhardt watched the two of them leave the room with a wronged expression, thinking, "There's so many things I want to ask her. That woman is truly cold and merciless." Nanny pulled Lariat along and turned to call, "Alice, you're outside, aren't you? Bring my lady's clothes in here so I can help her wash." Alice answered, "Yes, ma'am." In the bath chamber, Lariat sat wearily in the tub. She absent-mindedly glanced around. Suddenly Nanny asked, "The Duke has been very inattentive toward you, hasn't he?" When Nanny saw that Lariat said nothing, she continued chatting. "Among the nobility these days, it's actually very common for husbands and wives to use separate rooms, since neither wants the other to see them at their worst. As for the Duke, everything about him is fine, but he doesn't have the slightest bit of common sense." And not long ago, Lariat raised her hand to interrupt. Nanny asked, "Is something wrong?" Lariat asked, "You're one of the Duke's servants, aren't you?" "I don't know you." Nanny, who had been bustling in the corner of the room preparing Lariat's bath things, turned around with the items in hand and came to the tub before answering. "If you mean a servant of the Reinhardt estate, then yes. I used to be the Duke's nanny. Now I'm a servant of this estate. You may simply call me Abba. After all, my lady is now part of the Duke's family." In the bath chamber, Lariat soaked in the tub while Nanny Abba helped her bathe. It seemed she was pouring soapy water into the tub. Steam continuously rose from the bath, and the sound of running water never stopped. Lariat stared at her, not knowing what to say. Her stomach gurgled. It seemed she was having a stomachache. She thought to herself, "I'm going to get scolded." Since this was Nanny Abba's first time attending to her, Lariat awkwardly stammered, I'm sorry. I don't really know what to do, but..." Abba was muttering something. "Alice, come clean up around the tub, so my lady won't feel uncomfortable." Hearing that, Lariat suddenly had an idea. She glanced at the cleaning tools placed right beside the rim of the tub. Nanny Abba kept muttering, "If water splashes outside, wipe it up immediately." Lariat hurriedly took a cloth and wiped around the tub. When Abba turned around, she saw that the tub area was sparkling clean, while Lariat looked at her with shining eyes as if asking, "Am I doing well?" Abba froze on the spot and cried out, "Oh, heavens! My lady!" Lariat was so startled that she nearly jumped out of her skin. This had originally been Nanny Abba's job, but Lariat had snatched it away and done it all herself. Unable to bear it, Abba said, "Why is my lady doing the servant's work of cleaning the bath?" Lariat's shining eyes seemed to say, "Praise me." Realizing that, Abba angrily complained, those beautiful eyes full of pride, "Am I good at this? Do you think if you do that, I'll praise you? Do I look that easygoing to you? Oh, heavens! Truly, the young." She kept talking while gesturing nonstop. Nanny Abba gently combed through Lariat's long, flowing hair. "I have to tell the Duke about this. He'll be very surprised." Lariat asked curiously, "Will he be angry?" While combing her hair, Abba said, "Of course he will. How could he possibly allow his wife to do something like this? He'll surely question you about it." Suddenly Lariat said, "Not to me," causing Abba to pause. A gust of silence swept by as Abba froze. Then the scene shifted. Lariat stepped into the sitting room wearing a bright, lovely dress. She looked beautiful, but her expression was still troubled. Then she noticed that Nanny Abba seemed to be whispering something to Duke Reinhardt, which made her anxiously think this really should come to an end. Her hands trembled as they clasped together. Her face scrunched up, making her look even sadder. "I'm already so used to other people getting angry and hitting me. It's just that this feeling right now is strange." Her gaze dropped as she thought deeply. His personality really is unpredictable, but I feel like he's only like this because of me. She remained lost in thought and didn't notice that Reinhardt had seen her a long time ago. Lariat blinked repeatedly. Then he started behaving as he always did. She vaguely heard the Count's voice in her memory. How could someone so small be forced to do so much work? Suddenly Duke Reinhardt stood up at once and gently walked over to her. "Wait here. Let's go get some fresh air first, then come back. You've been in your room for several days. It might help improve your mood." This made her hesitate. Nanny Abba agreed. "That's a good idea. Just don't come back too late." The head chef said my lady has gone with an empty stomach for far too long. When my lady returns, he'll show her his skills. Footsteps sounded top, top, top. Lariat and Duke Reinhardt were preparing to go out into the courtyard. As they walked together, they looked truly romantic. After a while, Duke Reinhard asked her, "What do you think of the ducal castle?" She looked puzzled. Seeing that she still hadn't fully gathered her thoughts, he quickly added, "And the servants here as well. I know you haven't been awake for long." Suddenly, she stopped walking, as if thinking of something. When he noticed she had stopped, he stopped too. Lariette's face turned gloomy, and she looked away, as though she had just remembered something troubling. Then she slowly said, "Actually, I don't know either." Reinhardt stepped closer and asked, "Did someone bother you?" She answered no. But in truth, she was thinking, the clothes here are wonderful, and everyone is kind. That's exactly the problem. With a sorrowful expression, she lowered her head and said, "It doesn't feel real at all, so I can't think of anything." Then she poured out all of her pent-up feelings. "It's wonderful that everyone here treats me like a person, like a real person." Those words hurt him even more and filled him with sympathy for her. "I want to make her happier." He walked up the stairs and gently said, "Come with me. There's something I want to show you." He also thought to himself, "I hope my Duchess will be pleased this time." It turned out he wanted to take her up to the rooftop terrace. All around them, the ground below was filled with nothing but trees and grass. As she stood admiring the scenery, Reinhard asked her, "Would you like to go up there?" She looked up at the platform hesitantly. It seemed a little high. Hearing that, he said, "Then I'll carry you up. The sunset view here is beautiful." He gently lifted her as if he were cradling a diamond. She trembled as she looked at him. The wind blew through her hair with a soft, rushing sound. Her gaze drifted into the distance. But the sunset before her was truly beautiful, and she could not help exclaiming in wonder. The clouds gradually parted one by one. She could not stop praising the view. What a rare sight. He looked at her and asked, "Are you cold?" Lariette walked in front, while Ian followed behind. The two of them walked on in silence like that. After a while, she called Ian. He answered, "Emem, what is it?" Then she called him again. "Emem," he replied. She kept calling Ian. At last he asked, "Is something wrong, Lariette?" She turned back to look at him and thought, "This is the answer I wanted to hear." She recalled every time she had called someone else by name, then comforted herself. "That's right. What's the point of clinging forever to things that are already past? Now, by my side, there is someone who says my name gently, something I had never once heard in my entire life." She turned and called, "Ian." The wind blew, making her hair flutter. Ian patiently asked again, "Lariette?" She thought, "That's right. A sweet way of saying my name," followed by worried questions. He brushed back Lariette's wind-blown hair, making her narrow her eyes slightly, then said, "As I thought, you're still upset. You probably haven't recovered much yet. But earlier, I was really surprised." Then he asked, "Do you have a fever?" He looked at her anxiously. "Your body temperature seems normal. How are you feeling? Shall I call a doctor?" She thought, "Now there's someone taking care of me." So she took his hand and said, "How I feel right now." She smiled brightly, full of happiness, and pressed his hand against her cheek as she continued, "It's not bad at all." Nanny Abba spoke kindly to Lariette, who was now sitting before a table covered with dishes. "My lady, since you were hungry for so long, please start slowly with this potato soup." Lariette obediently answered. Then Nanny Abba kept bringing out more and more dishes, one after another, saying, "Next is this, and then this one." Lariette thought to herself, what is all this food on the table? It seemed the head chef was in a very good mood. Seeing everything on the dining table, Ian sighed and glanced at Lariette. He turned to Nanny Abba and said, "She must feel pressured. Lariette isn't a child anymore, so you don't need to fuss over her like this." Nanny Abba put her hands on her hips and asked back, "Are you trying to stop me right now?" Lariette still sat there awkwardly, staring at the mountain of food on the table. Hearing that, Ian replied, "Who else would I be talking to?" Before he could finish, Nanny Abba cut him off. "Talking about children reminds me of when the Duke was little. I don't know when he became so rude." He hurriedly said, Stop right there." She laughed heartily and said to Lariette, "As long as I still have those memories, the Duke will never win against me." As if she had discovered something new, Lariette stared at him. She thought that the Duke's castle was completely different from the Brumiere house. The servants were always cheerful. Nanny Abba's attitude could even be considered rude, yet he did not rebuke her at all. Ian and Nanny Abba were still bickering noisily, but her mood had grown lighter. Warmth filled her heart as she thought that, at a glance, they looked like a mother and son in a harmonious family. Even she felt comforted by it. So this was why everyone here wanted to see her when they heard she was sick. Normally, when people are sick, they think of family. A laugh escaped her before she realized it, and both Ian and Nanny Abba, who had been arguing, turned to look at her. They both stopped. Ian lifted a hand to his mouth and asked, "Why are you laughing?" Seeing him ask, she turned toward him and said, "Was I laughing? If you say so, then I suppose I was." The Duke pouted a little, blushing awkwardly. He ran a hand through his hair and said, "Even my wife is teasing me now." He sighed and thought, how did everything end up like this? Then he suddenly glanced aside and thought, honestly. At that moment, the little cat was sitting on the rooftop, taking in the view. Ian suddenly asked Lariette, "Do you want to know what the cat in the castle is doing right now?" She paused. She looked at him and asked, "You mean Ravizanus von Alexandria Angels?" He answered, "That's right. I'll bring it to you later." Her face flushed with delight. Seeing that, he smiled. "Actually, I already sent someone to look for it," she replied, "but that person isn't very good with their hands, so I was worried it might be hard to catch." Lariette happily thought that Ravizanus must still be doing very well. He watched her with a happy smile. Resting his chin on his hand, Ian looked at her and thought it would be better to give her a little more time to get used to life as a duchess. It's enough if she can smile like this. After Lariette had eaten her fill, both Nanny Abba and the Duke looked satisfied. Nanny Abba said to her, "My lady, now I'll take you around and introduce you to everyone." Lariette asked, "Isn't Ian coming too?" The Duke answered, "I have something to take care of. I'll go with you tomorrow." Hearing that, she softly murmured, and followed Nanny Abba. The servants of the castle stood in neat lines before her. Nanny Abba introduced them one by one. The assistant cook, the steward in charge of the annex, the gardener. "Please take good care of us, my lady," the servant said. Lariette thought, as expected, since the castle is large, there are quite a lot of staff. I wonder when I'll be able to remember everyone. Nanny Abba continued introducing people to her. "And these girls will be your attendants. They're very kind and hardworking girls. I hope you like them." The two maids smiled brightly at Lariette and introduced themselves in turn. "Hello, my lady. I'm Elise. And I'm Irene. I don't know if you can tell, but we're twins." Looking at them, Lariette thought, they really do look exactly alike. "We're very happy to welcome you. The first time I saw you, my lady, I thought you were very beautiful, but you were asleep then, so you probably don't remember," one of the maids said. Lariette bowed slightly in greeting to the two maids. "Please take good care of me." The maids panicked and hurriedly waved their hands. "Oh my, you don't need to be so polite to us. It's one thing with Nanny Abba, but we're only servants." Nanny Abba said, "All right, that's enough. Next, everyone's here, so line up and face my lady." At the commander's order, the knights of the castle lined up neatly before Lariette. At the signal, all of them knelt and saluted her. Lariette stared at them in shock as they greeted her. She stood there blankly for a moment until the maid beside her called out, "My lady." Only then did she come to herself and hesitate before saying, "It's a pleasure to meet all of you." The knights rose and answered in unison, "It is our pleasure to meet you as well, my lady. I joined the Knight Order when the Duke was still very young, so I was really looking forward to seeing who would become the young Duke's wife. You've no idea how excited I was to meet you, my lady." As he spoke, one knight casually threw an arm around the shoulders of a blond young man beside him. The blond youth stiffened and replied bluntly, "Why are you dragging me into this?" Everyone around them burst into cheerful laughter. Standing among them, Lariette thought that, just as Nanny Abba had said, everyone was very friendly and a little lacking in manners. Still, shyly she said, "You all talk a lot." I told you all to keep it down," the knight commander said. "How can you all act like this in front of my lady?" "I apologize, my lady. Most of the knights here were selected from among commoners, so their manners aren't the best." "But the knights here were all chosen from commoners?" Lariette asked. "Not exactly. In truth, only about 2/5 of the original number remain. After the Duke was falsely accused, no one called for our service anymore, and the knights of noble birth transferred to other families." Lariette asked, "Will the rest return soon?" The knight commander scratched his head and answered, "It's hard for them to come back when the Duke only returned a few months ago. There's also the issue of contracts." As soon as he finished, a dark-skinned knight pushed forward and said, "Still, if my lady had shown up later, it might have been better. Those guys weren't unlucky or desperate or anything. It's just that when they heard about my lady's background, the others were horrified when they heard him say that." "You tactless idiot." Everyone immediately rushed in and cut off the conversation. The dark-skinned knight was dragged away by two other knights. The knight commander glared at him, blazing with anger. Lariette's two personal maids quickly moved her away. "My lady, let's go back to your room. Have I told you how diligently Irene cleaned it, and how shiny the wooden window frames are?" By evening, Lariette thought, what a long day this has been. The maid beside her helped tuck the blanket neatly around her. "We'll be going now. If you need anything, please call for us at any time, the two maids said kindly. Sleep well and have sweet dreams, my lady. Then they went outside. Now only Lariette remained in the room. Lying in bed, she thought, Irene and Alice truly are good maids. Everyone I met today was very friendly, just like Ian. Come to think of it, he and I are using separate rooms. Looking at it from any angle, that's only natural. What was I even expecting? I'm already grateful enough that he let me become a member of his family. It's only temporary, but he gave me the title of Duchess and introduced me to so many people. But I won't be able to give the Duke a legitimate heir. If a duchess truly has a problem that keeps her from bearing children, then the husband will. She suddenly sat up. Since the day I was born, I've never had a real family. That's why I never cared about having children. When Ian finds out that I don't want children, he'll start to see me as a burden. Her hand clenched the blanket tightly as she got out of bed. I'm already tired just thinking about it. Ian said he would come for me tomorrow, so I'll ask him then. Lariette sat there drowsily with her eyes half closed, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was hugging a pillow in her arms. It turned out she had just woken up. She rubbed the back of her neck, blinking sleepily as she looked around. Alice, her personal maid, was standing by the window, tying back the curtains. She quickly noticed that her mistress was awake, turned around happily, and asked, "You're awake? I'll prepare breakfast right away." Sitting on the bed, Lariette blinked in a daze. Suddenly, she caught an unfamiliar fragrance in the room and spoke up. "This flower scent." Alice lifted her skirt slightly as she approached Lariette's bed and said with a smile, "Ha ha, it smells lovely, doesn't it? It's the scent of crocuses." Then she added, "While we wait for the meal to be prepared, let me brush your hair." After learning what flower the fragrance came from, Lariette thought to herself, the Duchy of Reinhardt is also famous for these flowers that bloom in spring. In high society, perfume made from the duchy's crocuses has long been beloved. Sitting in a chair while Alice brushed her hair, Lariette sank into thought. I remember Rose had a very hard time obtaining it. Her blue eyes darkened as she thought. Then Lariette spoke up and asked, "What about Ian?" Alice, who was brushing her hair, quickly replied, He said you should just make yourself comfortable." Then she added, "If Nanny Abba hears that, she'll scold all of us, including you too." Holding the large comb in both hands, Alice glanced aside, the corners of her eyes still a little damp, and said, "I heard the Duke has been awake since dawn, working all the way until now. Shall I pass along a message for you?" After hearing that, Lariette kept her gaze lowered and replied, "No, I was just curious." She set her bare feet on the floor with a soft rustle. Inside, she was displeased as she thought. He clearly said he'd come for me. Then she decided, since he said he would come, he probably will. It's best not to get in the way. Alice, now excited, her eyes sparkling, eagerly offered suggestion after suggestion. "If you don't have plans today, how about watching the night's train? Or if not, we could summon merchants to the residence for shopping. I can bring you the catalogs from each shop." Even after hearing all those suggestions, Lariette chose none of them and said, "I'll just go for a walk." Inwardly, she murmured to herself, "Now that those two are no longer here, there's nothing I can do." Lariette changed out of her nightgown and put on a green dress. As she walked down the corridor, she thought, from the moment I opened my eyes, it used to be cleaning, washing dishes, and endlessly repeating meaningless chores. Now there's truly nothing I have to do. And when she went for a walk that day, it felt very strange. First, the female servants who saw her cheerfully greeted her. "My lady," the male attendants also brightened up and greeted her. "Have a wonderful day." Then, as she continued walking, another maid carrying a blanket in her hands cheerfully greeted her as well. The Duchess stood at a high place, leaning near the railing. The wind blew, making Lariette's hair flutter softly. What in the world is this? She wondered to herself. Everywhere I go, people smile and greet me. Just then, a gardener appeared behind her, happily holding a few purple flowers in his hand. "My lady, the flowers are especially fresh and beautiful today." His words made Lariette turn around to look at him. Reaching out to accept the flowers from the gardener, Lariette gave a polite nod and said, "Thank you." Looking down at the purple flowers in her hand, she fell into thought. Purple, the meaning of these flowers was clearly, "Remember me." Staring at the fresh, purple flowers in her hand, Lariette could not help but wonder, why would anyone say, "Remember me"? I'm the one who should be saying that. Thinking back, Ian hadn't come to see her either. Then she began imagining things on her own and grew suspicious. Could it be that he has a lover? That thought left her stunned, and inwardly she jolted. If that were true, then after having a child with his lover, would he bring that child to me? At that thought, Lariette looked frightening. Her face darkened as she clutched her skirt tightly. An air of loneliness guards surrounded her, and her expression clearly showed her displeasure as she looked at the flowers, her hand tightening around them. Who would want someone to remember me anyway? She thought. I won't wait for anyone anymore. Seeing his Duchess react like that, the gardener was so shocked that his mouth fell open. His eyes even turned watery. Lariette let out a small sound at the sight. The gardener had already started crying miserably as he said dejectedly, I didn't know you disliked them, my lady. I am truly sorry. Realizing he had misunderstood and was about to turn away, Lariette quickly reached out to explain. No, that's not it. Time continued to pass. 1 day went by, then 2 days, then 3 days later, in a room in the ducal residence. Ian seemed to have just run in from outside. He braced a hand against the door and looked inside, breathing hard. The moment he saw his girl, Ian called out to her. Hearing someone call her name, Lariette turned around. Her face looked very listless. Ian walked over and asked, Have you been well? The maids quickly noticed the Duke's presence and lowered their heads, whispering, Oh my goodness, this is so nerve-wracking. Another maid also bowed her head and replied, Quick, let's move out of the way. The 2 maids quietly slipped away, leaving behind the words, We'll be going now, my lady. Ian's face reddened slightly. He raised a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat to ease the tension. Then he opened his eyes and glanced at Lariette. Though her face was a little flushed, she spoke first. I've been living very well these past few days. Ian looked at her, and hearing that only filled his head with question marks. He was deeply puzzled. Lariette then lifted her skirt slightly, bowed her head before him, and added, Thanks to your grace's kindness, I've been able to live a good life. I'm truly very grateful. Seeing her act like that, Ian could not help calling her name in confusion. Hearing him call to her, Lariette lifted her emerald eyes to look at him. Seeing her gaze at him, Ian grew increasingly restless inside. But Lariette's own thoughts were these. During the past 3 days, all sorts of thoughts had crossed her mind. At first, she had thought that, even after he took a lover, they might still be able to remain friends. She had thought the time they spent together at the winter villa had been enough to make them compatible. Lariette turned as if to leave, firm in her heart. But it seemed that wasn't the case after all. After thanking him, she started to walk away, thinking to herself, Ian meant well by letting me stay here. I shouldn't become any more attached. Then she said aloud, Then I'll be leaving first. Ian stood behind her, watching with utter confusion. He quickly followed after her and asked, What is it? Did something happen during that time? Nothing happened, Lariette answered coldly as she kept walking. No, nothing happened. Ian still chased after her and added, If something happened, then tell me. I can fix it, Lariette. Are you really all right, Lariette? What on earth is wrong? After Ian spoke for a long while, Lariette finally answered, I'm very busy, so it would be better if you left. Then she sped up and ran off, panting as she went. But Ian, with his long legs, chased after her effortlessly. He called out, Can you stop running away now? It would be better if you explained to me why you're acting like this. Lariette finally stopped, exhausted. She wiped her sweat and let out heavy breaths. After calming down, she turned and stared at Ian. She stayed silent toward him, but inwardly muttered, Maybe he won't stop following me unless I break his legs again. Ian, meanwhile, clasped his hands behind his back, wearing a sullen expression. Hearing her mutter, he immediately asked, Lariette shot him a glance and said, Nothing. Watching her simply continue walking like that, Ian fell silent, not knowing what to say. Inside, he could only guess. Was it because of how she felt while living at the villa? She looked happy there, though. Looking at her sitting by the lake, he thought to himself, I was so sure that if I regained my position, I could make her smile even more like this. Sitting by the lake and looking down, Lariette suddenly said, they're fish. When she heard Ian call her, Lariette glanced over instinctively. The moment she looked, she saw Ian waving his hand around under the water. It turned out he was catching fish. He actually caught one barehanded and held it up. Lariette stared blankly in surprise. She looked at him with her emerald eyes as if he were an idiot. Wait a second, she thought. Then she raised both hands and made a strange gesture as she exclaimed, Master Fisherman? Beside her, Ian burst out laughing. Covering his mouth, he laughed aloud. Ha ha! Seeing him laugh like that, Lariette merely looked at him expressionlessly. Then she calmly said, having fun. As he released the fish back into the lake, Ian glanced at her and said, I thought you'd be happy, so I did it. But in the end, I'm the only one laughing. Remembering the cook at the castle, he pointed and said, It's been a while since we had fish cooked like at the villa, hasn't it? The cook's skills have gotten better. My favorite is flounder and cream sauce. The cook knows how to make the sauce wonderfully rich. Only then did Lariat speak up. I told you I hate fish. Hearing that, Ian froze awkwardly. Lariat covered her face and sighed. Ian had really behaved like a fool. He should take care of himself. Why was he acting like this? Sitting beside her, Ian thought to himself, I've regained my ducal title. Lariat let out a sad breath and said, It's just that. She turned her face away and finished. I thought we could become good friends. Hearing that, Ian immediately caught on to the key point. Friends? He stiffened. Lariat squeezed her eyes shut and continued. I thought that even after you took a lover, I might still be able to talk with you from time to time. But the more he listened, the more confused he became. A lover? Covering her face, Lariat added, Because you didn't say a word, and then you disappeared for 3 whole days. At those words, Ian felt as though lightning had run through him. Lariat, meanwhile, kept speaking through her emotions. It made me feel. Looking at her like that, Ian thought to himself, what on earth happened while I wasn't here? His heart thudded violently in his chest. Lariat Brumier sat alone on the steps with a sorrowful face, staring at the lake. Then, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, Ian blurted out at once, Wait, what lover? Who told you something like that? Lariat Brumier only remained silent, dipping her hand into the water and drawing idle patterns. After a while, she slowly asked, You're not going to take a lover? At some point, Ian Reinhardt had already sat down beside her. Hearing that she had been thinking such a thing, he was startled and immediately asked, Why would you think that? Is that why you've been gradually distancing yourself from me? Lariat Brumier suddenly turned around and answered, Of course. Then a moment later, she hurriedly asked the man beside her, Don't tell me you want to have a child with me? Ian Reinhardt, hearing that, was so shocked that his whole face contorted, and he let out a startled, ah. His face suddenly turned bright red, forcing him to hurriedly cover it with his hand. Only after a moment did he stammer, A baby? Lariat Brumier grabbed his hand and replied in an exceedingly firm tone, Yes, a baby. Under her unwavering stare, he hesitantly said, That, maybe. Ian Reinhardt's face reddened again in an instant. Summoning all his courage, he told her, If you want that in the future. His voice grew quieter and quieter. Well, yes. Hearing his answer, she was utterly stunned and quickly asked again, Really? That wouldn't be right. His cheeks flushed again. Looking shyly at the girl before him, he thought, What on earth is she talking about? Suddenly, Lariat Brumier said, What do you mean it wouldn't be right? Ian Reinhardt, red-faced, pulled his hand back. Aren't we sitting a little too close? Hearing that, she immediately got up and walked away. As she went, she thought, So that's how it is. Then Lariat Brumier suddenly turned back and said to him, Then why did we have to use separate rooms? Why didn't you come like you promised? The moment he heard that, he protested. The doctor said we had to sleep in separate rooms. But she was just as quick to reproach him in return. You said you'd come get me after you finished your work. Hearing her say that, Ian Reinhardt let out a groan. Oh dear. He recalled the scene. Every day he had been buried in his room, working so hard that he forgot even the passage of days. He had worked tirelessly without noticing how much time had gone by. At that moment, he felt a little regretful and said to her, It's embarrassing, but you're right. It was my fault. I am sorry. But there's something you need to know. He paused for a moment, then once more firmly told the dazed Lariat Brumier, You are the Duchess of this house. You don't need to worry about anything. Hearing his words, she looked a little taken aback. A few tears welled in her eyes as she softly replied, Yes. He quickly led her to the place he had promised. As soon as the two of them entered the luxurious room, several meows rang out from inside. Her eyes sparkled as she thought. Finally, she gently walked over to a cat cage, bent down slightly, and called Ravisionist. Lariat Brumier quickly opened the cage door. A white cat immediately jumped out and dashed away. Ravisionist promptly leaped up right in front of the two of them. Only then did she ask, Hasn't Ravisionist gotten a bit skinny? A plump white cat promptly came into view. Feeling helpless, Ian objected, That's absurd. I've been feeding it plenty. Just look at that round belly. Lariat Brumier said nothing and only cast him a sidelong glance with a complicated expression. Seeing that look on her face, Ian Reinhardt thought suspiciously, Am I the only one who thinks it got fatter? Meanwhile, Lariette was quietly thinking to herself. As expected, Ian is my first friend. Looking around at the scene, she reflected that because she had no family, she did not even have a single friend. If you were to have a lover, then being friends with him wouldn't be something anyone could object to. At that moment, the white cat was lazily sprawled on top of a bookshelf, stretching and yawning. Lariette Brumere quietly reassured herself. Thank goodness, all the misunderstandings have been resolved. At that moment, Ian Reinhardt took a letter out of a red envelope and began reading it. He read the contents with a very serious expression. The contents of the letter soon appeared. To my dear friend, you may already know this through a messenger in the monastery, but I still wanted to tell you. Lately, Lady Rose Brumere has been very actively attending parties and social gatherings. I suspect she is looking for a new groom. Of course, just as you predicted, very few nobles wish to be connected to the Brumere family. However, I've heard that recently many people have wanted to get close to Rose because of Duchess Elena's dress. An image quickly came to mind of Rose Brumere wearing a dazzling white dress beneath the admiring eyes of others. The letter continued. I heard she wore that dress, and because Lady Rose was wearing it, everyone assumed your relationship with them had improved. I hope that won't negatively affect your Duchess. After reading it, he fell into thought. It seems the Count is short on money because the other nobles have turned their backs on him. At the end of the letter, there was one more line, as if offering a perfectly reasonable remark. I still can't believe she had the nerve to wear clothes she stole from Lariette. At that moment, Lariette Brumere was happily playing with a white cat on the sofa across the room. She had noticed that he had been silent and thoughtful for quite a while, absorbed in reading the letter. Turning toward him, she softly called Ian, but she still received no answer from him. So Lariette Brumere walked over to him and asked, "What's wrong? Your face has gone stiff." Even then, Ian Reinhardt remained silent, not saying a word. He sat there in thought, staring at the letter on the table. After a while, he slowly asked her, "Lariette, do you not want to attend this party?" Ian Reinhardt thought to himself, I had planned to deal with the Brumeres little by little, but if they want to die sooner, then I have no choice. Hearing that, Lariette Brumere asked somewhat nervously, "If I attend the party, does that mean I have to make my debut in society?" He quickly answered, I've been back for quite a while now, so the nobility are very curious about me and my Duchess." Then he suddenly gave her a bright smile. Without the slightest hesitation, he declared once more, "Let's use this opportunity to make an appearance, so they know that you are my one and only Duchess." In Lariette's mind, only one thing remained. The words Duke Reinhardt had said to her that day. "In 2 days, I'll take you shopping for the party, so be ready." She was now sitting alone, drinking tea in an elegant room filled with intricately designed furnishings rich with royal splendor. Lariette worried over one thing. How many days has it been since he said that? Meanwhile, after saying those words to Lariette, Duke Reinhardt, Ian, had thrown himself into work so he could make time to attend the party. He buried himself in paperwork until his hair was a mess. As Lariette sipped her tea, she thought, I'm still waiting like before, but now I don't feel anxious anymore. Neither of us has made any plans yet, but if we want to, we can have an heir, so I don't need to struggle anymore. She quietly drank her tea, her face full of peaceful satisfaction. How peaceful, she thought. Then her eyelids lifted slightly, as if she had suddenly realized something. At least while Ian Reinhardt is the master of this place, I can truly be its mistress, not an outsider. The wind blew softly, stirring the trees into a rustling murmur. Lost in thought, Lariette silently continued drinking tea at the round table. In her good mood, she thought, the tea is especially delicious today. I should definitely invite Ian to have some with me. Then several tiny furry paws suddenly leaped onto her. Lariette flopped down onto the large, beautiful bed. Proud, with emerald eyes and snowy white fur, the cat padded along and let out a meow. Seeing that, Lariette, who had been sleeping under the warm blankets, sleepily opened her eyes. She sat up on the bed and rubbed her eyes awake. She called the adorable cat from before Ravizonist, but that arrogant cat ignored its mistress's call. Lariette called its full name, Ravizonist von Alexandria Angels. Then she reached out, intending to pet it a few times, but it immediately shrank back, twisting away from her touch in disgust. It jumped down from the bed and ran off at once, meowing loudly as it fled, leaving Lariette staring blankly. Still, she neither blamed it nor got upset. With an indulgent smile in her eyes, she said, "When are you ever going to let me touch you?" A little later, Lariette felt tired after waking. She sat on the bed in a half-awake daze. Meanwhile, outside her bedroom, the atmosphere had become very noisy and lively. Looking toward the door, she heard someone say loudly, "I'm going in." From inside the room, she heard their conversation. "What noble in the world barges into someone else's room at dawn?" "Lariette is my wife, Nanny." "Even so, your grace, what exactly are you going in there for?" "Alice, hold the Duke back." Yes, she understood what was going on now. Lariette truly did not know what to do. She was helpless. The door slowly opened. Light from outside streamed in with it. Nanny Abba shut the door again, stood in front of it with her hands clasped behind her back, and wore a stern expression. Lariette looked at her. Nanny Abba spoke to Lariette, who was sitting upright at the edge of the bed. "You're awake already, my lady? It wasn't cold at night, was it? I gave special instructions about the fireplace." Lariette replied to her enthusiastic words, "Ahem." But right now, outside, hearing the banging from beyond the door, Nanny Abba glanced around worriedly, then answered, "That's right. Outside, the Duke suddenly came by at dawn." She was worried that letting Ian meet Lariette like this was terribly improper. At the very least, it should be after Milady had washed her face. Or should I just drive him away altogether? Lariette had been about to defend the Duke, saying it was nothing, but at that moment the bedroom door flew open. Ian hurried inside and loudly called her name. Outside, Lariette could still hear the muttering of someone worried they had failed to stop the Duke. Seeing this, Nanny Abba looked openly displeased. The Duke stomped over to his Duchess's bedside and said innocently, "Nanny, you're overreacting a little. Why make such a fuss?" She immediately shot back. Who goes to greet someone the moment they wake up? How could anyone possibly look neat and presentable right then? As for the Duke, he did not seem overly concerned. He folded his arms and said carelessly, "I worked all night, so I was a little bored in Lariette." But then he seemed to realize something, startled himself, and quickly covered his loose-tongued mouth. Seeing that, both Nanny Abba and Lariette asked at the same time, "What is it?" Duke Reinhardt still looked awkward and embarrassed, blushing as he covered his mouth, then went on, "She wouldn't be as fussy as some nanny who's already past middle age." Hearing Ian's pointed words, both of them stared in shock with their mouths open. Nanny Abba rustled to her feet after Ian's careless remark and angrily said, "I truly want to." Just then, Lariette's whisper rose softly, making Nanny Abba widen her eyes in surprise. "Even if my efforts were meaningless, I'll step aside now and give you some space." But after that sentence, everyone fell silent. Nanny Abba tactfully went out on her own and closed the door. The Duke lightly rubbed his chin, looked at her, and said, "It's been a while." Ian then added, "Right? You're not angry anymore?" Lariette still looked drowsy, breathing softly. She closed her eyes and answered in a low voice, "I was never angry." Duke Reinhardt broke into a delighted laugh. Then he plopped down on the edge of the bed beside her. "Lariette," he said, "anyway, I didn't forget my promise today. I still have to take you out to choose dresses for the Duchess." He looked at Lariette and calmly explained his plan. "As for jewelry, gemstones, and accessories, you can just have merchants bring them into the estate. And while we're at it, we can go outside and enjoy the scenery too." Sounds pretty reasonable, doesn't it? It's fine, it's fine. As the two of them talked back and forth, two maids came in with a rustling sound. But Reinhardt and Lariette did not understand what was going on and only stared at them. Then a maid spoke up. "Before that, Your Grace, you need to step outside first." Even as the Duke was talking, they were already using their hands to push Duke Ian toward the door. Maid Alice added, "This is your first outing together. I can't let Milady go out looking half done." After declaring that firmly, she added, "That would be an insult to such beauty." The moment she finished speaking, Duke Ian was unceremoniously pushed out the door. He still looked like he wanted to say something, but before he could, Lariette's bedroom door slammed shut with a bang. Duke Reinhardt stared at the door that had just closed, feeling deeply wronged. "I've been thrown out again. Lately it feels like Lariette is being stolen from me." Inside, Lariette was changing clothes with her two close maids. When she put on a black dress with striped detailing, she looked elegant and noble. Feeling the fabric, Lariette silently marveled. It really is high quality. When Alice and Aaron saw how breathtakingly beautiful Lariette had become, they could only gasp in admiration. Aaron muttered, this is so frustrating." Alice looked like she was about to cry. "You're already so beautiful now, but we should have chosen more carefully. We need at least another 3 hours." But the two of them could only wave their hands helplessly in front of the wardrobe. Is this really all the clothing there is? Meanwhile, Lariette was still dazed by what they had just said. 3 hours? Because of that, they earnestly told her, "Milady, please go out and shop to your heart's content today before coming back. Besides, spring is the season for shopping. Aaron then turned to Alice and asked, "Who says that?" Elise answered, "Idol." After exchanging a few words, they returned to the main subject. Off focus. We're forgetting the veiled hat. The two maids chose a hat with a net veil that matched the dress she was wearing. With its pure white lace, it added even more feminine beauty and loveliness to her appearance, making her captivating blue-green eyes stand out all the more. I wonder what I look like now. Lariette still looked bewildered, but after deciding they were satisfied with their choice, the two of them took turns explaining to her that even in spring, one could not be careless about the sunlight, especially with skin as beautiful as hers. Seeing how cheerfully they reacted, Lariette felt quite pleased too, and thought, they both speak so warmly and work so hard. Alice and Aaron looked at each other and smiled in satisfaction. Then they realized it was time to go. "The Duke is waiting for you outside," Lariette, dressed beautifully, with an elegance that was also striking. She slowly descended the stairs one step at a time. The Duke turned, and the moment he saw how lovely she looked, he flushed with surprise and shyness. Lariette greeted him with a bright smile. Looking at the perfectly matched pair standing hand in hand in the manor hall, a maid silently thought, "Please be careful, milady." The place Ian chose to take Lariette shopping this time was a street located in the commercial center of the capital. Among them, one district carried the most luxurious atmosphere of all. Very few people passed through this street. If one followed this quiet road, one would find the headquarters of Nicholas Boutique, where the faint, damp fragrance of sunflowers drifted through the air. Ian brought Lariette to a stop in front of a small shop, yet one that radiated an extremely luxurious and noble air. Standing before it, Lariette was rather surprised. For someone with your reputation, this is a surprisingly small shop. But before they went in, Ian carefully reminded her, the owner, Nicholas, is a bit eccentric. When they stepped inside, the shop's interior was arranged with great care. Clothing samples were displayed everywhere, and the space was elegant and refined. Nicholas, the owner of the shop, and his assistant came forward to greet the Duke. "Welcome, Your Grace, and welcome, Duchess." But when he saw the Duchess, Nicholas was utterly astonished. He was stunned by how beautiful she was. That white hair, those blue eyes, and that graceful dress. Nicholas stared fixedly at Lariette, making her flustered and confused. At the very moment Lariette was shyly wondering why he was looking at her that way, Ian reached out a hand. Ian pulled Lariette into his arms and smiled as he said to Nicholas, "That's enough staring. You'll make my Duchess uncomfortable." Nicholas then seemed to remember something. Nicholas went over to the Duke, now wearing a monocle over one eye. "Ah, Your Grace, you're still here? It's been such a long time since I last saw you. I'll just design an outfit that would suit you perfectly. Shall I show you the sketch?" Hearing that, Ian could only smile helplessly. What a fine first greeting for someone who nearly died and came back. But then Ian turned to the main issue. "All right, as I informed you in advance, today I've come so you can make dresses for my Duchess." But before he could finish speaking, Nicholas cut him off. "To be honest, I've been waiting to hear that even more." Ian was caught off guard by the unexpected interruption. Then Nicholas dashed over to the Duchess, Lariette, and introduced himself. "I am designer Nicholas. I heard you would be coming, so I've been waiting for a very long time." Immediately after saying that, Nicholas added, "Pardon my rudeness for a moment." Then he grabbed Lariette and swiftly pulled her aside, so fast that her hat flew off. Nicholas spread Lariette's arms before Ian and spent a long time measuring her, while ordering his assistant to write everything down. Ian stood to the side with an awkward smile. In any case, this was certainly unique. Nicholas's shop looked very small, but Nicholas himself was no ordinary designer. As Ian thought to himself, the reason I chose Nicholas Boutique among so many brands is because its reputation and quality are strong enough to provide clothing even for foreign royal families. But the biggest reason is his eccentricity. He abandoned every branch around the world and stayed only in this tiny oldest workshop. He was even stubborn enough to refuse making dresses for anyone who did not suit the style of his clothing. Because of that way of working, Nicholas's dresses were always rare and highly distinctive. That was why it was so difficult to find a dress personally made by Nicholas in high society. Naturally, they could not even be compared to the common dresses seen in ordinary shops. Normally, when quality and rarity combine, they become objects of admiration. At this level, it would be enough to provoke both the nobles and Rose Brumier at once. Many times, high-ranking nobles had threatened Nicholas that if he would not make dresses for them, he would lose his head. Well, I heard he suffered quite a lot because of that. How many times have I seen his throat trembling because his pride was far too high, even in front of important figures? Lariette felt very embarrassed because Nicholas kept staring at her, while the assistant beside him continuously wrote things down. Of course, even if she could not surpass his standards and become his top model, Ian stood with folded arms, confident in his Duchess, and asked, "Well, what do you think, designer?" Nicholas was so completely focused on Lariette that he paid Ian no attention at all. Lariette had grown exhausted from being stared at continuously. The Lord of Reinhardt had used his power in a way no ordinary person would, but out of curiosity, Nicholas had not refused immediately. Was he planning to refuse after all? Nicholas gazed into Lariette's eyes for a long while. All this time, I believe that a dress does not merely elevate a person's dignity, but that the value of the dress increases when the wearer is someone influential. That's what those clumsy-tongued people always say, and it's clearly true, but my heart cannot stay calm for even a second while looking at the Duchess. Nicholas looked at the Duchess in front of Ian, inwardly marveling without end. Her silver hair held no coldness, only a softness in her gaze. It felt as warm as a snowy field under the midday sun, and the gentle lines of her face, like blue snowflakes, resembled a winter lake gradually thawing as spring arrived. This time, I don't begrudge the phrase suitable attire at all. Countless ideas sprang into Nicholas's mind as he looked at the Duchess. He might be able to create the greatest masterpiece of his life. This was like inspiration itself. Nicholas pulled out a tape measure and kept measuring Lariette over and over, moving so quickly that even Lariette was speechless and could only inwardly sigh. Once he was done, Nicholas immediately left in satisfaction. Lariette, meanwhile, was drained of all strength and collapsed into Ian's arms. Inspiration has struck, so I must go. Saying that, Nicholas ran upstairs, abandoning the Duke and Duchess completely. His apprentice chased after him, trying repeatedly to stop him. Hold on, master. Out of propriety, the apprentice kept reminding him that the visitors today were the Duke and Duchess, but Nicholas ignored everything, covered his ears, and ran upstairs. He's doing this again. The sound of a door slamming rang out. The apprentice looked at the Duke and Duchess, not knowing what to do. The three pairs of eyes just stared at one another. Then the apprentice hurriedly apologized. "Your Grace, please, with your heart as vast as the blue sky, forgive this. You know him all too well, don't you? Please don't give up on him." Hearing that, the apprentice happily pretended to cough a few times. "Thank you. Ahem, ahem." Then he continued, "My master has no manners, and he's rather unlucky too, but it isn't quite that bad." Ian and Lariette heard this and whispered to each other, "How ruthless. It sounds like a lot has piled up, doesn't it?" The apprentice smiled and said, "Even so, it seems my master has found real inspiration for the first time in a long while. This is something I haven't seen in years." Ian then said, "That's good news. So when will the dress be finished?" The apprentice replied, "A Watteau takes 2 or 3 weeks, and a flower style takes about a month. I don't know exactly what kind of dress master intends to make, but since materials still need to be purchased, that's usually how long it takes." It was said that Watteau referred to magnificent dresses for grand balls, while flower style meant dresses decorated with gathered frills on the sleeves, bodice, or collar. Ian was dissatisfied because it would take too long. Too long. What if I grant him travel priority for 1 month under my official order? The apprentice immediately bowed respectfully and answered, "In that case, it should be finished in about a week." Ian nodded in satisfaction. "Good, that works." Lariette thought everything had already been settled, while Ian still seemed to be thinking about something. "Then we can go back now, right?" Ian turned and said, "HM, what are you talking about? This is only the beginning." Ian gave an order. "My wife's wardrobe is still nowhere near full. I can't have her go out into society looking underdressed. So show me a few more outfits suitable for social gatherings." At those words, the apprentice clapped his hands. "Of course, we have already prepared several ready-made pieces." The others brought out many dresses in all kinds of colors and styles. The apprentice smiled brightly and said to Ian, "This should do, shouldn't it?" Lariette could not help inwardly exclaiming in exhaustion. This many? But on second thought, she would indeed need more clothing for going out and everyday wear. "Show me several outfits suited to each kind of weather," Duke Ian Reinhardt said. "Yes, your GR." "Ah, Duke," the attendant replied cheerfully. Seeing the scene before her, Lariette could only stare in stunned amazement. Lariette Brumier sat in one place on a chair, both hands neatly folded on her lap, her expression uneasy as she watched everything happening around her. For a moment, she could not understand what was going on at all. She had only wanted to ask whether, after trying on a formal dress, she would need to come back again, but somehow everything had escalated. She gently tugged at Ian Reinhardt's sleeve. He noticed and quickly turned back. "Is something wrong?" Lariette stammered, "We really don't need that many dresses. These dresses are so expensive, aren't they?" She scratched her head and continued, "Just one set would be enough. Anyway, I don't really like high society." After hearing that, Ian only frowned slightly and let out a thoughtful hum. "Wait a moment." He merely looked toward the other person, who immediately understood and nodded happily. "Yes, Your Grace." She had thought this Duke would follow her wishes, but she was wrong. What he said next threw her into complete panic, leaving her frozen in place. "Of all the outfits we tried earlier, I will pay for the 10 most expensive dresses that suit this lady best. Please write up the bill." Ian cast her a slight glance. Lariette was completely stunned and could not say a word. He stared at her intently, unable to look away. Her reaction was so adorable that he had to turn away at once, lightly coughing a few times to hide his own embarrassment. "Your Grace, please sign here." Ian gave a low hum and reached for the pen to sign. But what he did not expect was that Lariette would place both her hands over his. It seemed she wanted to hold onto Ian's hand and stop him from signing. That action left the other two people frozen on the spot as well. Duchess?" Seeing Lariette react that way, Ian spoke gently to comfort her. "Lariette, we have to pay them." As Ian spoke, he stood behind her and wrapped his arms around her. His hands gently covered both of hers as he soothed her softly. Lariette's voice was gloomy too. "But it's too expensive," he answered without a second thought. "Even half of a duke's fortune. No, even half of it. And even 1/5000th of my wealth is still much more than this amount. But when would there ever be an occasion to wear and pay for all this?" Ian decisively pointed ahead, while Lariette drooped and lowered her head. "We can think about that later." She sat down sadly and helplessly in the chair, then lowered her voice and pleaded, "Ian, please. Because I couldn't cherish the former Duchess's dress." He paused slightly at her words. She continued, "Until now, you've always stayed silent about it. But I can't forget that it was a grave sin. But in whose name could I even?" Her expression, already dejected, became even more sorrowful. Her glistening eyes seemed to moisten. Ian gently knelt down, and his warm voice rose softly. "Lariette, all right. It's simply that you're not used to receiving gifts. But you know, don't you? Whether through judgment, force, or even a fine, I could retrieve my mother's dress at any time." That warm, steady voice continued. "It doesn't have to be that way, Lariette. I won't just let them off so easily. I will take my time and slowly push the count to the edge of the cliff." Hearing this, she raised her brows in surprise. She remained seated, listening to every word that came from him. "I will make him hope that I will save him, and then make him beg forgiveness for his sins and poverty and rage." Ian's expression did not soften in the slightest. No, he was completely serious when he spoke of this matter. "No matter what happens, don't say anything kind. Don't tell him you'll forgive him. I will tighten the noose around the Count and persuade him day after day until his ears ache from hearing it." At those words, Lariette's hand quietly clenched the fabric of her skirt as complicated emotions rose within her. Inside the large, luxurious room, the two of them continued talking like that. Just then, an employee approached. "Your Grace, the payment has been completed." Ian lightly extended his hand and said gently, "All right, let's return to the estate. This is only the beginning, Lariette. As I told you, this amount of money means nothing to me, Ian Reinhardt." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I am the master of this duchy. Did you expect nothing from what I am doing for you?" Lariette hesitated and did not answer. She swallowed softly, and for some reason her heart began to race strangely fast. This unfamiliar feeling left her truly at a loss. This was the first gift she had ever received, and not merely for the sake of taking revenge on the Count, the very man she had served her whole life like a servant. Thought after thought flooded her mind. Ian sympathized with the harsh life she had endured, understood the sorrow sorrow she carried, and was even angry on her behalf. For someone like her, who had long grown used to being abandoned, being with Ian and seeing the way he treated her stirred something inside her. After thinking for a while, Lariette finally accepted her decision. She slowly reached out and took Ian's hand. "I will try to trust you." In the end, she chose to take the gamble. Holding his hand, she rose to her feet and asked in a quiet voice, "Then what will the plan be now?" He answered, "We will begin by introducing the mistress of the ducal house in a crowded place, with such a magnificent appearance that the nobles will be left speechless, so that no one present will dare look down on you." Lariette listened intently to every word he said. Ian touched her gently with tender affection. "I know you have suffered a great deal all this time. If only I could see you smile." As if she still was not used to such sudden happiness, Lariette gave a small nod of understanding. "Thank you, Ian.